Hey everybody, welcome back. I need your help. I actually have an issue here. So I was looking for the character file from yesterday and I can't find it. Like it's supposed to be here. I can see some information. You know what? It's because it's 404. Get it? 404. Not found. Error. Ha! Just joking. Oh man, guys, I've only slept like 3.5, 4 hours, so wish me luck on this one today. We're here. We're doing it, though. We're going to do a little bit of a longer stream than yesterday, too, as long as I can focus. I got a lot of progress on the Lion yesterday. It was good. I think we can get it done within the first hour right now. Also, I didn't even use the Great Rune, so we can immediately go and put on at least Godric's Great Rune. And if you guys have any suggestions for better ones, I don't have a lot of experience using other ones opposed to maybe Mogs. Or no, sorry, Millennias, because you guys told me to use Millennias. So we have greatly raises maximum HP with Morgoths. That could be okay. But again, on this run, every time I do a fight and move on, it has to be perfect. So HP doesn't matter. Could help for learning, though. And then we got Radon's, which is max HP, FP stamina. That sounds pretty good, too. I think that Godric's is still better for damage, though. Since when do we have channel points? I just activated it before we started. I did a couple updates to the stream finally. So we got a new chat in the up here where you can read it a lot better. I'm using a new thing to merge both chats. So anybody that's watching on YouTube, if you did say something already, not that I can even tell who is who because I took away the badges, but if you did say something and it doesn't show up on the screen, it might take up to 30 minutes to connect. That's what I was told by the person that was helping me with the software. So we'll see if messages start popping up from YouTube, but if they already are, then perfect. Apparently it's kind of like a topic that is like hush hush. You're not supposed to have both the chats on the screen, but I do. So I'm just removing the badges for now, and if they catch me, I guess I got to stop doing that. But yeah, channel points is activated as of today. New chat. There'll be a couple other changes. Like I'm going to be routing the music from the stream off of the desktop audio, hopefully by tomorrow or the next stream, so we can play any music in general and then not worry about copyright when we're recording stuff. And then Clone Hero will be a lot easier to stream on YouTube as well. Tons of different things like that. Robin, holy hair. Has it been that long since you saw? My hair's been, no, it's the longest it's been right now. It just doesn't look that long because it shrinks a lot, but it's probably getting close to 4 inches or so, at least. Like I was able to eat it. I was able to put it in my mouth and I trimmed it a little bit because the longest part was like down to here, but yeah, it's been a while, Robin. How have you enjoyed the DLC? I haven't talked to you about it. Also, Schofield, welcome back, dude. Time zones aren't aligning that well. You know what? It's funny. It's because I'm also streaming at a different time. As of yesterday, and then I think there's one other stream in recent time. It was super late. It was way later than normal. This is more of like a normal time. Even earlier than this would be pretty normal, but at least you're here. That's the most important part. Oh, I got eaten already. Good thing I didn't activate the rune. Haven't played the DLC yet? Well, I'm surprised. Okay, I thought I waited a long time. You missed the first 20 seconds, but better late than never. All the cool stuff happened within the first 5 seconds. You can definitely pack it up and leave now. It's nothing to see. It's already over. I mean, I was gonna do the run and then unfortunately didn't make it, so I decided to throw everything in the trash. You're here right now, not for long. You need to sleep. Yeah, definitely get some sleep. If you guys are staying up late at this point, if your time zone is not friendly to this schedule or this starting time, then definitely go to bed. And have gambas. Oh yeah, the gambling. Forgot what gamba even mean. Did I say meaned? Sorry, meant. Dude, what is that? He came back around again with the smoke there. That was crazy. American Sigma, welcome back. How's it going? Been wondering about the channel points and predictions. There'll definitely be some predictions set up. We just enabled them really quickly before I started streaming. I was talking to my editor about it, and we agreed it would be a good idea. I used to like having them just because people enjoyed them through my normal bot, and we would do bets through there. But then the ones through this website, they were kind of making a lot of alerts pop up. They were doing the whole, what's it called, like suggested message or whatever the hell it is, like the one where it has a box around it, or announced message, where you could just type the message anyways and I'd see it, but then it's like now it's pushing like 2 or 3 other things off the screen. Boss looks like Envy in Full Metal Alchemist. I haven't seen that for so long. Man, that just brought back a lot of memories. I love the original Full Metal Alchemist, but I've never seen Brotherhood though. Is it from Brotherhood or the original? Or maybe both. You gonna do a no skibbity run before you try this no level? Oh wow. What do you think is gonna be harder between the two? Like assuming you're gonna level up the Shadow Blessings while you're level 1? Curious of what you think would be harder. Oh come on, I'm not timing it right. This line was probably one of the hardest DLC bosses for you. You can't imagine beating him on level 1. Hope you have fun. It's actually funny because yesterday I was thinking that it was going to be one of the hardest ones too, and then everything just started clicking immediately and it was very fast. So I learned everything within the last handful of fights, I think. Now it's just executing it, but I got to remember how to play the game. We have 1 fragment right now that we got to acquire at least, I think, 1 or 2 more to upgrade with. Is it only 2 every single breakpoint, or is there points where the blessings require like 3 or 4? I can't remember that. Am I doing level 1 with the skibs? I'm definitely using the shadow fragments, yeah. And reason being, I wouldn't want to extend the gameplay on this too long because the whole point of this is to build up to damageless, and in this run every fight's going to be damageless that gets completed. And the edit for the video on the main channel will just be the fights, so I think that using the blessings is smarter so I can move through the DLC and learn it a bit better. And obviously, I'd rather mimic what I'm going to be doing on like the hardest run coming up, which will definitely be using blessings. Oh, that was bad. Oh, it's from the original manga, not the... You didn't watch Brotherhood, though? I need to see. Because maybe they were inspired by it. Like, I know that Berserk was an inspiration for Dark Souls, right? And I think Howl's Moving Castle as well, from Ghibli. Alright. Serious attempt, let's go. Shouldn't have jumped in that late. Oh, Galaxy, thank you for reiterating that. Like, until we can confirm that all the YouTube chat comes in. Also, just as like a message that you guys can circulate if you want to. Anyone that's on the YouTube chat, you can come and watch on Twitch if you want to have the chat be read sooner. Because I'm trying a different application that merges the chats, and apparently the YouTube side's a little bit slow when you start up, so it might not show up on screen for a bit. I'm pretty sure it will work eventually. It just, like, someone was telling me, Galaxy was telling me, 30 minutes it could take for the messages to show up. But Andrew, I'm fighting naked because the thing is, like, we can't take damage on the fight that we win on. So armor can't really help me right now anyways. Like, the survivability won't be that much greater, to be honest, but also, like, the whole point is to do it damageless, so I want to be the lightest I possibly can. Like, I guess you could put on a couple pieces. You could medium roll. Medium rolling in anything in this DLC is pretty bad from what I've discovered. So that's not even a good strategy. And then because, again, my equip load's so light or low for the capacity, even if I did put stuff on, it would only take a few pieces before I'm overweight for medium. So it wouldn't even do anything anyways, really. But yeah, if I was trying to survive, then maybe on certain fights I would use something. You only had 300 channel points up until today. How fast do you get them? Is it 1 per second or something like that? Can you adjust the rate at which they increase? Ah, got greedy there. Are you going to allow yourself to use parrying for damageless? Oh yeah, for sure. Parrying is not a problem for any kind of run like that, unless you do a partial parry, but it's always been, in my opinion, the harder way of doing it. So I mean, if you're comfortable with parrying, maybe that's the way you learn it, but it is mathematically harder. So technically, I don't think it would be a rule that's excluded from any run ever, unless it was like you can't use the character's hands or something, like you can only kick people or whatever. I don't know, like that's definitely allowed. I don't know if I'll be actually trying to parry though, because it is hard. And most of the stuff that I played that I tried parries on, I couldn't actually even parry. Other than, I parried Renala and Midra, I think. But not even that much. Then I tried on Radon and couldn't even get one within, what was like 2-3 minutes of trying. To me, that's a red flag. I don't get at least one activation, even without a critical. It's kind of wild when I've already learned all the timings. So I'm sure I probably just needed to like adjust something, then it would click and it'd be easy, but I didn't even bother putting time into that because I'm like, we're gonna have to beat him anyways, might as well do that last after we've already beaten him. Can't see. Could not, what the hell is going on there? There's a clear inspiration from Berserk. You don't think so from Full Metal. It's just a resemblance. The Homunculus Envy has a monster mode, which is roughly looking like the boss. Okay, I see. Oh, did you do a bet with the temps? With the channel points? You don't think there are partial parries in Elden Ring? Oh, there definitely is. I'm pretty sure Godric's, or wait. Oh, maybe no, sorry, maybe I'm wrong about that. I thought on the Golden Godric we got a partial. I might be wrong though. So yeah, I take that back before we get heated and chat. Could be right about that. I mean, it's actually hard to get a partial, in my opinion, for a lot of the games. Like, much harder than just failing or getting it. So it's pretty rare. That last bit is weird. Can adjust the price redemptions, but 300 is the follow amount. Oh, okay, okay. Ooh, so you get free follows for channel points? That's how it works now? Then they just like skip out once they realize there's no good redemptions. It's like, wait, I don't get to enter for a chance to win $1 million. What? What a ripoff. Can't turn these into actual prizes. One thing I actually wanted to do originally with the channel points is when you save up enough, I'll just send you some merch. Like you can just buy and get like free merch and stuff like that. I don't know how I'd tie that in because I'd need people shipping information privately then, because I'd have to like schedule the shipment for it. And I feel like that'd be a little bit more tricky with the way we have it set up, but that would be cool in the future. Oh my god. Oh, there we go. So it says that now it's connected to the YouTube chat. We're good. We're fine. So I guess Craigblade's still active even if I have that fraction of the FP before I use it. Sell your hair? I don't know if that would catch on. But hey, you know what though? Didn't Hob sell his broken controllers or something like that? Or he was going to? And people were interested. You can have a mod DM them a Google form when they redeem 50K or 100K. True. True. I just don't want to personally be responsible for knowing people's addresses. That's the thing. Like if it's internal, I think people feel safer when it comes to like third-party companies handling that have the distribution. But when it's like me placing the order for you, there could be information exchange between both parties, whether like it's like my information on their receipt or, you know, me knowing like where they live. That's the only issue I have, because like there's going to be some people that are okay with that, and I don't even know if I'm totally down, but we could figure it out though. I wish there'd be a way to like credit it back. Like you could just have the people that run the website for the store just give it back. Already dead. GG. Some sort of discount code. That's the thing. It's like you can't really make codes for a website that doesn't do codes. It's like it's just a place to list your merch, right? So I don't think they get that specialized with people. It's not that big of a deal. Like if you had your own store, or like let's say like you fulfilled distribution yourself and supplying and everything and materials, then yeah, you could just you'd be the one that would have to route it, so you'd be fine. But if you're going the smarter way, which is just have it fulfilled third party, then they have to obviously have your information on the shipping, but then you would have to still, you know what? I guess a gift card towards it, maybe, if there's some sort of gift card that applies to that website. I don't know if that's an option. That could be a good, cool thing that we could do, but only if they accept certain types of gift cards. Oh boy. Heska, I appreciate it. How have you been? What's up? Also, Henry, what's going on? It's wild that like I'm getting killed by the basic attacks now on this one. Did not expect that. This must be one of those fights like where you slip like a little bit, if you're not like 100% on it, and then it's all over. Hearing a lot of excuses for not selling hair. Yeah, I don't think I want to sell anything of mine, to be honest, unless it's like a thing made for you guys, like a product or some sort of. But even that, I don't really care about selling that stuff either. It's mostly just because it's there. You know, we have it just to have it. No one really needs to buy it after a certain point. But you know what, Ralph? I'll keep your idea in mind for sure. Could be the thing we're missing. So yeah, that was okay. It'd be really funny if we struggled in phase 1 now, but then in phase 2 it's perfect. Oh yeah, I ran in and I got a double drop attack on him. That's something I'm missing too. Interesting, he didn't do the fog after. Okay, so I thought that was a little bit different. You don't see that often. There was that funny jump thing again. Oh wow. Oh, that's so dangerous, that last little part right there. That really never killed me yesterday. I think I was in a spot where it wasn't possible. Are you married to the fist weapons? You think it's something with longer range would be preferable for a boss that hops around so much, Jack? So I actually only have this weapon, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I have these two. Picked up these as we were going through the DLC, but in terms of usable weapons, like this is the most usable one that I have on the file at the moment. I'm gonna switch up to Star Fists because they are better for level 1, and then there's like a couple other options, but when you don't have levels in the character, like Star Fist does tend to be the best weapon, and then Iron Balls I think is a very close second, maybe a third best option, depending on what kind of talismans you want to use and what the fight requires. Maybe certain talismans are better for different things. But yeah, like this file was actually just speedrun to the DLC to specifically do this run. And I didn't even make the file, so I didn't know that it didn't have a lot of other weapons. But I think your choices are still pretty limited on level 1. And these are actually really good too. Like I'm very happy with the damage on this. It's better than I thought it was going to be. And we only have 8 blessings on this guy right now too. So I could go and get the 12. But kind of got tired of setting up the map. I think we got most of it. Now a lot of them are gated behind progression. But I think there's still even a few more blessings or fragments we can get. That's how you do that one. Ooh. Do the breath after, okay. So I guess there's just a way that he does the first part, which means he's not going to follow up. It's the same attack, essentially. The back punish. Ooh. Didn't get our stagger that we were getting before. Ooh. Get away, get away. It's one that you don't see as often. I see that in the beginning of phase 2, pretty much exclusively, but not as much in this part. See, he does it like right there. He likes it. Definitely likes that one. Got staggered by it. Oh boy. Do you have some kind of rule on how many shadow levels you're allowed to get at any point? No, the rule was mainly just level 1. That's it. And then like I do have to complete every fight perfectly if I'm gonna move on. So let's say we got hit in this fight and I lived. I would actually just die on purpose at the end and go back. I might farm a little bit more experience or knowledge on it by, or practice, whatever you want to call it, by just like hanging in there until it's like, you know, he's about to die, then I'll just die on purpose. But we don't move on unless the fight's done perfectly, which shouldn't be hard because, you know, that's how most of them have gone so far. Up into the best point we got. So I think this one we can use a rune arc in the next couple attempts and try pretty hard. So yeah, it's not good. You can get up to blessing level 14 without fighting a single boss. Yeah, so there's definitely some that I missed, 100%. If you guys want to see the map, just to get an idea of what I've opened, definitely feel free to shout out any areas I might have missed with them, but I think the only ones I can remember, there was one off the side of this area. Like I have it marked right here still. It's somewhere over here. I mean, we can go and even look at it. Let's go check and see. You started with 699 rune arcs. Is that how much the file has on it? My storage has 600. Okay, let's see. I didn't really check the backup ones. Yeah, I do have 699 of them, so we could probably do a rune arc every single time. It's not bad. The Peta are decent if you use them. Peta for level 1? I don't think I've heard of that weapon. Oh yeah, here we're gonna have to start off on the other side. What am I doing? So yeah, I have no idea where this fragment might be, other than like the rough location. The Great Katana hard carried you through level 1. That bleed one from Dragon Covenant guy, right? That is something I do want to try still. So yeah, it's marked on this side. Question is, how will we get down here safely? Maybe you can kind of just chill and cruise down the side here? I don't know. No, it's death. Okay, so you could probably walk down from this point. Elevator action? Wait, what? The one you get by Ghost Flame Dragon, it's infusible. What does that mean, infusible? Also, Goblin, what's up, dude? Whoa, that was that was a pretty wild one shot there. Damn. You're watching another stream where someone's streaming elevator action. Is that a game? Never heard of that before. I have no idea what that is. Stick piercing fang on it and you can shred poise. Oh, sorry, you're talking about a different weapon. Sorry, you're saying the Great Katana is by the Ghost Flame Dragon, not one I was saying. My bad. It's an old NES game. Okay, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I think I've only played one of those one time. I had one that was broken. I couldn't fix it, unfortunately. I tried to, but couldn't get the stuff to fix it. And then I had a friend who had his dad's, and we played it one time. So definitely understand a little bit about it, but yeah. Okay, so from here, is there actually a way down? Are we looking for something that's on the very bottom? Because like, look how far the water is. To get there, I think we're not even going from this side. We're probably gonna have to get to this lower area from Shadowkeep. And to do that, I'm thinking you need to kill the hippo, but it doesn't say on the map you do. So something in here can get us down to this area. I don't remember what it is. I thought it was a cave or something like that. All right, let's go back. Let's try to do the lion again for a little bit. And also, if I kill Gaius early, that's 5 of them right there too. It's pretty good. There's also apparently another fragment in Bellarat, but I have no clue where it is. This is the area behind the coffin ride in the castle. The coffin ride. Did we do the coffin? I can't remember if we did. I swear, like, that sounds familiar, because I know there's not many moments where that happens. I think we actually did, and you get a cutscene for it, right? Kind of like when you're in the area with Astel. You have to ride the coffin to get to Midra. Okay, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But, like, so how do you get to the lower part with the water, then? You have to get into the coffin in the castle and then go down there? PS2 is an arcade port. Okay, elevator action. That's interesting. It sounds like a kung fu game where you're literally just going up a series of platforms that are moving upwards and trying to kick people off of them. Past the rubble of the right where the little scorpions spawn past the shortcut door. Okay, so I do have that open. I think. Past the rubble to the right. So you're saying, like, if you jump over there, that's where the other fragment is? Might have to grab that one. I think that will get us to 9, right? Keep forgetting I should just kind of end up where he's finishing that. The grab. It's got a pretty decent hitbox on it. It's not like it like teleports you or anything. It's pretty nice. Ooh. A little scary. No stagger yet. It's got to be soon, like right now. I'm saying it. Calling it. It's got to be right here. No? Really? Got greedy for that one and it didn't even work. Of course, when the tracking makes you change directions, that's a situation that sucks. That genuinely sucks and could happen at any time. That in the corner situation, where he does like that combo where he digs, and then when he does the dig, the AOE that like overlaps it, basically boxes you in the corner, but then you can't technically time it because you already like did the dig thing and there's no space. So there might be a way to survive him doing that particular thing in the corner, but the situation there though, I've never seen that one yet. That's weird. I'm gonna have to be able to notice it quick enough to lock off, I guess, so I can keep going the same direction, or maybe even just play locked off. That might be a better way of doing it. JN Marshmallow, what's up? Ooh. Oh, wow. Spacing. There's that. Crazy damage. Apparently, Lion doesn't care. Ah, okay. If you had to do this DLC, and it's with a weapon from it, what would you choose? I have to use a weapon from the DLC, and that's all. I can only use that. Does it have to be something that can be used on level 1, or do you mean with like any character? Because I don't even know what you can use on level 1 from the DLC. Playing Lies of P for the first time now, it's literally a 10 out of 10 Souls-like, and you're only in Chapter 6. Silky, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I have a friend, actually, who slept on it quite a bit and was like, yeah, he was just like, hot take, like, it's not that good. Before really giving it a chance. Went and gave it a chance. We hung out literally, like, months later, and dude's literally just raving the whole time about how it's way better than everything else, and I was laughing so hard, because I'm like, I knew, like, we were all like, we know if you try it, you're just gonna be like, it's amazing. It's like undeniably good. Even if you didn't like the theme, you can't fault them for the effort they put into it. Like, you can tell that studio did so much homework to be able to pull that off, because it was their first title like that. They studied everything so closely to be able to give you every single feature and like just deliver it in that package. It's in my opinion, it's a masterpiece. I'm very excited about the DLC for it too. I can't wait to see what they do with it. Because I think they're going to go the DLC route and not do a sequel, right? Oh, got eaten. Got eaten. There's a bunch of really good weapons you can use level 1. Great Katana, Milady, Backhand Blades, Falks, and Claws of Night. Okay. I can't remember where you get Milady, but we use that quite a bit on the main playthrough character. And then you're saying by the Ghost Flame Dragon, there's the Great Katana as well. Little known fact, Liza P is based upon your life, really. And what a betrayal by Geppetto, dude. He played the long con on you, I'm sorry. I think that the jumping heavy is better than doing a charge for any of these things. Let's just rock with that and see what happens. Can't see. Couldn't see anything. Nice. If you get bored of the balls, Milady or Fulks, which is DS3 Twin Blades. Oh, okay, I see. Very similar to those. I wonder if I found that. Gonna have to go through the character that beat the DLC. I made a backup of the file just to make sure I had it, and I want to see like what weapons that we have that we still gotta use. The Ghost Flame Dragon in question is in the lake at the far end of Gravesite Plain. It's the one that's right beside Dane, right? Like where the shortcut is that loops you around the map on the east side. Part 3 of long play. Do you cut 32 minutes of footage to fit 3 parts in one video, or do you do 2 parts? Definitely don't cut anything. Yeah, I would say like leave it, and then we'll do another. We'll just add it to the next part. Whatever is required for the next part, for sure. Because one thing that was a good comment that I actually saw was that someone didn't appreciate that we made a very small cut from something that was supposed to be in the long play channel. So like, it is true. Like if we can avoid that, then there's no need to have any edits other than just additional stuff added rather than taken away. Even though like logically, yeah, I would rather you do what you just said, but I think that people want to not have that be the case. They don't care how many parts it is if they're gonna watch that particular thing. No reason to even have Crimson Tears. That's a good point. I mean, there has been situations where we survived, but yeah, you're right though. Especially because again, the goal is to do it without the damage anyways, so we would still be resetting it, even if I did use the heals in that particular fight. Yeah, 1218, it's not as good as the jumping attack with the 2 hits for 1800. But then sometimes it doesn't actually connect both. That's the other issue here. And it probably doesn't contribute to as much poise damage either. Unless it becomes the same with all the buffs, right? Oh wow, that sucks. That was crazy, crazy placement there. Wow, dude. Kidding me. Wild. Might as well go for a red feathered branch sword. So I have red feather talisman, if that's what you're talking about. Is red feather branch sword a weapon? Oh, sorry. That's what it's called, yeah. So the reason I'm not using it is because, again, I'm trying to do damageless. Damageless, including the rules of like not having your health lowered at all, like just a perfect fight. So none of the fights I'm going to be using the extra damage for from that, because they're going to have to be done in that way. There has been people that have done similar things to this where they just do the fights hitless, but I wanted to kind of one-up that and do it the way that I prefer to do it. So I do have that talisman. There's quite a few things we could use, but if it has to do with lowering health, then gotta forget about that for now. I will be using that if I did a hitless run at any point, for sure. But I don't even know if I'm going to. I feel like I might just do damageless right away.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
That's crazy tracking, dude. What the hell? Think you can do this boss no hit consistently? You can do every single thing in the game consistently, without damage, and also with the lowest possible damage you could produce. There's nothing that exists in the game that I know of that is a time-sensitive fight. Like, they're all basically infinite if you're good. Like, you could survive forever as long as you play perfectly. But maybe I'm forgetting something, or there's something I haven't seen that's part of like all bosses where there's like a timer on it, and then after that timer you have to actually die or take damage. Deacons would be a good example with the curse build up from DS3. Or 4 kings, like you're just gonna, you know, the statistics are not gonna be in your favor when there's 4 of them. Or whatever the amount they can spawn. I think it's 6 maximum, right? And 12 over the course of the total fight. Oh, I forgot about the extra round right there. But tier hitless is extremely difficult, really. It's interesting just because like on Matir, the attack that people were saying it was so hard to dodge, I actually got perfectly. I think it was the first time no, the second time it happened or whatever, within one of the first attempts. And then I was like wondering why they made it possible to just like not even dodge, but like walk through. Because I swear to God, I literally walked around the attack. And there's like a bunch of stuff going on. Maybe I got a lucky variant of it, or I don't understand what the extent of it is properly. Damn. If you ever have a gap in the for ideas, you still haven't played the Crab Souls game. See, like that's something that I was saying to myself about Silent Hill earlier too. I'm like, well, I do want to do that. I am going to, and even that's starting to look like it's not going to happen right away. So, I mean, the crab game would be cool, but not having an idea for something to do is like the exact opposite problem I have. It's like actually a curse that I have too many ideas that can't be done. It's impossible to do everything. So, I wish that was the case, but I still have the code, so in the future we can play it for sure. If there is that time that happens. It's very unlikely, but there might be a time. This is why I have a hard time even saying I am going to play something or not, just because it's like, well, let's see what happens, like what's going on when we even get there, when it's available. Ah, damn it. Walking around attacks. DS2 confirmed, the big laser sweep. So the thing that she does where it has like a portal in the middle and then a ring around the outside, and there's beams coming out of the portal that are kind of like going in between the gap of where the ring is in the center. Whatever the hell that is, that literally I walked around, and I swear that was the thing that people were saying you can't deal with it properly on a hitless run or something. So maybe I just didn't understand that there was a part of it that got me, or there's an effect that it did or something, I don't know. But it seems suspiciously easy for how difficult it looked and how long it lasts for. That was my take. Follow up there. I love the music for this fight so much. It's unbelievable. Oh man, I can't wait to make the soundtrack video that I was talking about. God. This one's gonna be pretty high up there, I think. Wonder, you could probably just go through that and still punish. I'd imagine. Oh, this has like the ice delay though. There's one other version you could do with like an AoE that's pretty big here. I don't think it happens here. Okay, we're safe. Ooh, that's unfortunate though. A little late on the decision. Skirm, what's up? How's it going, dude? Such a cool fight. It's so good. It's so well done. All right, so wait, let me double check this part where we had the shortcut door over here, because apparently there's another fragment that I missed, and that would probably get us to the 9 blessing level. I think I only need one more, because I have one picked up. I can't remember if it scales up to 3. Yeah, it's still 2, so... Scorpion thing was over here, wasn't it? Wasn't it pretty close? Music gives you Bollywood vibes. Yeah, it's definitely very exotic. Like it has it has similar vibes to even the Dune soundtrack in a way. But yeah, I love the choir on it. It's great. Oh my god. Feels like it has a Chinese theme. See, because I'm like very particular when it comes to music. Like I would say the chord, the resolution and the progression of the chord structure and the key and everything, it relative to it, it doesn't have some of the qualities of like Oriental music, but I would say definitely an exotic vibe to it for sure. But not even like not even in a way that is easy to really describe. It's more so just the style of how the singing is and like how they build the up to whatever the second part of the song is, I guess. I'd have to actually even like just sit down and listen to more elements of it, because I don't even have the audio that loud for the music. Dead? No, not dead here. Okay, here we go. So this is where the big scorpion is. Small ones drop down here. There's rubble to the right, apparently. This is on the left. Maybe it was the... Oh, wait, you're probably thinking this way, though. Facing the other way, right? So you jump up through here. Wow. Please tell me that happened to you too. Advisor, you didn't get a notification when I was live. Unfortunately, this was so. If you're tuning in from Twitch specifically, it's not going to give you a notification all the time. I wouldn't rely on that. Their alerts are really bad. Best way you can guarantee it is just make sure you have the Discord with a notification sound for every time there's a message in the general chat. But you might be able to even like filter it to just be the announcement for when I go live. Sorry, the announcement tab, not the general. Announcements typically only have the live alerts from the bot that's in there, and it automates it, so it's always accurate. It's only missed one day, I think, and then I had a problem that continued for a little bit with it, but I would manually do it after that. So like we've only had like one actual problem from it failing. And then Twitter is always going to be something that I update myself, but you can just favorite my page on there. Oh, what dude, what the fuck? You can favorite and do push notifications if you really want to have even like an even earlier heads up. It's past the flies. Oh boy, that's so silly that the fly just grabs you there. You like to think lore-wise that the soundtrack for this fight was something the Bell Rat people would have performed? It definitely matches the design of a lot of the things in this area for sure. I think that's when the song is good. It's not just that it's good by itself for whatever purpose, but like when it's cohesive with the theme visually too. Like actually builds the atmosphere more. It's hard to do that. I think you can make good music, or you can just slap good songs on fights, but if it doesn't build the atmosphere at all, it's not going to be remembered the same. Okay, we're just going to deke this dude out. Yeah, get it. Yo, he even zooms around the corner too. That's wild. That fly is unhinged, man. That's crazy. Got these guys too. Oh, there's another cross in here. So this is where it is. I apologize to whoever was trying to explain this yesterday. I don't think that you did a bad job. I just wasn't really understanding what you meant. And I have a feeling I found this one on the first playthrough, but maybe I died when trying to do it by the fly or something, because I remember like I ran up that pathway with the rubble for sure. Just maybe not into the room fully. What do we got over here? Broken rune? There's a ladder? Wait, whoa. What's going on? Am I dead? Yo, I'm not dead. So then you could have already gotten to where I just... Dude! I paid that guy before I even went live 20 bucks to not kill me, and he still killed me. I feel like they just forget. They kill so many people in that hallway there, they just forget about it. I even said, dude, like, character with the frickin' balls on his hand, white hair, just, that's all. That's all, and he fucking didn't remember. EasyTube, what's up? How's it going, dude? Level 1 DLC, let's go. I'm so excited for this run. It brings back a lot of nostalgia for me, because like level 1 as just a straight challenge, regardless of how good the fights are done, was like a turning point from PvP. So I used to do a lot of PvP, so that was like the thing that segued me into every other type of thing you could think of. It was like a gateway, I guess. And it was very hard back then too. I remember being on Ivory King level 1 for like 8 hours, man, after already having played the DLC many times. Favorite mod for this particular game would be Convergence at the moment. I'm a big fan of the overhauls that change a lot of stuff, where they kind of remakes the game, because I feel like Convergence was better than the original game was. But compared to the DLC though, I mean, we'll see how they factor the DLC into it. Because this by itself is better than the original game too, in my opinion. I know that might be a hot take, but it's true for me. Even just the designs of the areas are amazing, in my opinion. Cohesiveness could use some work, to be fair. How did he know that I was going that way? Come on. Someone must have paid him more. That's the only example that we can go off of. That might be the truth there. Mikola paid him with mind control. Do you ever fight Radon pre-nerf? No, actually, I haven't even seen a video of it yet. I was going to look it up. I'm pretty sure I was typing in the search bar last night, Radon pre-nerf, and then I got like caught up in something else and literally just, I didn't go back and check. But there was something that came up that took me away from it. I was literally going to watch a thing just to see what the difference was. I was curious. So, yeah, if anyone wants to send me a link of a video that has a good example of it, outlining it, I'd love to see the differences. And I'd love to actually even roll back the update and play it that way. I think it could help a lot with the tier list video after this is done. Once I've actually like gotten better at the DLC, to compare his original version and just be like, you know, I didn't get to see it originally, but here's the example of what I think with his mechanics. Oh, that was okay. I've never seen him go into that quickly. Crazy. Bale's track syncs up extremely well with the fight. His music was one of the ones next to the lion where when I walked in, I immediately noticed it. And there's so many other things that we played in this. The soundtrack didn't like stand out to me until way later. Bale was like immediate though. His is another one that I think is going to be up there for sure. I also really liked Radon's music too. And so I think Matir, Lion, Radon, and Bale. I think those are my top ones right now. Hey, that worked. I'll take it. Why not? Cool. Doing that again. Damn it. Mateer soundtrack slaps, as does the atmosphere. It's so cosmic sounding. They did a perfect job. It's like very similar to Bloodborne with the Celestial Emissaries and Ebrietas soundtrack, specifically Ebrietas. Like, there's so much Ebrietas inspiration in that fight that I swear to God they used that as a reference the whole time. Like, there's no way they didn't. It's the same thing, man. Like, it's better. It's just a better version of that to me. Obviously, the storyline and all that's different. Of course, it's a different, like, species design, whatever, but it's so cool. It's like a way better version of that to me. I think the arena's not as cool, but yeah, like the tier is pretty awesome. Just a little low on health though, a little bit easy. Oh, immediate. Need to go back and watch the first playthrough of the DLC Engineer. If you want to see like just a shorter version of it, there is an edited version of the DLC on the main channel, but the parts for the full playthrough are going up slowly on the second channel right now. I think part 1's live, it's about 11 hours, then we got about 2 or 3 more parts in total coming up. Don't know how to deal with the frost phase. The frost one is the same thing as everything else. You just have to get away when he makes the AoEs pop up around him with the delay. There's a part where I think he makes like a few different explosions of ice in one attack. But like it's pretty much almost the same thing the whole time. That's the only thing that bothers me here with this. So backflip, jump, don't do the charge. Did you get the putrescent Night Orphan of Kos reference too? He seemed kind of similar to something, but I couldn't put my finger on it though. I guess I didn't get that. Using level 1 fist? No, the weapon is fully upgraded. Got Shadow Blessing level 9, 25 on the balls. The infusion is just heavy with Craigblade, so I think I'd be better off with like Frost, but I don't have the stuff for it yet. And I wanted to just focus on like progressing today on this. So like I said, like one of the streams when we do this, I will go and beat the base game to get more things if I need to, but if not, then we'll just cruise through with this stuff. I probably will want the Starfist for Radon for the bleed and the Frost. That attack is so wild close up, dude. It's exactly the same as Ludwig's, but like worse. Do I meditate? Sorry if prying. You guys can ask any questions you want as long as it's like TOS friendly. I mean, I might not answer certain things if it's like a super weird question, but I don't actively, like I don't do focus meditation as of like recently, I would say. I've gone on and off with like focused meditation sessions. I do passive meditation, if that makes sense. So like I'll still like be doing some like affirmations and breathing during other activities. But I used to do focus for like up to an hour, 2 30-minute sessions a day, one 1-hour session, and then like it kind of boiled down to getting the same benefits within 15 to 20 minutes. When I went back to it recently, I was able to get to the same state roughly. So it comes back and it goes sometimes. I think it's a good thing for sure to make time for it. But there's definitely some benefits with the breathing aspect and the focus, and again the affirming certain states of mind that you can kind of get through other things too. Oh my god. He was going for a little jog there. That was crazy. Why did he do that? Oh boy. Thanks for the answer. No worries, no worries. Are you someone that participates? Like, do you have a particular routine for meditation? He has a cleaver and is whitish. There's nothing else in common. For Putrescent, what was the reference that was claiming he was related? Was it just like the way that the weapon worked or something? Because technically, like I definitely got Koss vibes from Matir for sure. Like as if she would be similar to Koss, kind of like by again even birthing like the smaller finger dudes. Maybe that's a missed opportunity for like a double fight where she could have just ejected like a orphan type dude. That'd be cool. Seemed like someone who would have given it a thought. Oh yeah, I've done quite a bit of it before. Like I was pretty heavy into it. There was a period in time where again multiple times a day, at least. And also I have like, so Mastering the Pranayama is a really good book to read if you want to have good instruction on how to properly meditate. And all the breath schemes from like beginner to advanced, all the poses, the different things. But I think it works better in combination with other knowledge too, for sure. So like understanding that you can get flow and passive states that are kind of, like they're not maybe just as beneficial as just being focused on meditation, but like you can get some passive meditation or meditative benefits. When you understand that, then it can become more beneficial. But yeah, I read basically most of the pranayama, but like I only applied probably half the book because like there's 2 sections and the advanced section is pretty extreme in my opinion. It would probably take a while to get to as well, but I still have it though, so maybe I'll go back to that at some point. I think you have to go left. Oh, yeah. You want to play games for a living, but you don't want to interact with social media? I'll be honest, Dip. Do it. Just don't interact with social media. Unless you're saying you don't want to put things on social media. In that case, if you don't want to be a producer, then technically there's no way to do that. You have to make stuff, right? You can make stuff and not consume much, for sure. And I think you actually have to at a certain point because there's no time to consume much compared to if you were just someone that, you know, had like a set structured schedule, like you couldn't technically work overtime if you didn't want to. Or, you know, put in extra hours even if you're doing something part-time. They wouldn't let you just choose extra hours, like you'd be given the hours by an employer. It's a little bit different, right? But yeah, I think you can definitely manage that. There's tons of people I know that they produce content, but they don't consume much of it. It's very rare for me. Like I always adore anyone that is able to pull that off because it is hard to get into that. I think that you need to already have been slowing down on consumption before you even start doing that kind of stuff if you really want to have a easy time. But yeah, the trick with that is just if you don't have enough time to do it or there's too many other things that are more important to you, then you just won't do it. So it's just like, you know, a news feed in general, if you're not using it to study your competition or like understand like the field of the like the playing field, I feel like you have to think of that as, okay, now I can take this as an educational opportunity to learn a different subject. I can entertain myself, or I could try to look for something that I don't know what I'm looking for and let the like the short-based, heavily funded psychological experiment of the newsfeed stuff on things like Facebook or Instagram, whatever, like just captivate you enough to make you think you're looking for something that you're not even looking for. And that's when there's a lot of time wasted. But if you actually have intention with even how you structure what you consume, you literally could make a nice little structure out of that, or a nice little plan for sure. Yeah, if you're in the phase of like keeping up with what people do and stuff like that, like you're interested in that, that's a hard thing to get over, because I can't help you with that. I haven't had Facebook since I was probably like 16, 17 or something like that. So I also didn't even really use it for the newsfeed as much. It was more so just to talk to people that were friends. But yeah, like I can't say I ever caught on to like the doom scrolling really, like full on, like it is for some people. So that made it a little bit easier for me. Oh boy. Ever backstep as part of gameplay style? Typically backsteps are good to measure like predetermined amounts of space. So like the character always backsteps the same amount of feet. So in a run where I have to do some sort of trick or like stand in a very particular spot, I'll use a backstep to measure distance. But I wouldn't use it as like a combat action. Unless of course, like, let's say I was PvPing and there's an attack that I could throw somebody off with by backstepping, then delaying the backstep attack. Because there is like a buffer with those things. So like you could play mind games with somebody by doing a backstep attack in PvP at different rates of delay. Even that's not necessarily optimal though, because as soon as they see you do that, they'll just wait anyways. But on a low level of PvP, I think you could use it. Whoa, he was in the air right there. That was weird. He was like mid-air while trying to dig in the ground. Weird.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended.
I knew he was going to do it this time.
So the world might be mended.
I know you said you don't answer really weird questions, but do you ever imagine yourself fighting from software bosses? Do you?
Cool. Ah, that would have been great if he continued that. So I'm not going to recast Flame Gramming Strength. I'm just going to wait. Could have probably punished that one too. Like, we just have to be very careful with reading the magic that's going on with that. And also not panic rolling out of the perimeter with the AoE, because like it still has a delay to it, so I don't want to go early on that at all. Yeah, so this is the thing with the Frost that's the hard part, the Stomp. The Stomp has a pretty large area. The only other thing is just paying attention to how the normal attacks changed, and you're pretty good for the Frost. So there's a question about that. I think it's just being used to the Stomp. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, because now we can't technically win. I have to redo it, but I'm going to just get some practice, though. See how long we can hang in here for. So yeah, the only thing I can even really take partial damage for that's problematic is the Frost, which is kind of funny. We were just talking about that. That one's a pretty big one. I haven't actually gotten hit by that for a long time. I wonder what you have to do to be sloppy with that. Like if I'm very close, will it just be already inside the character's hitbox? Is that stomp? Get the hell away. You just want to kind of be 10 feet away diagonally in any direction, not completely left or right, and you seem to be fine on that. Cool. Can't see. Oh, yeah, that was rough. All right, I'm gonna go to the washroom. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. Also gonna get some more water too. Here, I'll put on the BRB text. This is the perfect time to mention that if you haven't checked out the other channels that are linked in the socials command, you could possibly do that. Bro sounds like AI. All right, I'll be right back. Ooh. Sucked at Ebrietis and used the Hunter's Bone, Ralph. You know, it's actually funny. I never found the Hunter's Bone easier. I always found it way harder to use. Kind of like the Manus charm. Like reflect the magic in Manus. Always found it harder. Streamer still has the BRB on the screen. Favorite Elden Ring DLC OST? You know what, actually, you're gonna have to wait screen for me to decide on that. I'm making a video for that right now. So stay tuned. It'll be most likely on the channel, the main channel for the YouTube before even this is done. Like even if I completed this, I think that video will go up first. So pretty damn soon you will see that. I'm gonna do a little bit of like a breakdown on every single soundtrack that is good in the game. Covering mainly just the remembrances plus Bale, I would say, is a pretty good list of things, and that's going to also include like the main game, as well as this. So hard surviving in a corner. This dude. Not listening to music for a month and then listening to your favorite song can be pretty intense. Oh yeah, it's definitely, it's one of those things like, it's just the moving or the sliding scale of dopamine for different purposes, right? So like, for example, you could still make music sound better even listening to music every day by, you know, upregulating the sensitivity for your dopamine with other things too. So like, even a tree can look really nice all of a sudden if your dopamine's good. But yeah, like taking a break from the music and listening to it again, it does something special. And then you start to get all the stuff stuck in your head again. Is this run hitless or casual? This run is damageless boss fights, but everything else is whatever. You can die and everything like that, but the fights have to be done damageless to move on. That was really good timing. Yeah, see, like that's one of those ones where I would have had a double roll because like the way he's tracking me and where he put the previous AoE, it wasn't a good enough of a direction to space it. I was kind of like rotating back into it, just trying to pay attention to where he's moving. You have a dopamine deficiency? Yeah, I think that like the thing is, I think most people are actually walking around dopamine deficient in general, or like again you're overstimulated, so technically that's like just a crisis of like modern society by default, unless you actually are conscious of that, or you just accidentally don't like anything that would help you with the situation, right? Or like, sorry, would hurt the situation in that regard. So it's either accidental Maybe again, like very old generation that just has not adapted to modern world on purpose, or you understand how that works. And it makes sense in some ways too, because think of like how critical like people are nowadays about every single detail of like, oh, this wasn't that good, this pretty garbage, like. And I don't even mean things are actually bad, but like think of a game, for example. It's like the game actually achieved its goal. It did pretty good. There's nothing it didn't do that they like everything they said it did basically. And it's just not good enough based on subjectivity, but that subjectivity might be affected even by just the abundance of choices you have and how overstimulated it would be to, or how overstimulating it is to like, you know, try to choose between every game, and the fact that you're probably playing a lot of them, right? Wee. Oh, dude, what? Oh, so close, it just grabbed me early. Nice. What's my favorite boss, Serenade? My favorite boss in this game so far, with the way the DLC has gone, has been Radon. So it's the exact opposite of the situation that people were talking about. I don't think I've even seen anyone in chat say they're actually in the same boat, like they like Radon that much. People just say he's cool, or it's like the thing that ruined the DLC. I haven't seen anyone be like, yo, I actually think he's my favorite. Maybe I missed the comments for that. Okay, so Sigma likes him, that's good. How many people like Radon? A lot. Not trying to get any like fanboys of him together, but like legit I'm wondering, because I can see totally why you like people wouldn't like him. The same reasons that I enjoy it is why it would be hated by, you know, the people that don't want that difficulty or that type of way of executing difficulty, I guess, the way they designed the difficulty in it. Okay, let's try a rune arc on this one, see if this great rune will help us now. We have so many of them, I might as well. And if I run out, then that really shows how bad the struggle is on this. I don't think I'll run out for the whole playthrough. Part that regulates dopamine production just grew wrong. Gagu, yeah, that's like an actual thing that can happen too. There's a lot of different neurological wirings of typical neurology that have different levels of dopamine sensitivity too, based on like the predetermined structure of it, right? But there's things you can do to obviously change the situation for the better, right? Automate, what's going on, dude? You got anhedonia. What is anhedonia? Favorites are Mesmer, Bale, Rolana, and Midra. Putty Knight is an honorable mention. I'm gonna call him Putty Knight from now on. That's hilarious. That's so funny you mentioned that too. I was thinking of Silly Putty, the silver sparkly Silly Putty that comes in like an egg when you're a kid. That's exactly what he looks like. That's so cool that you mentioned that. I'm gonna go buy Silly Putty and make Putrid Knight out of him. Is that a double hit or no? Don't go phase 2. Ah, why'd he do it? I don't think he needed to. He was being rude there. He was going early. Wait your turn, dude. Come on. Oh, that actually tracked. Nice. Okay. I was a little bit too close for that one. I think it's because I was also sort of on the left as well. It seems like the hitbox spreads quicker towards you on the left with that one, even though the visual is pretty even. I haven't played the DLC, but you think he's a good fight? He got nerfed apparently, because people were crying. So they actually nerfed him based on other people's feedback, not even because they thought it was needed, they would have. You guys think they would have left it if no one complained? So Ahedonia is like you can't have joy, essentially. Okay, it's interesting. I've never heard of that before. Because like, what would quantify joy? Like, are we talking about a chemical cocktail in the brain that you will experience that generates like perceived states, and like those chemicals don't work to give you the state now, or is it just like a subjective thing, or like a varying range of things you could feel, or maybe not feel? That's the way to put it. Shouldn't have gone that direction. That's a good question. You wonder if they would have nerfed him without feedback. Yeah, because they've almost never made a boss that got nerfed, particularly in any of the other games. Like they've done nerfs on, or not nerfs. They nerfed stagger ability in DS3 across the board. That's about it. I don't think they changed any properties of a boss fight that was significant. Like legitimately, even the speed of an attack. Like that's pretty crazy. His nerf wasn't needed, honestly. You enjoyed the difficulty and it felt so good beating him. It only seems like there's only one extra attack that would have been more difficult, right? And how often does he even do that? It was just like the crossover attack with the blades, right? Or the scissor looking one? Forgot about that. There's way more. Oh, is there a lot of stuff they changed? Doing things you typically enjoy, you don't get the dopamine hit anymore, or it's extremely muted. Oh, I see. And you're saying that was from like substances that changed, like the way that it's regulated. Is that what it is? Gax Gigson, you checked out some of the drum covers. Real great stuff. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's actually funny. I was just trying to see exactly what I could go over for the music channel, and like essentially I'm trying to achieve this idea where I go back and I cover every song that I already did on guitar that's noteworthy on the drums simultaneously. Just edit it back into the original, right? So I'm really excited about those, but some of the stuff I was doing before, like even now too, it's like we're just getting started. There's so much more room to improve. It's crazy. I think the more aware I am of that, like it's actually scary how much more room there is to go, but I'm very excited for the next few things for sure. I don't know why I panic rolled that. That was weird. I think I assumed he was going to do the slash, and then my brain didn't catch up there. The nerf was needed for the general public enjoyment while not making him a cakewalk, as you can see by my run. It's still an ordeal for sure, yeah. But I like they're also in the territory now though where they've made a whole new tier of difficulty by making him, in my opinion. So therefore, like it's like, why don't you just go hardcore in that direction rather than trying to now pull back on what you did? Because like I don't see a problem with it being a little harder. It couldn't be much different. Like it's probably only like what 5% different when you think about it. With all the things that happen that you have to learn, it's like, is it really going to make a crazy difference if it was just always like that and you didn't know the difference? It sucks. The cross slash combo and light speed slash combo in phase 2 definitely needed fixing. Oh, like there was the one where he like teleports away. Is it that the startup for it was a lot shorter, for where he zooms away? Because that one actually does suck. Like if you don't have good placement on that, that thing does a lot of damage. I think it just is going to kill you regardless.
Let strength
In a
be
lot of cases.
granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Made it so tedious to reposition every
Soft's
time. That's a
really
good point,
back.
actually. Having to like permanently change the placement and stress out about that. I saw that alert. I can't read it because it's behind OBS. Give me 1 second. Whoever just resubbed. Oh, I got eaten. There we go. Perfect. Why are the new alerts not showing up? Damn. Recent events is slacking today. Not working. That's crazy. How does that not show up? Okay, I have the other alerts open, but then they're also not working in terms of my computer's not showing them on the screen. So I have to literally reopen the pop out on the dashboard again. Even the dashboard's hidden now too. It's not working. What? Wild. How is that even possible? This is why you guys, like, if you get multiple screens, they should all be the same resolution and preferably all the same thing, like the same product, because I swear to God, it's because of I have 3 different resolutions. Like my computer will hide windows that are actually available and I can't locate where they are. They're like off the screen, basically. So I have to, this one sucks because it has everything. It has all of the stuff on it that I need. Okay, I'm just gonna open up literally in like a Chrome window, like another one, just to do this. Just kind of a pain in the ass. Oh, there we go. Now it pops up when I click the thing and everything shrinks and moves around. Crazy. Oh, completed Dark Souls. Thank you for the tier 3 resub for 7 months. That's incredible. You definitely did not need to do tier 3. That's a lot. Thank you so much for doing that. Enjoy your very marginally, like extremely non-different emote that barely matters more than the other ones, or like the both of them. Sorry. I made a point of specifically not rewarding tier 2 and 3 much at all, just because I was like, you're crazy if you do that, so I'm not going to give you much more, but you still did it. Insane. All right. And then what else did I miss? Also, Professional, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back, dude. Nexus, thank you for the 4 months. If I didn't say thank you for that as well. And for using your Prime sub. And now we're going to go back to this. Dude, I need to beat this lion. What are we doing? What's going on here? Already got Blessing level 9. Should be able to do it. What's the tier 3 special emote? It's I think Squill, is it Squill A or Squill 2A or something like that? Same thing as like the 4-piece of the face, but it just has a red eyeball. And then tier 2 is like the one side, tier 3 is the other side. I was gonna go and like make some high quality emotes for them, but I'm like, I don't really want to incentivize people to sub tier 2 and 3. At that point, I would say, like, you're probably almost better off gifting somebody a sub that can't afford one, or that just like maybe it's just something nice you do for them at that, because like I'd rather more people be sub regularly than even like higher tier ones. But like if that individual really likes that, then I'm not going to argue with it, obviously. I thought it was always crazy though. Oh, you can kind of just make him miss you there. Oh, I'm gonna actually have a problem here in a second. Okay. And then I say that and something happened, dude. Can't even see what it is. It's okay, this is the one anyways, right? It's definitely the one. Why? Why can't I jump? Oh, that sucks. Completed, thank you. Or sorry, competed, not completed. Competed, thank you for gifting 5 subs, dude. You didn't have to do that. What the, did you change your name at some point, by the way, competed? Or is it been like that for a very long time? Do you ever watch people beat the boss, or do you just learn on your own? I've seen other people do runs before on other games. This I haven't been able to see a run of yet, other than when Gino did the end, like the last, I think it was like 3 minutes or something like that, of his most recent run. I think he was just killing the Rick Soldier of God. So it's not like I learned much, but there was that. And then I actually had to review a video for a client that I was helping with just the consulting stuff, with just growing their channel and everything. So I've seen some things that I wouldn't typically do on a fight for that particular run, but I don't think they've helped in this yet, because like I'm still just, you know, figuring out exactly what we need to do as we're going. But I'm really looking forward to looking at some of the world records in a full run that's like, you know, damageless or something like that, hitless, whatever. Because I have no idea what to expect, what that's like. I'm assuming it's like way easier than whatever we're going to be doing here in terms of like the methods. Because I saw a short video that someone put up that said that you could basically poison Radon, and then they showed him literally walking away, and then he just disappeared. Almost a year. Okay, so you've had it for a year. Why not the Starfist, Raji? So I'm actually going to be switching to that when I get them. I haven't completed the base game, though, so... this file was speedran by whoever made it to the DLC right away to help people basically play a bounty, which was just the DLC, I think at level 1 or something. Or some sort of speedrun challenge, I don't know. But yeah, I used it as someone that's not doing the bounty, and just to start off level 1 of the DLC. And so it's missing basically every melee weapon you can think of. It had the Glintstone Staff 25 for some reason, I don't know why. And it had a lot of talismans, but no weapons, no armor. And everything that it has is from the main game. So it'll probably take me an hour to an hour and a half to get the Starfist upgraded, and then have like all the other stuff in the main game completed from where it's at right now, at like minimum an hour and a half, I would say. But I will be doing that in the course of this playthrough if I feel like it's needed. I just don't know if the damage is that bad. It's pretty good so far. And that's with not even the amount of blessings we could have, so it's going to get easier technically relative to what we're on, right? Keep forgetting to use Craigblade. Travis Parker, what's up? How's it going, dude? We're making dinner. What are you making for dinner? Are you including us? 10% of beating pre-consort Radon at level 1 pre-nerf. Wait, what does PCR mean? Is that what you're referencing? Pre-consort Radon? You mean like the regular Radon? Stream really delayed, or is it just you? Actually, you know what's actually funny? It is. It's not delayed that much. It's 40 milliseconds, but I have extra delay on from Clone Hero. So I'll take that off. That's just desktop audio. Sorry about that, guys. I actually was going to make a note of doing that yesterday, but now it's 0 milliseconds. Cool. Oh, Promise Consort Radon. That's his full name. I forgot about that. Beat all bosses and uninstall. You uninstalled it? What? Minard, what's up? This run is pretty painful, so you send me your energy. I appreciate it. I don't know what it would take for me to feel pain on this DLC at this point, like, because I know it's not going to take as long as the first playthrough to do this one. I do expect some memes and stuff like that, but I think I'll probably start to feel the pain once we do something that's like a little bit sketchier than this. But I also think that like even just executing all this stuff will only be easier forever, and until I decide to do like something with like maybe like level 1 with no blessings or something like that. Be pretty wild. I guess a hitless version of that or a damageless version of that's something that people are likely to have already started or they're gonna try in the future. Again, I'm like so behind on exactly what people are even doing on this that I'm just making guesses. Interesting, okay. Didn't expect that. Ah, but it's that attack. When I do the jump. Lupine is doing level 1, 0. Wait, weapon level 0 Zweihander, so he's doing no upgrades on Zweihander, but he's still doing the blessings, right? Gonna fight the Death Blight Lion? I don't think that counts for a remembrance in this, does it? I'm mainly just doing all the remembrances in this run. That is the goal. Like, I could still save the character after we're done that portion, and I can go and do extra stuff, but in the actual upload for this, like when I upload all the stuff from it, and even the edit of it, just with the fights, it'll definitely be the remembrances. And then maybe like a couple things required to get there. It's totally different, you think so? For the line, really? That's good to hear, though. I'm excited about that, because I like this guy. I'll definitely have to give it a try. But I wouldn't say I'm gonna like need to include it in the run for the run to be complete. So you have time to get rid of that, but it's like, oh, it's gotta be so quick. You never have the patience for something like that, Jack? Level 1 weapon, yeah, that's... It's one of those things where I feel like if you get really good with the animations on it, and then you use everything in your being to offset the deficit of damage from the weapon level, then you could make it kind of like a slightly shittier level 1 playthrough with a weapon that's slow. Because Zweihander damage is going to be pretty good by default, regardless. It's a higher damage weapon, but it's very slow though, so... Yeah, I wonder how that looks, like what kind of attacks are used mostly. Or if there's other methods combined. Ah, it sucks. Okay, we'll get some practice. Why not? Because it's been a while since phase 2, so I'll just get a little bit of a warm-up on it. we make it there. We all have to do DS3 Archthrones when it comes out fully. Should be done in about 12 months, Silky. Did they resume the production of it? Because it got called off originally. And it sucks because like I made that video for it, and then yeah, I got confirmation that the guy that originally led the project mostly, like they and the other people on the team like separated. And I don't think anyone was carrying forward the idea at that time. I was really hoping that they'd pick it back up, though. I was even saying, like, if we needed to crowdfund it, it would be worth it, but I was told the budget had nothing to do with it at all. It was just, like, creative differences with people. That's weird to do the head shake right there. I don't know why you did that. Maybe I'm missing something. Slam? Okay. That's the one I was looking for. I was like, where's that at? It's so unfortunate that he walked up without actually attacking for the perfect amount of time, so that like if he did do that, like my placement would have to be completely different than how I normally do it. So we have to find an option for that works at that distance, if even. Damn. Ocelot, what's going on? I am actually. I'm on both, if you're asking me. Is this Shadow level 1 or only Rune level? It's only the Rune level that's level 1 at the moment. You want to get a good look at you first? That was ridiculous. Oh my god. Headbutt's punishable. Yeah, there's a lot of punishable things on this. I think that like most of the things I don't capitalize on a lot is because the speed of the next attack might get me before I can see it in a lot of cases, especially being really close, like that swipe. And even depending on what I punish with too, some of the timings of me attacking are overlapping a bit, unless I'm very careful. I need to get a stagger early too, so we can get this a bit quicker. Definitely would help. That was just greedy. It's exactly the same. Yeah, the name's the same on both platforms. Twitter and their Discord is... On Twitter and their Discord, you're up to date. They are working, but yeah, they lost a couple devs due to some of their buddies focusing on college stuff. Oh, okay, cool, cool. So Archstones will be made then. Interesting. Screen, have a good rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it may be for you. Don't get caught up by a lion in the streets. It might eat you. But you know what? If it's not this one, you might have a chance. There we go. One more double before we go in there. Perfect. That is the pace we want. Oh yeah, why did I go into that? Keep forgetting. Ice is just not engaging. So again, we'll redo this one, but let's see if we can get some good practice on phase 2. Survive for a bit. Maybe be able to attack him. Boy. Hot take, but Elden Ring was your least favorite Souls game. Though, to be fair, you get bored easy. And that was like, what, the 8th game in the series? This is the 7th if you don't count remakes. But yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, it depends on like what you like the older games for too. If you like it because it's more intricate and short and like a smaller, denser game, then for sure. But I think with this DLC though, they kind of just were like, well, even if you like that, we're gonna give you that times 100, but also still appeal to the people that like the original map too. Like it was like a really good way of encompassing all the preferences, I think, with how they designed the environment in this and the flow of it as well. Even just some of the themes too. It's really, really well done. Like obviously they could have had some things better, but dude, it's huge. So it's like, can you really even critique like that far, right? Well, what do we have to compare it to really? There's not a comparison that exists as far as I know. Like any comparison wouldn't really be the same criteria that they're trying to achieve. Man, this fight is really fun to play, though. It gets more fun the better you are, for sure. This is one of those ones that improves. 100%. Like, it reminds me a lot of Ludwig in that way. Like, this is almost just as enjoyable, if not better, than Ludwig. Hot take. That's the truth, though. Like, that's my opinion. Before you come after me. Oh, of course. Okay, here we go. I think that slam in is punishable too. Oh wait, that actually, oh. There's like an effect there that did something that I haven't seen yet, or at least I don't remember that. Interesting. All right, practice for the ice again. Nice. My level 1ing Ramiri? Yeah, we're doing level 1. Still allowing the Shadow Blessings, but level 1 for the DLC. Who's next on the list, Silky? I don't know. I actually have a lot of things open we could just go right to, but I'm not sure. I was thinking of doing something silly next, like Gaius maybe, to get the 5 blessings right after, but mainly because I just want to play. Like, I don't really care too much about hunting for more blessings for as long as I did yesterday. But if they're on the way and, you know, there's some we missed, then does it matter which one we do? I don't know. First boss in this run. This is the first one we're trying to kill, yeah. It's not the easiest in the run, so I don't think that we're going to be stuck on other stuff as long necessarily. There will be things that'll take longer and things that'll be shorter for sure. But I'm not sure where this stands in terms of difficulty for everything. Oh god. Lion's very rough level 1. If this is considered hard level 1, then I think we're good. Lion and Bale took you the longest, but you love the lion and you hate that dumbass dragon. Bale Phase 2 has like very low accessibility. That's the only thing that sucks. Like, you can't really stagger him unless you do something that I am not aware of, because the frequency that you have and the opportunities is just, it's like nothing. So I think for Bale, I'm gonna definitely have to try to DPS him past the transition point for the health, and then we just literally keep rebuffing whenever we can and get amazing at that intro sequence with the like his little fireball thing, whatever it is. Perfect. That's a really good start. Again, I'm close out of that one. It just seems to get me every time, even if I seem to almost escape it. Get farther away. Might have stated that incorrectly. What you think of that is the consoles need to be jailbroken and disconnected from the internet, which is a pain in the ass to do. If you try to beneficially just get 99 console pay. Bloodborne randomizer. Oh yeah. For the randomizer on Bloodborne, you need the jailbroken console. That's something that I'm still actually yet to do. That I'm gonna do. I'm gonna either get one or just jailbreak my own if it's possible. Whenever they have like the ability to on newer updates and not like an unupdated console, especially. But if that takes too long, then I'll probably just get one. Because I definitely need to do the 60 FPS on it, and I need to do the randomizer 100%. Need to jump on that one? Oh, I never thought about jumping for that. Yeah, I don't really use the jump as much as I should. Like, more so to get more damage on attacks. It's crazy how the phase transition could be like so different compared to that last one. Look how much more health he's got. That's just so wild, man. Where do you go? I need to be running more on that. I need to trust the running too. I don't trust like the movement without rolling on a lot of this stuff. Wearing long sleeves. Of course, I'm prepping for the ice, my nerd. Yeah, it's a little cold out today, actually. Definitely prepping for the ice. Anybody here like winter? I'm curious. Like, for anyone that gets snow especially. Or even, maybe you don't get snow, but it gets colder where you are. Like, do you like it? No, Lacko? No, that's a pretty common answer, I think. You hate it? So I really love winter. I love summer too, but like, I mean, I technically, I guess I like all the seasons, but I like winter a lot though. Probably more than I should. You like soccer, but it sucks. Dude, there's people over where I am that play in the winter. I've seen them play in rainstorms. I've seen them play in winter. They've like literally done things where I'm like, man, that's dedication. Would like it more if you had all-wheel drive. Yeah, that's fair too. I guess driving is a little bit different, but I think it depends on like what you can do that's exclusive to the snow too. Like if you can do some activities that are fun or like make experiences out of it. Winter can be a vibe, but sometimes it's a bit too much also. See, like when it's a bit too much though, like I enjoy that. Maybe I'm a psychopath. I don't know. I like when it's a blizzard and shit, and you have to like just do crazy hardcore stuff. Like it's just more fun. It's like that's like it's like Mother Nature caught you slacking. Let's go. Like, it's like you didn't think it was gonna get this bad. It's like, oh, it can get worse. I thought that was an instant stagger right there. I got really confused. Oh, wait, so you can jump on this attack that he does right here is what you guys were saying too, right? Over the smoke, you can literally just stand in front and jump. Ultima's not built for Colorado snow? Really? And Ultima should be pretty decent, like, unless like you have crazy hills and it just doesn't have the power, but like weight distribution wise and like the drivetrain, it should be good enough. Unless you got like insane hills. Can jump attack over the ice stomps too. Ooh. Okay, so when in doubt, if I need to dodge the stomp with the ice, I can just jump. I think I have like some sort of PTSD from jumping with Gaius because he had that one attack where it looks like you're supposed to jump, but apparently you just can't do anything. And you can make it not happen by just not being on Torrent, but like I have no idea how you evade it though. In general, couldn't find any single way to do it. I think that's the only attack in the game I haven't actually dodged for the DLC. At least out of the ones I've seen and I recognize. It sucks. You can jump the lightning after effects too. Ooh. You like doing donuts in the winter? Greatest. That's funny. Because what happened I think it was last winter. I remember I went to it was might have been a couple winters ago. I remember I was going to pick up like paint for paintball from one of the stores that sells them pretty cheap, and it's funny because like me and my friend were waiting for the store to open, and some guy that worked at the store decided to also show up early, and him and like his coworker were just doing donuts before work, and then they just walked in casually, like parked, and then I was like, that must be a fun morning, just ripping around, like doing donuts before you go into work. Like it was pretty fucking early, dude. I was like, that's hilarious. Earliest I've ever seen someone act up in a vehicle. I swear it was like 7 something in the morning or whatever. Like we were 45 minutes to an hour earlier than the store opened or something like that. It's so fun. Yeah, definitely 100% worth. It's actually worth doing also just for being preventative of accidents too, right? I think if someone doesn't know how to handle slides and slips and all that, you definitely are looking at problems unless you're very, very intuitive in the moment. So I would actually say it's probably recommended to go and do that on purpose. I keep wanting to jump it, but hey, you know what? We'll try the jump this next time right here. Oh man, but it's already phase 2. Do I do it? I guess I gotta roll with it. I gotta do it. I'm worried the jump's not gonna be timed well, and then I'm gonna just have to adjust that too. Can't move. He pushed me into it. Oh my god, what the hell's going on here? I kind of just went back to the default there. Sorry guys. I can't move. Oh. Okay, with the ice one though, we can always like run in and jump. Doesn't hurt. Thank God he switched up. Nice. I appreciate that. God damn it, why'd I go early? Do you go to Walmart and do circles around the light posts? Oh yeah, they have big parking lots usually. I have a funny story actually. I got stuck in a like a little, like it was actually this was like the best karma ever. So I was doing like some power slides and I got a little bit carried away. And I shouldn't have been out for as long as I was. I think it was like a 20-minute session or something. And then the people that were working overnight at the store, like the department store that I was near, like they were parked at like, you know, just in like this one little section. I had the whole thing. And then I'm fine. I'm getting out of there. Like I'm done and I'm leaving. And as I'm leaving, I choose to go out a way that I don't have enough clearance for. And it was just like really icy and I got stuck. Like leaving, like after everything was done. It was such a big slap in the face. I was like, man, we could have almost made it, and then that was a funny story of how I got out of there. But that was one of the just the funniest things. I wish I could have recorded the actual like case of it happening. Like so silly. It was like literally just the last second driving normally that fucked me over. We. Yeah, I think if I just sprint immediately and I'm on a blind angle or like a really weird situation, then it's the best bet. It seems like that's the only thing that'll clear the swipe attack. So the hitbox on it's not that far. Like rolling away almost is worse because if he tracks me, if he attacks after I do that, then it's gonna cover a lot more ground. Oh, wow. What a waste of damage there. Okay. Ah, so close to hitting him. Almost. Imagine actually hitting the target. Like, you can do that, guys. You can hit the boss. He has HP. It's crazy. Pretty insane. Oh, no. That's pretty good direction there. I don't know if that matters, really, the direction on that one. No follow-up. Oh, because he had to go and do this. Okay. Really sucks. Because I was still pretty quick as well. Why you want Bloodborne 2? You missed the dodge? Oh, like the quick step? Yeah. Liza P actually adopted that really well. As from mentioned their new projects, you would love Sekiro 2 or new IP more than anything. I don't think they've announced anything about it, no. I'm pretty sure they're working on stuff, they just haven't said much about it. Also, by the way, for anyone that, like, I'm reading the message up very late for, like, my whole entire screen updated with, like, a bunch of messages randomly, so I guess it was behind or something. Like 2 seconds ago. Like, I didn't expect the whole thing to change, but yeah, paid for a truck, how much? Tow truck? No, I didn't actually get a tow truck. I got myself out of there. I had someone help me push the car as well, but no, I didn't pay for a tow truck. That's the funnier part of the story is, like, there's a funny, like, memory from it of, like, some dude. And the funniest part is there's a lot of people that could have towed me that were around, that were witnessing, like, it happening. And there's a lot of plows and everything, and I swear to God, like, they wanted me to come and ask them, and they had a feeling I was going to come and ask them for help, but I didn't, and then something else happened that was pretty good. So I didn't actually get a tow for that one. And it was so close to home that it was kind of funny, too. It's like, literally everything goes well that you would expect to go wrong, and then the thing that you expect to go right doesn't go well, and then you're only 5 minutes from your house anyways. So it's like, getting a tow that far would be stupid. I'd say, like, next to that, like, the only other thing that is hilarious is I had a master clutch cylinder fail in the driveway. So it's like, if it failed, like, while I was operating the vehicle, that'd be a lot worse. It failed literally the second I pulled in the driveway one day on one of the vehicles. It's pretty cool. It's like, okay, thank God that happened now, not earlier. It's perfect timing. Like how you compare him to Ludwig, you never noticed, but now you can't unsee it. I have like this very particular suspicion that they inspired. They were inspired by Ludwig for this guy, and they're inspired by Ebrietas for Matir. Maybe even more bosses too. I don't know. But yeah, there's definitely Bloodborne inspiration in this DLC. Wind phase actually cuts down on the follow-ups. Oh, really? Okay, so that's why when he was doing the dig attack out of the ground, he didn't follow it up, or one of the dives or whatever?
Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay, let's jump. Oh, he jumped it. I rolled back into it. Whoa, I can't see. What's going on? Really good. Very good. Can't see. Can't see anything. Spooky. It's funny they chose the wind phase to cut down on follow-ups out of anything. I wonder why. Very dangerous. Okay, no stompy. I don't know why I didn't want to punish that. Just ice phase to me, I don't know why. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna run in and just get frostbite for no reason. Yeah, even on that one, it's got the delay. I think that is like the most ridiculous phase for sure. Like even that too. Yeah, that's dangerous, man. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna hit him during this. I don't think. It's like what is super safe? I don't know. Crazy. Crazy. Do you see the SpaceX rocket catch itself on the launch tower after falling from space a few days ago? I didn't know. I don't watch a lot of the SpaceX stuff. That's pretty interesting though. It caught itself on a launch tower. Interesting. Like it saved it? Sounds crazy. Bloodborne boss quality was saved by the DLC, to be honest. That's why you consider it the best DLC, because it completed this game. It's interesting because like I felt like the game was super complete, but you're right though, it does definitely, it adds something to it that like it takes it to another level, which I'm glad they didn't just go with the same level of intensity of the, you know, the best of the main game. They actually upped it a little bit, and I was just worried that they were going to try to cater to people that wanted it to be easier. The stomps are pretty safe if you jump them, but nothing else. Wow, that's crazy. Bleezy, what's up? How's it going, dude? It's the secret circle, not inner circle. Ah, I got you. DLC is so difficult. I love how difficult it is. Like I'm okay with even more difficulty than this, but there'll be a day where I probably get to doing a run and I'm just like, you know what? They could have just made it a bit easier for the sake of this 0 damage run. I haven't gotten to that point yet, but like I want to keep seeing it increase until that point. Is the goal. Oh, see, no stamina. I think that having something for stamina at this point is probably going to be more useful. I'm going to revise the talismans because I'm not utilizing anything for defense, and I don't think the 4th slot I have is doing anything. Yeah, it's mainly just to cast Flame Grant Me Strength, so like literally so many other things we could do. Like this one, yeah, that'd be a really good one. And then for the Physic Flask, I guess we're trying to get a lot of stagger too. So basically every time I cast the Flame Grant Me Strength, I just have to switch on this. But then I get more stamina. I forget what the second talisman was, damn it. Oh, it was a Ritual Sword, right? Damn it. Okay, also make sure you have the talisman ready to switch back. It's a good pro tip there. Nice. Do you have the 2 turtle talisman? I don't have the 2 turtle one, no. Is Buckler worth it in level 1 runs for stance breaks, or is Iron Balls the way to go? Ostrava, Buckler? Oh, you mean like doing parries? It's up to you. I mean, parries to me are not necessarily easier. It just depends on what you put more time into. I would try both. Like try everything you can on level 1 if it's something you're curious about, and then you'll pretty quickly realize once you actually execute whatever amount of parries you need to get the critical, if it's worth it. Because some of the bosses obviously take 3. Others take 1 or 2 or whatever, so it's like it's really all over the place when it comes to, you know, should you use like a buckler in general. And obviously for blocking, it would probably get you killed very fast. But yeah, I used it against Millennia, and I think that was way harder than just killing her straight up, by quite a big margin actually. But because I just decided to start off doing it that way, it didn't really phase me too much. I think we spent 20+ hours on it though, just because of the parries. Wait, where's my damage getting cut from? Oh, wait. I was gonna say, when I took off the thing, did it... Am I missing something? I'm trying to think of like what... Oh, I guess the Great Rune would already handle all this stuff anyways. I don't even need to switch the talisman. I just need to Rune Arc. And then that also handles the stamina too, so then at that point we can do consecutive attacks, counterattacks even. Critical attacks would be interesting. There's got to be something that's better. Power with successive attacks wouldn't work. I think it's gonna have to be the crit one. Oh wait, we could do blue. Why am I not using Blue Dancer Charm? Oh my god. Someone please call the cops. That's crazy. Ostrava, no worries. Hopefully that helps you. Very tough to be consistent. I agree on that. Yeah, this one's it's tough to continuously perform, even just like running away from him when he's in the corner and everything. Like even just surviving is tricky. Phase 1's not bad now, but yeah, the second part is scary for certain reasons. It's almost like there's an attack that happens on each one, across the board that like has a completely different rule to it depending on what element that it's represented with. So like, you know, some of the attacks on the lightning you just cannot even punish in general because the way that the lightning works, whereas normally you could, and then on other stuff like the wind would be fine. But then the wind, like you guys said, had less follow-ups, and then projectiles that don't exist elsewhere. Which I would say that's the easiest one out of all of them. The fact it's just projectiles, it's not too bad. Super lucky I survived that. Got a little greedy there with stamina. I don't know why I ran away on that. Crazy. Gonna no hit the full game plus DLC anytime soon, Jackson. So I'm not interested in doing hitless runs really. Like damageless is definitely way more appealing, and I don't know if it's gonna be the full game, but I definitely will do the DLC with damageless at some point. Like the goal is to just get the fights done in this run as practice for that, even with the leveled character. But yeah, there'll be definitely some cool runs for sure. I just can't say if it'll be everything. And hitless is just debatable. It depends on if it makes more sense, maybe, depending on the character or like the conditions of it. Hey Tommy, what's up, dude? Don't forget the two-handed talisman. Oh wait, do I have that and I'm not using it? Again, I'm catching up with what's on this save file because I didn't even make this character originally. Like I just started off from DLC with some of those items I was talking about to make it a way smoother process to set up. But I think this character has all the talismans you want to use on level 1, so it must have that one too. I don't know why I rolled early. It sucks. Okay, we're gonna just use this to test some stuff in the phase 2 with the frostbite. I need to learn how to jump punish that attack. Whee! You can jump this too every time just to get it going that way. See. Jeez. I think you can punish that one pretty easily. That one I gotta be careful though. And then again, he can just go instantly with these attacks. Oh, also, again, Sir Jackson, the first, I said I was going to read your sub. I am so sorry, dude. Again, it's a normal thing for me to be slow with catching up alerts these days because I just haven't streamed for as long as, you know, I consistently used to. So, like, I have to keep getting used to it again. Yeah, thank you for the brand new sub, Jackson. And then also, Hayokujin, thank you for the raid, dude. How have you been? I haven't talked to you forever. How have you been, dude? And also, what do you think about the DLC? I didn't get to ask a lot of people that, but I'm curious. Any type of paired weapons like Radon swords don't work. For two-handed. And the two-handed talisman doesn't work on the balls, is what you guys are saying. That's a confirmation. Also, Butcher, what's up? I forgot to say hi to you as well. What's up? Using this new chat to merge them together, it's amazing, but it's also, I think it's a little slow on updating in certain cases, so I just like had so much stuff to have to catch up on that I think I forgot a few things. Like it literally just spammed a whole page. I've never seen that before. Almost like the internet does. I wonder if we'll ever get the connection on it perfect, because the fact that it takes a little bit to sync the YouTube chat is the only downside right now. Oh, I'm dead. Trying to no-hit Consort Radon with Great Katana. It's really hard. You haven't beat him yet? Best of luck. That's probably going to be where I'm at soon enough. Love the theme song, shorties. I was talking about it. I was saying the music from this fight is amazing. Also, by the way, for anyone that is coming from Hayokujin's stream, welcome. I do kind of similar things to what he does from what I understand. Yes, so you're doing Consort Radon hitless right now. That's crazy. Do you have any plans to do like a full run? And also anyone from my stream, if you haven't followed Hayokujin before, awesome dude, super nice. I mean, he said some things like that. I actually made a video about him. There's a video on the main channel. If you can find it, then that's amazing. But if you know, you know. This is a really cool video. But yeah, he does a lot of this kind of stuff too. Definitely check him out. Oh boy. Would I parry Radon? I would definitely learn how to parry him eventually. I tried to the first time though. On the original character that I went through the DLC with. It didn't happen once. I think I went for at least like 10 of them or something. I don't know. It was long enough for me to be like, okay, I don't know if this is gonna work. Like it's gonna take a little bit for it to click with me. Oh, goddamn. Consort Radon fight is the upper limit of difficulty in a video game that you can still find super fun. Rug, I agree with that, yeah. There's not really many games I've played in general that exist that are harder or have harder parts in it than him, straight up. Especially like, even if you factor in indie games, because I know mainstream games, they're not really that hard compared to like the stuff that, you know, people won't buy, but that people still make games of. So you find a lot of indie games that are like ridiculous, or they literally are just like basically disrespecting you, right? And just being trolly. It's not even a skill thing sometimes. It's just like they just want to screw with you the first time you play a game. But he's the closest to that kind of difficulty that I've ever seen. At least if you're not doing some sort of like glitch or whatever on it. Oh god. Got to redo that one. Oh, you watched me fighting him on my first playthrough? Did you say hi in chat during that time? I feel like I didn't see you. Also, I apologize for anybody that's here that's just coming in that is wondering if I'm okay or not. I don't. I'm very tired right now. I've only slept like 3.5 hours, maybe something like that, maybe 4. So for me, that's bad. I don't run well on low sleep, but we're still doing this. I'm very committed to it. If I'm a bit sloppy on certain things, or even again reading stuff is different, that is the major factor right now. So definitely will not be the case tomorrow, but for now we're dealing with that. Wait, why did he do like a cartwheel? What was going on there? Oh, this is weird. What a disaster for the beginning. It's wild the hitbox actually got me on that angle, dude. It seems like if you hit him in general and he's point blank, now I just have to stand to the left of his head. Because the right, it seems to catch you later anyways, no matter what, so. Wow. So Tommy, I don't have the game completed on this character, actually. The only thing from the main map was Radon and Moog, that's it, just to get to the DLC. I actually got this file from someone else, so if I had set it up, I probably would have went for the Starfist too, and I will get them. For now, though, it's much easier just using this because that's all we got. And it'd be like an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours to go and get them. Well, see, why is he doing that now? He didn't do that before. What the hell? That was almost unfortunate. Crazy. The bites are a very frequent action from the line up close. Bite and lunge are top two. Apparently. It'd be nice to no-hit the entire DLC. It's really hard though. Hyokujin. So like have not a lot of people done it? Because I haven't really seen much of anything. I know that Gino was on a run with everything in the game, I think. And I saw the end of that because people were telling me to check it out, but I have no clue what's going on with like who's done what, who's trying certain things, what the opinion is. Bob hasn't done it. Is he like actively trying to since it came out though, or is he doing something else? Because I feel like there's oh, he's been trying it actively. Interesting. Okay, and he's just trying to do the DLC by itself. Oh god. Two-handed talisman does not work on paired weapons like Iron Fist can confirm. Damn. DLC only with leveling, no hit, and he's been doing it since it came out like every day for like months. All Remembrance of the DLC Hub did the DLC any percent. Okay, so like just so it's 10 fights, 10 fight DLC run. Hitless. But like, so I guess he moved on to that after getting any percent. So he hasn't been doing it like since technically release, but after he got any percent. I'm surprised by that. Like that's interesting. Like not even in his regard, but I heard that like there's quite a few people that were you know, finding it harder than normal. So that's interesting that the runs haven't been done as often. I assumed that like everything that I even thought of doing was already done like probably within like the first month, and that like everyone that does runs already got at least one minimum and was going for like their biggest thing at the moment. That 2,500 on the double hit, that's wild. I need that again. I don't know if we're gonna get a stagger now. That took a little bit of time there. I don't know why I strafed. Interesting. But we get practice on the other phase anyways. What placement is that? To be fair, Hob isn't stacking 100 buffs to speed through bosses. He's fighting straight up, which is cool to watch. Oh, okay, cool, cool. So he doesn't like to do like the big setup. That's kind of similar to how I like to play it too. Like even if there's a lot of the advantages to just doing crazy setup, I think it's cool to get a run like that. But if I'm gonna pick how most of the runs go, I want to do them pretty hardcore for sure. Yeah, the damage on the double hit was nuts with all the buffs running. I didn't know I could get up to 2,500 there. I guess with the rune active, that's part of the bonus, but I should be only going for those the whole time, because if they hit, then, you know, I'm way farther ahead than just a charge attack. Like, unless, of course, there's only an opportunity for the charge. Oh, wow, okay. Level 1, 0, plus 0, no blessing as a threat, but man, do the NPC bosses suck. That's the only thing in this entire run that I thought about for more than, like, a minute was, what is Leda like? And then people were saying that you could actually have even more NPCs in the fight than what I did on the first playthrough. So you could have like more in the fight, and I think you could have one other person that I didn't see. It was like a good, like 5 people in the fight or more, or something like that. What is stranded no hit? What does that mean? Like region locked? That's way better. Oh my god, that's so good, dude. It's excellent. So wild that all overlaps. Come on. Crazy. Okay, I just want to get the stomp on the, or the jump on the stomp. Here we go. Yeah, okay, that works. Definitely. It seems like you want to start from an area, though, that he's not doing it on. That is such a crazy level of effect there. You got to get really far away on that attack. I didn't even realize. Dead. Weird. Weirdly not dead. There we go. Ooh, Turco, how are you doing, dude? I'm doing good, man. I'm trying to kill Lion level 1 on sub 4 hours of sleep at the moment. Definitely doing okay though. Not too bad. Sanso Shield worked until it didn't. That was funny because like I just realized something that we haven't even really considered yet. Like that big AoE at the end of his attack where he like spins in the air a lot. I have no idea how you can escape that unless you have like a straight stretch to run for a while. Like what if you're in a part where you eventually hit a wall, but there'd still normally be space. Like I'm wondering if you can even do anything there. You have to like jump, I guess. It's weird. It's like this one with the frost is rough. Oh, that was just pre-rolling there. This boss looks awesome, but phase 2 is a bit over the top. You felt that way for a few DLC bosses. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm looking for, though. You have to be mindful of where you are and try to never get cornered. Pretty much only solution. But like with how big he is and how he controls the arena, it actually is so hard to do that. Combined with the AoEs. Sub 4 hours is newborn strats. That's rough for sure. Don't babies sleep more than that in the totality of the day, though? Or you're talking about like if you're the parent and you had a newborn, right? Well, if you get like a really like loud baby though, or like one that's wild, then technically it could be like no hours. Heard some funny stories. And then there's like the people that get the kid that's like super chill and like they don't really like ever cause a problem. So people cheese that fight using Assassin's Gambit and Rot Pots or Radon? Or does that work for other things too? Very tough to manipulate the lion, for sure. Doing well, working as intended. I'm glad you're doing good, dude. You were saying you're getting married soon, Turco, right? Like when's the celebration for that or whatever ceremony? Unless you said you already did. I'm pretty sure you said you were going to soon. Ooh. In 1 month exactly. Congratulations, dude. You know what? I would definitely show up if I could be there and be closer, but you know what? Maybe we can record a clip and just you can play it. No, I'm joking. No, but yeah, congratulations, dude. How are you feeling about that? Curious. See, like this little cartwheel thing doesn't always happen. Makes no sense. Like at least to me, I have no idea. It's like, sure, I'll take that opportunity to screw you over by not giving you a rebuff. Nice. He lost where I was and then just faked me out right there. Wild. Why is it necessary to go that hard on the tarnished guy? Ugh. So this one, I think you can jump the last part of it and attack, right? Wow. You're more than invited. You'll do some fancy Taekwondo heel sweep clips in the suit. Definitely. Definitely, man. You have to cut the cake with a spin kick. If there is a cake that you're cutting. Definitely excited, but you're also looking at it from the perspective that every day thousands of people get married, so you're not thinking it's too special. Fair enough. I kind of just meant not from like a societal norm standpoint, but like your individual perception of it, because I feel like it's one of those things that people are gonna have different perspectives on, and also it is like a chapter that is like it's not just like a small slice of, you know, you do that, then it's like done. It's like you kind of have, it's like every single day after that is a different chapter then, right? So I'm glad you're excited though. What makes damages more appealing? I like perfectly playing the game, right? So if something can be perfect, then I want it. That's the idea. And I guess maybe because I kind of like started that whole thing, or at least like I wouldn't say like maybe started the idea of doing zero damage in general, but like that version of run versus hitless was more of like my thing. So I've just gotten used to like preferring it more, but it is more fun. It is definitely more satisfying. There's just certain games where becomes more tedious, and if you can
Alone.
get around the
Any
tedium,
interest speedrunning D's 3?
which isn't that big of a
Love
deal,
that game,
then
and you, of course.
it's worth it. Yeah, like some games, it's not that much more difficult. It's more so just the fact that if you can account for all these other factors that you would, you know, get hit by or whatever, or that the health would be affected by, why not include that too? And then it's even cooler when it comes to DS1 because you got the scripted death, and you can skip a scripted death even. That's amazing. The stuff that comes after that feels scary, but it's part of life, I guess. I think that just heavily relates to the looming nature of the future, regardless of what it actually applies to. And then, like, that kind of fear will just, like, it'll take hold of whatever vessel you give it, right? So if, like, the vehicle for it is you being married, like, that's definitely just gonna make you overthink it, but it's really not even that alone, it's just life, right? So you're definitely right. Get teach, my boy? You mean like the spirit summon things? Oh yeah, I don't like summoning the spirits, I'll be honest. Even if they were amazing, like if they're the coolest looking thing ever, I haven't enjoyed the spirit summons as like a tool really in the entire game. More so just some of them for like trying it to see what it does and like what it looks like. But for succeeding in a fight, there's very, very few fights I've ever tried the spirit summons. Why use the balls over other weapons? Right now it's all I have because I haven't played a lot of the base game on this file. This file was actually for a bounty. Like, I think it was a speedrun bounty or something like that, that someone was hosting, and then a friend of a friend passed it to me. And apparently it had all the good talismans for level 1, a lot of the consumables, and then just no weapons on it, unfortunately, that we could use for this. Other than there's a glintstone staff on it, and then we've just been picking up some stuff. I had to go get the balls yesterday. And we'll get the Starfist as soon as I make it through more of the base game, but I might be able to beat this without even getting the Starfist. We'll see. Like, not even just this guy, but the whole entire DLC. Even if it is a little harder. My damage is pretty damn good. I actually am happy with it. There's no way phase 2 that early. What? 3rd% health? Or third of health taken? Excuse me. Worried about the jump attacks now, thinking that maybe they'll take too long, but I should probably stick with it. I wonder if you could input read on. Oh, dude, how does that still work? That's weird. Okay. Do you know if you don't have a Great Rune slotted in your Rune Arc? Your Rune Arc will give you a bigger health pool if you don't have a rune slotted. So you can just increase your health without even having a rune, is what you're saying? Brex, what's up, dude? How's it going? It's obvious that overall bosses were not made to handle multiple enemies. Yeah, the split attention between them is programmed, like it's like based on just the, you know, basic way you would play the boss. It's not like they have different AI based on multiple enemies, really. And that does make it a bit trickier, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, to program separate behaviors only when multiple people are summoned would be wild. That'd be a lot of information for the game. How come I didn't get 2? Oh boy. But yeah, for me, like summons actually make things harder in a lot of cases too, because then I can't predict what's gonna happen. Whereas if like the enemy can only attack me, I'm pretty much able to anticipate anything, right? Especially with enough practice, like there's no reason you shouldn't be able to like make good predictions or know what's happening, whatever the case. The neck reacher weapon. You know what? Actually, the neck reacher with the sunflower would be amazing. And I still have the character saved, I'm pretty sure, so the appearance we could use. Like neck reacher invading and hitting people with the flower. I want to see that. It's a pretty rare bite attack from my point of view there. I feel like I never even see that one unless I'm beside him already. PvP Invader Arc incoming. I definitely will be doing some PvP in the DLC. Also, Joshua, it's going really well overall. I've been enjoying it. I can't say that the results on this guy have been outstanding yet. Like we definitely got pretty close, but not consistent enough on the second part. Otherwise, though, it's going really well in terms of enjoyment. But yeah, I do plan to take a character file that I already have backed up and turn it into a PvP character for the DLC. The problem is that the first playthrough character we used, we went over level 150, so I'd want to cap it at that. And the file that I have of that same character before we entered the DLC is 127, so it's perfect for it. Oh my god, why am I doing that? There have been balancing decisions with summons in mind, but you don't think it was balanced around it. Yeah, it's kind of like for PvP, like there is multiplayer, but you can't expect the connection to be crispy. Like it's going to be pretty bad a lot of the time. And even playing in the same region too, you can't expect it to be super accurate. Like you're going to hit people and then the hit's going to register a second later. You know, you're going to watch someone walk somewhere, they're going to like teleport back behind you again. Like the boss won't respond by, you know, any kind of attack you do because it's like lagging on your end versus the connection to the host. Like there's so many different problems. Not see there. I don't know why I waited so long there. I should just jump it the whole time. Is it worth it to buy the DS3 DLCs or not? 100%. Especially if they're on sale, but I think for the regular price, like what, 50 and 20 bucks a piece? Maybe even bundled for both of them, yeah. It's worth it. If you're gonna get one before the other one, definitely get the second one first if you want more for your money. Because it is bigger. It's twice as big as the other one, in my opinion. Doing Mesmer at minimum power at the moment, and you love that fight so much more now. Did you kill him quickly on the first playthrough? Mesmer was such a good fight. I actually am super excited to do him. We could go right to him right now if we wanted to. I think he's open. That's the nice part about having to get the fragments is like the map is now actually set up. Yo, whoa, that was a really quick swipe there. Yo, what the fuck, damn it. Okay, I'm dead. I'm going too early. Damn it. Also, Pate, dude, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. I'm so sorry I didn't read that right away when it popped up. That was 10 minutes ago. Hello, any interest in speedrunning DS3? So actually, ironically,
so the world might
yes,
be
but for a
mended.
different reason than you might think.
So the world might be mended.
And not only interest, but it's guaranteed I will.
Hell yeah, brother. Great
As long
to
as
see
I
ya.
can make it to there, you know, knock on wood, we'll make it. We're getting there. I just have to get a few other ideas out there first, and there will be a marathon of all the games for time, but I think I'm gonna use a hitless or a damageless route to actually play the game, and then just see if I can get pretty quick at that. And then in that same sense, maybe at some point if I do that kind of marathon over and over, like it will be pretty close to hitless or damageless or whatever in the future, and quick. So it's like the best of both. I'm not claiming I'm going to get the whole thing damageless or hitless as the goal. It's mainly just be as fast as you can with methods that are pretty consistent and not just like glitches that you get on a world record maybe. And yeah, go from there. And my goal is to just complete all 7, including Sekiro, in I'd say under 13 hours would be really impressive for that. And I might segment it to 2 days. I don't know. We'll see, because that's going to be a lot of streaming. But that's something I would like to do on the holidays, in the holiday season for sure. It's supposed to happen last year, and then we did other stuff, and then I don't think I even streamed that much around that time. Gongsho, thank you for the 32 months. Welcome back. How are you doing? 20 blessings now? No, I actually have 8 or 9. Sorry, I have 9 on this character. I'm glad I fooled you though. I made it look like I had 20. Because technically 9's okay. It's not too bad. I was gonna freaking bite after I didn't see him. He died way too fast. You were sad on the first playthrough? Really? You killed Mesmer that quickly? Gotta go to sleep, Turco. Thank you for hanging out a little bit before you have to go to bed, dude. And yeah, keep me updated on the event and how it goes and everything. Obviously, again, like I said, if it was easy for me to be there, I'd go. But very happy for you regardless. So yeah, with the shadow blessings that are remaining, there is fragments I could go grab that we have ran by in areas I'm not familiar with as much, but like I think I got most of the ones you can get in the open. People are saying you can get up to 14 though, like 14 levels, so that would be like 28 fragments or more. Unless it increases at a certain point, I can't remember if it does. That was wild. You can get 20 before even killing a boss, really. Crazy. Is Scooby-Doo Blessing level 1 unreasonable? It's not that like it's unreasonable. I just don't think it's a good use of time. If I'm gonna already be trying to do other runs that are bigger, like I want to make each thing I do a component of the next thing I do until I switch to an idea that you could do within 1 stream or 2 streams. So we will cut into this run in like a few days, probably into a randomizer or something. And I'll still have the file running. We'll still be going back to this, but I will break it up with other challenges and a bit of Silent Hill 2 as well. So like you could totally do, I could probably complete the no blessings just fine. It would just take longer, and there's a lot of stuff I want to do with the DLC. And I still don't have a lot of hours on Elden Ring overall compared to like a lot of the hardcore players. It's like nothing in comparison, so I have so much catching up even in the main game to do. It's weird the timing of that attack. It's so weird. It's basically like, oh, I'm winding up, but then when you think he still has like a little bit of wind, he's already lunged like before it looks like he's even done winding up on that. And I know the timing of it too. It's just like the visual, like looking at his head throws me off on that one for some reason. Especially on an angle where we're not facing directly. Like, oh, it's crazy. Lion does a sway. He bobs and weaves, dude. The Lion versus Mike Tyson. Let's see it. Forget Jake Paul, dude. Let's get the Lion versus Mike Tyson, please. Okay, no cartwheel this time. Nice. Whee! Oh my god, no, dude. That's the jump attack is dangerous for that reason right there. But I guess if I charge attack, it'd still be bad. Do you ever watch other people fight this boss in order to learn, Luke Hurt? I haven't done much of that yet because the only runs I've seen were Gino's run, which was like the last boss, the Soldier of Godric or whatever his name is. And that was because people told me to check out his stream while he was live because he's about to get it for the first time. And then I have somebody that I've done some consulting for YouTube channels and everything and tried to help people grow their stuff. And so one of the clients I had for that had a video of something from the DLC, and I saw a little like bits and pieces, like very small fragments of it. That was also after again that I already completed it. We were just going back to do some review on older projects. I can't. Oh, I think the only thing that I saw that I was like, oh, that's like actually pretty cool, is the triple jump on the moon for Rolana. Like I tried to do that and I got the first part of it, but I could never get the second jump because I was always thinking there's a delay. So that does stick in my mind right now. With this guy, I feel like I've just been getting my ass kicked. Like we're doing pretty good, but like it's like a choice now between do I do the double attack on the jump, and if I do, then how do I know when it's safe or not? Like I feel like there's so many opportunities I'm going for, and they're just barely possible. But I want to get a stagger in phase 2, if I can. Maybe it's not feasible. So yeah, long story short, I have actually not even watched gaming content, period, other than like the last little bit just to catch up on stuff now. So I got through Vadi's video of the lore of the DLC, which was really cool. I did watch the whole thing. It was amazing. And I'm slowly catching up with other stuff as we go. But the next thing to check out is what Radahn looked like before the patch, because we played him after he got nerfed. So I gotta see that. Ooh. That's scary. That was really lucky too. Scary and lucky. Don't go into phase 2. Damn it. 1, 2, 3. Get out of there. Get out of there. Roll back in. Jump attack with the double on the head. Get out. Go for that, actually. Yep, that's good. I like it. Get away. Mike would totally agree to fight a lion, probably. Can jump over the breath attacks, by the way. Yeah, you can, but like for me, because I've just gotten so used to doing it the other way, it's not even like I'm choosing to do it that way all the time consciously. It's muscle memory now, which is, I guess, not the worst because I'm not terrible at doing it by dodging. But you're right though, you can jump a lot of it. With the frost phase though, my question is like, can you jump the frost cloud without getting frostbite, or is it harder to jump? Is it the same thing? Because I swear to God I did it, and I can't remember for sure if it was safe, because that's like the only punish I can think of in that phase, and we definitely need way more punishes. I'm gonna do this well, or even, sorry, consistently would be the better word. We need the momentum. I feel like not jumping on that one actually saves me some time. It's kind of weird. Whoa, yo! What? Come on, that's rude. Body is slowing down on lore videos to allow other channels to flourish. What a guy. He still want his videos though? Really? He said that? That's crazy. He's slowing down on lore videos to let other people succeed. So did he say that he's aware that he has some sort of like a monopoly on lore or whatever? Because I was always under the impression, well, maybe there's other reasons he has too, but I was always under the impression that the more lore videos he makes, it makes it easier for other people to succeed with lore videos, right? I always understood it as the opposite, is that the more that someone else produces of that idea, it's actually just more recognized by the platform, so you have an easier chance of latching onto it too. I mean, hence the amount of people that do hitless now. Think about that, like that was only the 3 of us originally, right? Or even Hob before that, but like when it was only us 3 and then it multiplied many, many times very quickly, like that was the same example. It's like, you know, you have people that are definitely getting some good recognition even on streaming platforms. That sounded like a triple hit. Yeah, it was like. Brrr. I'm a conqueror. I'm vicious. My defense is impregnable. They told me I couldn't beat a lion, so I went inside the DLC with no shadow tree blessings. Didn't want the shadow tree bless. I can't even say that as Mike Tyson. Shadow tree. Shadow. Scadu. I think I say scadu instead because I can't say shadow. In Frost Phase, you can roll in on a lot of the attacks. So you definitely can if you have a delay, but the punish window is so slow, right? Or so quick. The time you have to get out of there for it's like immediate almost on some of them. I'm starting to realize too, if I do a jump attack, like it's only gonna double hit on the face, from what I understand now. It's like I really gotta make sure I hit him in the head. Side of the head counts too, but then you get that situation where you can immediately attack, so I gotta be careful with that too.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Filthy.
Trying to go for the jumps, but no luck there. Chieftain, thank you so much for the 46 months. Welcome back, dude. How are you doing? It's been a while. Ooh. Could have done that. It's a little spooky. Can't see anything. Kind of lucky as well. But like if you were sloppy on phase 1 attacks and we're just clearing them by spacing and not actually iframing everything perfectly, we're gonna get you on this one. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, I'll test my theory on the, not the stomp, but the breath. He does it. Again, we were talking about how like the stomp is punishable. It's a little tricky for me to figure out right now, though. can't see. Okay, that was really lucky, I think. Ooh. Ooh. Spooky. Oh, come on. Wait. I swear to God, he did that sooner out of the transition than normal. Unless, like, it was just, like, the quickest he can do it, and he finally did it immediately, and every other time was delayed. Like, that's wild, dude. It looked like in the same thing he was transitioning, he just had the thing in his hand, too. Wow. Okay, that was fast. Yeah. The punishes can be done faster by unlocking and free aiming the jump attacks as he completes the animations. Fair enough. That makes a lot of sense. So like just kind of directing the attack, DIing as the Smash Brothers say. The Smash Bromans. Smash Brethren. Oh boy. Oh my God. Also, Galaxy, I remember we were talking about this earlier and I was saying it'd probably take me an hour with what I know to do the fight now. I'm going to eat those words twice. I'm going to eat them as leftovers tomorrow too. Like that was pretty bad for saying that. We definitely learned a lot more. Like I think I'm better than if I completed the fight earlier, we wouldn't have learned as much. So it's worth it to go to this point, but it's very hard to be consistent on the part two. Like if this arena was twice as big as well, I think it'd be a completely different fight. You'd be able to just continuously run forever, right? So it'd be a cool one to do in like maybe Nameless's arena or just an actual abyss with all the space. Crazy. Oh man, gotta mix in some randos in between the streams because this run's gonna take longer than originally anticipated. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm gonna do a randomizer in the course of this for sure. There's a move where he does 3 chomps while spinning. You can roll in twice so you're behind him and you can hit him while he does the 3rd chomp. That sounds very involved right now. I think I know what you're talking about, but like I can't read what combo initiates every single follow-up yet perfectly. Like I know most of them, but I still am thrown off by like why he would continue to do certain attacks or even why he doesn't even do some of the close range attacks almost ever. It seems like some of them don't even happen. And then like 10 minutes later I see it. Do jumping heavies do more damage? With twin weapons you get double hits. That's the thing, right? So like boom, right there. The double hit is much better than a charge R2, and it has really good stagger too, so I think it works out to be almost the same value when it comes to even the stagger. Because I think it only took, what, 3 in a row really quickly, or 4 even, with the Physic Flask I got going. Yeah, if I do the jump attack early, like it doesn't get the double hit as easily. You do have to wait a bit, it seems. That's my only complaint here. Like if I rolled early on that, then just go back, boom, no double hit. Obviously the direction was kind of shitty there, but it's still seems a lot harder unless you wait that little bit of extra time, and that's what becomes dangerous, right? So like we could just try to kill him not even going for the double hit intentionally, and I just don't think about that anymore, and you know, do the best I can to survive. Yeah, that was actually like going early there screwed me over even more because I got stuck on his neck. So you almost have to be in between the early and the late time frame. Also, I'm sorry that like the Anotria thing popped up. That's not supposed to be on the bot anymore right now, at least. So pay no attention to that. I don't even know how it activated. Don't stop running. Keep running. Don't stop at all. For more double hits, you got used to gaming the range while being mostly in front of the boss. Interesting. Yeah, for me, it's like the actual hitbox doesn't connect a lot of the time. I try to do it. And like I thought originally like his body took double hits. I think part of it does, but just it really depends on how his character model is bending at the time or what he's recovering from or about to do. Because like, yeah, that's a mystery for me too. Like, can you even get body double hits? Or am I just imagining that? Did I remember it incorrectly? See, even jumping that is just not good versus rolling it, to me at least, because your position is so bad at it. Unless you like jump forward, but jumping forward can kill you if you go too early because the spray has a hitbox above where the ground is, where it's ejecting, right? So it's kind of like there's too many reasons for me on that attack why I think the jumping, unless there's something I'm missing with it that I'm just not thinking about, seems like it's a little bit riskier for time and placement. Don't count on the body double hits, is what you say? Like you wouldn't count them anyways? Lion's having the most annoying day of his life. Imagine this is just like his playtime. He's just getting cardio. I guess we're kind of doing a good thing for him at the same time. Seems like we're getting murdered brutally, and also that he's getting bullied a bit too sometimes, but it's actually the other way around. It's productive here. Because by the time you guys fight the Lion, the next new game cycle that you get through, or whatever playthrough you do, he's going to be like half the size because he ran around so much. He's also going to probably have like shin splints and like bad knees and shit. Dude, there's so many things that are going to happen. It's going to make it easier. We don't even need to wait for FromSoft to nerf the boss. We could just run around until he gets tired. Oh, I'd be so sick if I got the stagger on that one. I feel like it was going to give it to me. It seemed likely. This boss gave you the Mike Tyson punch out 8-second delay and walked at you for that long doing nothing. I think we had something very similar happen to that, if you didn't see it earlier too, where I'm like, why is he just walking up without doing anything? Oh man. That's actually, you know, you've just been playing a lot where like you're more scared of them not attacking and just continuously moving towards you.
Let strength
Especially
be
point blank,
granted
like that's
so
terrifying.
The world might be mended. So the world might
I'd rather
be mended.
face a game that's filled with like 1,000 bone wheels that have the attack that Radon does where there's the nuke, and they have like 20,000 HP each in every area, rather than get just like walked on by the boss that often. Like it's just, that's scary. I don't know what I just did there. I took the weapon off two-hand for a second. Weird. Nice. Who do you think is getting more calories in the bottom? The bottom or top? It looks like he has like a leg. How many legs does this thing have? I didn't even pay attention to that. Probably still the top one, because the top one's doing a lot of the magic, and I feel like magic takes a lot of energy. So I feel like the calories that a wizard eats, like we have to ask Gandalf for sure, but I swear to God, Harry Potter, Gandalf, frickin', you know, like David Blaine, like they all eat way more calories than normal. And it could be actually why, if you go to a magic show, like you just see them like looking like they're so hungry for success, like they're actually gonna eat somebody. It's probably because they don't eat like for weeks, and then they take a month or two to eat. That's it. Cyclical eating. Oh boy. 1, 2, 3. Double attack? Nope, not even close. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, that's how. Okay, that answers a lot of questions. Okay, now I have another question though. On the frost phase, when he does that attack, does he have frost status effect build up from being close if you were to roll through the first part of that airborne spiral thing? Because like that's how you get the tracking to just be shitty and miss you. So I guess we could definitely buy an opportunity to attack him after that. And stay farther away if we need to heal whatever. We could use it as like a way to control the space for any of the parts, I think. So that makes a lot more sense. I guess, yeah, in an emergency, just go forward on it. Okay, the frost doesn't hurt you. Point blank beast walk. This is really good. Huge fan of this one. Super big fan. Yes. Wild. Well, absolutely wild. We're just gonna practice a bit again on this one, I guess, but holy shit. Lightning, like, I thought I could get out of the area, apparently not. That's why running, it doesn't even work sometimes. I thought originally running would be a good idea, but it doesn't work if your angle is not headed towards the best direction ahead of time. He's gonna rotate you. Yeah, you can punish that one. I think, unless, like, again, his body has an effect. Okay, I gotta get better at this part, too. I think the lightning is sorted out pretty decently. Except for this part. And some of the frost. Jump that as well, nice. We actually got him even during the cartwheel. Nice. It's funny. Cartwheel was a silly one. It's crazy. Crazy extra attack. Okay. Again, we need to practice on this part. Much better. Still can punish this too. I probably shouldn't have rebuffed. I don't really want to kill him. I forgot. Yeah, he can. Dude, what? Wait. Is the end of the fight, guys? Wait. Oh, so in the end of the fight, he can do an attack from any type of element at the moment that he does it. It'll change, or is that just like part of or is that attack sequence just kind of like that? Like try element combo attack. Okay, it's a particular attack that does all three. I was like, what? Yeah, we haven't seen that one yet. Okay, we needed to die anyways. Like I said, I don't want to take damage, so it was a good practice one, but crazy. Punish the big towering slams in the lightning phase. Frost 2, but not if you're already close. Yeah, that's I think that caught onto that a little bit now, but it's weird. It's like really just based on how much hesitation you have before that, and it's like it's gonna be a lot more by default if you have all the magic going. It's really hard to like perceive it the exact same way. Even if it's like logically like, yeah, it's the same thing. Or again, similar, just less margin for error, right? Crazy. Spear into wind, dance into frost head stomp. Okay, so him throwing it immediately, then I know 100% there's a chance in part 2 that he's doing that attack and it's not just like a regular lightning thing, because like he rarely throws the lightning that quickly out of the transition. If he has to do it that way to start that combo, that's a good way of distinguishing it, I guess. Also, Taibda, I think that's how you say that, or Taibda. Thank you so much for the Prime sub and the 3 months. Welcome back. I'm so sorry I didn't read that right away. I really do appreciate that. Everyone that's been subbing, resubbing, thank you so much. Right. I think we're like basically like arch enemies, man. My character's eyes are... Oh, sorry, wait, no, I'm not even using the right character. The first playthrough character had the frenzied flame eyes, And he has like the icy blue eyes, so I feel like it's the showdown, dude. It's like Sith vs Jedi here. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is great. And the buffs are still running, so the double hit on this is juicy too. Ooh, crazy. How is it even possible? That was really lucky. That's a little buggy. Because, like, even if he did that attack, it looked like he canceled part of it or something happened because of his elevation on the stairs. Like, that was really weird. You guys can tell me, like, if that's not safe to punish ever, like, you can never actually get away with that 100%. I'm not going to do it anymore, but I was under the impression you could still technically manage that. So I don't know if it was just particularly the elevation that fucked up the attack cue for him. Like literally cut frames on it or distance or whatever, but that was super strange. That one's possible, but not as a reaction. Because it's different. That was like literally different than when he normally does that. Like I'm pretty sure something happened. Because you can react to it normally. Like at least in every other experience I've had, it seems very possible to. I'm just kind of bad at it. The stagger, nice. Ah, nice. Did 2.5k for some reason? Yeah, I wonder. Maybe sometimes I don't use all the buffs properly and I'm not even noticing that. Wait, do I finally have 98? No, sorry, never mind. I thought I was running out of rune arcs in the reserve. I'm like, we have not done 600 attempts. I didn't see what attack you punish with, but you were certainly frame trapped. That's what it seemed like, yeah. I was -1 or +1 on that one. Or I guess he was plus on block. It's the fighting game terminology there. Oh, come on. That punish counter. He got me with the 1 frame wake up jab legitimately. Like, the exact thing. Oh, I got the back for a double hit right there. Maybe it was kind of like his neck. Not bad. I thought I could get a double hit into this again. That'd be amazing. Here we go. I do it before the lightning. Knew he was gonna do it. Haha. Haha. Cool. Spooky. Spooky. Should have gone into the first bit of the attack. I played Tekken 8. You love that game so much. I actually have never played a legit Tekken game. The only one I played was like the PSP game. It's one of the Tekkens on PSP. I wouldn't count that as like a real one. I've been much more into Street Fighter, Marvel vs. Capcom, and Soul Calibur particularly. Also, Injustice, specifically the first one, I played quite a bit of. But I should try Tekken at some point. I just feel like it's such an insane learning curve that if I'm going to invest the time into a fighting game, like it probably would be Street Fighter for me. But Tekken definitely, it's like very cool to watch. I will say that. I've watched quite a few of the Evos for it. It's been very fun. Dude, he's picking me up. Have I even been able to do it? Blaze Blue? I remember I played Blaze Blue at one point. I think that was on PSP as well, right? And Guilty Gear? Guilty Gear is pretty fun. Don't even do it. Oh, he's going phase 2. I should have done the double. Ugh. Can't see. Oh. Soul Calibur 2 is amazing. I really enjoyed that one, but after playing Soul Calibur 1, I think I like Soul Calibur 1 better. It could just be because of like the Dreamcast and everything, because I do have it. I have the actual disc version. Some guy gave me a crazy good deal on it, so I got that. But yeah, 2 I remember I played the most out of any of them. And then I tried the Stream 6 quite a bit, and I remember I even did some collaborations on it and stuff like that. I streamed it, but like it didn't have the community support. Not that fighting games typically have a lot of support, but it's like it was so bad that even the world's best player on both platforms, he was the best player on console and PC simultaneously for many days on end, and like no one watched the guy. I was like, man, he's the best player. That's wild that like he has less viewers than other people just trying the game that like to play other stuff. Like I think he had like maybe a concurrency of like 50 viewers at the most sometimes, which is like, I would say that's not acceptable for being the best in the world, like on both platforms, or 2 out of like that, what, the 3 platforms it's on or something like that. Most popular fighting game? I think it is, at this point, if you want to count, I would say it's between, like Smash Bros is up there for sure. And then you got Street Fighter. And also, Tekken's pretty big too, though. Tekken's huge across the world, right? That's a hard one. I think those are the top, though. Like, I think Street Fighter, Tekken, Super Smash are the most notable. Not even close. We're talking about bracket play for Street Fighter 6. But like, what about like when they were like when 4 was popular? I guess the series I'm counting like all the games too. I'm not just counting whatever is the most meta. Like, we're not going to count Brawl for Smash, obviously, but it's included, because technically it is competitive. Or was. Maybe still is. Like as a whole, I think it might be Tekken. I don't know, but like it also doesn't have the same appeal as something like Smash, where you have a lot of casual people that like Smash that'll watch competitive play too. Whereas like I feel like if you're doing a different game like Tekken, Street Fighter, whatever, you almost kind of have to be good by default to even play it. It's not even like accessible, right? Or unless you want to just do random shit. But if you want to be intentional and actually like a strategy, you literally have to be good regardless. Just the level of how good it gets to is insane. But Smash is like high skill ceiling, very low skill floor. Missing out on King of Goblins? I've heard of that before. Sounds familiar. It's not as accessible to actually get good, yeah. And it's also the fact that you're entering the whole strafing or sidestepping aspect. If you're coming from 2D, it's like your chances of getting really dialed on 3D is a little bit less, obviously. So yeah, I've seen people have a really hard time converting, like being very, very good at those other games and converting into Tekken. I've seen them get destroyed quite a bit. So I'm very curious of what would happen if I played it. I might try it sometime on stream. Talking about KOF, King of Fighters. Is that the nickname for the community? They call it King of Goblins? Tekken 2 just looks like a huge series of knowledge checks and you're getting too old. Yeah, I had a conversation with my friend about that. He has a buddy that is pretty decent, like, you know, tournament ready for Street Fighter, and he has masters for his main. And then I think he got, like, my friend had a main that he was interested in, and he literally, this guy just got it to masters just because he started to get interested in it. And he wants to go to Evo and try to see if he can get out of pools and all that. But my friend, though, they got pretty damn good just from like hanging out with him for a little bit. The last time we had played beforehand, I was pretty decent against him, and then he actually beat the shit out of me last time. So we were talking about just like the logistics of time investment for it. And it's like you literally just have to pick one thing. You can't really balance
Let's
much with those kind of things.
So the world might be mended.
The grind is
So the
never ending.
world
Plus, you also
might
have to
be
have
mended.
access to people that are willing to actually even
Hey,
invest
still
in
hope
playing
you and
against
chat
you when it's
having
not
a
really a
nice
benefit
stream.
for them.
Got to go now.
And that's really
Just
hard to
wanted to
create.
leave my prime with you less than 3.
And like if you have a bad attitude about competition, you can't even like entice people to do it because you're just going to be like thinking you're so good. But really, you actually have to specifically target people that are way above your skill level. And the quicker you can get their access, the better. But it's like you might have to actually end up just paying people. Like a lot of the people I know that are really good at the fighting games, they did pay people either in cash or just like either they do money matches when they know they're going to lose forever until they're good, or they just actually pay them for lessons. Vamos, thank you for the 5 months. Have a nice stream. Got to go now. Just wanted to leave the Prime. Thank you for using the Prime. I appreciate that. That means a lot. I'm going to take the Prime. I'm going to shove it down the lion's throat, and then it will refund you for an extra sub. You'll just randomly receive $5, and then we'll die. We're going to use the power of the lion to transmute it into real dollars. You inserted the word goblins yourself. Okay, I see. So That's a really weird final attack there too. Unless we're getting out of range of it every time he's not doing it, and it doesn't queue. That's the only thing I can think of. And very few times we've seen that. Can't see. Cool. We have a visual. Too late. So I was trying to reverse that situation before he even did, like on the attack he did before that attack, I was already trying to reverse him and it still didn't work. the him being the focus while targeting, I think is kind of screwing it up. I probably should lock off a lot more phase 2. It's just like then the camera control is intense to even just see the cues, right? But we're gonna have to try that out because even with like a pre-planned method there, it didn't even matter. Like the whole time I was trying to do exactly what you needed to avoid that. And no chance of getting in the right spot. That extra sub would go straight again to you. It's hilarious. I appreciate that, Vanos. Also, how is the catacombs looking, Vanos? Like, are people still getting fire-infused weapons from you? Do you still sound like a dubstep sample? Okay, that looked like a double hit. Whoa. Whoa, okay. Can't see. All right. It's all good. It's all good. Chill. Here we go. Some of the camera adjustments, even while locked on, that the game's just doing on this, they look so funny. Like, I don't even know how this is happening. Some of these moments. I definitely underrated the lion though. Like I enjoyed it a lot. I've always enjoyed it since the first time, and I expected it to be fun, but I actually underrated it for sure with what I expected. Like I think just the movement level of it is wild. Everything else is fine, but the requirement for placement is pretty nutty. Oh, dude, I thought he was going up into the thing. I assumed that, though. And he did it right after, of course. I was close. I was close. Dynamic Blueberry, thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you for using your Prime here. I appreciate it. And thank you for enjoying some of this brutal beatdown that I'm getting at the moment. I really don't want to end without killing him. That's the thing. Like, I definitely need to eat soon. That is one factor that would affect us a little bit, but I need to know that he's dead. I can't enjoy food unless he's dead. Oh yeah, I forgot that was a dig without the gas. A thorn in your side. That would be more like the Erdtree avatar. Or the Shadow Tree avatar. You should have saved it for that one. I'm gonna reuse it though. I'm gonna reuse it at the best moment, especially when I die to the thorns. Can't enjoy food unless I've killed something. It sounds bad, but it's actually only in the context of this. Okay, I'll put it in a better way. Like, until he's deleted from my playthrough save file in terms of progression of the DLC, I can't eat. Unless I die, then obviously, yeah, then I ate some karma, right? But I think that I'll at least make it like maybe a week before that happens. I have some water too. I don't think I have enough water for a week. How much do you think this guy's? How much would this last us? If you had to guess. That's probably about 180 milliliters maybe, or something like that. Between that and 200 at the most. I'm thinking like 3 days, 30 minutes. Like, let's say that I'm not dehydrated at the beginning. I have a regular level of hydration. What's your opinion on this boss now? I love it. I actually like it even more, I think. I thought that it was a little bit easier. It's like the very, very specific details that make it tricky on this one. Yeah, I think I kind of just have more respect for it now. And also now it's making me rethink, like, so obviously you guys were saying that this one is pretty tricky, but like, if this is considered in like the top difficulty, then like how easy is the other stuff gonna be then? Because I thought this would be like significantly easier than some of the things coming up, but apparently it's the other way around. That was really weird. It's like an overhead with two hands. Bad jump direction. That was already happening. Mesmer was much easier to no-hit than this one. Really? Wow. I guess I got some stuff to look forward to then. If Mesmer's easier than this, wow, crazy. Like I could see Midra being easier than this for sure, because he's not that strong. Especially by the time we get there with the blessing level, I don't think that'll be a problem. Rolana, I don't see being as big of a problem, especially with parries. And then the the flower definitely is going to be a problem for sure, like to some extent. Gaius, it's kind of a 50-50. That's why I was thinking of trying him before we finish to see. Like, I think he might be okay, but his health might be pretty tanky. I think the stagger factor on him will make it a lot quicker. Attack again, please. Just keep doing something that I can go off of here. Ah, of course he's gonna do that. Of course. You cheese the shit out of Rolana and Matir. I feel like I kind of got a bit cheesy on Rolana too, with the Blasphemous play, because we did do a skip of phase 2 completely, or whatever the last part is. We did the moon skip for sure. Small but important update to YouTube Studio Mobile. Oh yeah? What is the update? Can you say it in chat? Flamingos, it's going good, dude. It's going good. How are you? Ooh. Weird jump after, okay. Interesting. I don't think this one's worth going for unless he bites. Just the grab. Ah, too early. A little sloppy on that. I'm gonna take a really quick break again, guys, for the bathroom. Give me 2 seconds. Literally 2 seconds. 1, 2. I'm already back. If you run at Bale during the windup, then quickly run left, you're okay for the flame breath when he jumps away from you. Really interesting. So you have to like run in a certain direction ahead of time, and then it kind of just tracks differently. So Narachi, what's going on? Do you still do diet plans? And if so, is there any other ways to reach you besides Instagram? You can reach me on any platform in general. So Twitter, well, not TikTok, because I don't actually have a TikTok app on my phone, so I can't log into it unless I get the person that runs it to give me access and all that. I don't even remember the password. So Instagram, Twitter, email, Twitch DM, or I guess, I think of what else. I mean, maybe on Steam. I don't know if I would get a Steam message, but yeah, email, Twitter, Insta, and Twitch DM is perfect. Also, if you've already sent me an email and I haven't gotten it or whatever, some of them go to junk mail, so I don't always see them. Just let me know if you've already sent one and I haven't responded yet, because I should be getting back to those messages. I'd say within a couple days of it being sent is pretty normal. Damn it. Rip. Oh yeah, Discord works too. You can use Discord.
Ooh.
If you can use Discord to reach me, it's even better because the consultation happens on Discord, whether it's Google Forms or you actually want to do a call. So it would be even easier, I think, if you did Discord. Oh, Loren, I'm doing every fight damageless, actually, yeah. So we're at the point now with this one where there's been some good attempts. Got to tie it together, but I want consistency on it though. I'm not happy with the state this fight's in. Even if I won right now, I'd want to do more of it because it's not good enough. There's too many things that, like, information-wise, we know that we're not performing properly. But I think it's because, like, I have an answer for certain things, but it's not the best answer. That's the fact of the matter. It's not actually that it's wrong, but it's not the best use of the situation. That jump off. Oh man. Where can you find the Discord? ! Discord should pop it up. And then of course you can just add me from there if you want to. You can just click my name in the server. There should be some recent messages in general that you can add from as well. It added a new tab in Studio to see info about community posts and shows the most active commenters in YouTube channels. Oh, nice. Most active people is pretty useful. I think that's pretty cool. Especially if it has, like, their location too. Whoa. Crazy. I can't believe I got that. So you can kind of run away and then let him slam there. Obviously, you'd probably die in the second phase, but you can do that, though. I forgot that doubles up. If Bale breathes as soon as you enter the arena, you're pretty much screwed. Really? Interesting. I thought that, like, for him, at a distance, the only thing that really is a problem is if he, like, lunges at you right away, and then you don't see it, but... Or, like, he can do follow-ups with certain attacks where he, like, he conceals the startup of the lunge pretty well. In phase 1, I've noticed. tried to reverse it because I knew we'd be cornered there, but I don't think reversing at 180 degrees is possible in all case scenarios. I don't think you have the clearance, so you rebound and then you get pushed into the middle of the existing circle. The second circle already overlaps. You couldn't even move if you wanted to, so you need to like kind of like semicircle reverse him slowly. That's what it seems like, unless you have amazing timing with clearing him and like you're immediate on it. But being like point blank on that obviously doesn't work by default for the lightning, so I think I'm gonna have to just try a different type of turning approach for him. Or just to see how long we can survive going straight away. Nice. Nice follow-up. Can time a Bloodhound Step. It's annoying to weapon swap in that moment. For Marathon Hitless, you would have to default Bloodhound Step. Is that like the meta for the DLC, is Bloodhound Step is used a lot? Damn it. No, this is not New Game Plus. This is regular New Game. We got 9 blessings, and then everything with the equipment's maxed out as far as I can tell. I think even the finger seal's maxed out. Not that it really matters, but yeah. Yeah, 25 finger seal too. Going serious on this one. Oh man, that was the one where I might have kept the stagger going that long. I wasn't sure. How do you get so many rune arcs? This file wasn't even mine. I was given the file. So I have no idea how they got that many. I guess they maybe dropped themselves the rune arcs. I have no clue. Basically, the file was for a bounty, so people will compete for like prizes usually. And this was one of the bounty files that were usable by people that had access to it. I don't know what the particular bounty was, but I'm assuming level 1. And one of the rules was you couldn't have any items from the DLC. And that it starts at the DLC. But yeah, I got the file passed along to me by a few people, so... Or I think it got passed on at least a few people to get to me. Was this the distortion bounty? Yes, I think it was distortion's bounty. I just don't know what the rules were. Is the one you can feel it in your bones? No, unfortunately. Fortunately not, Jackson. You were wrong. Bard, how have you been, dude? Also, I love that Toad emote. That's amazing. Although, like, his head is red. It's like reverse color scheme, Toad. Did you do that for the sake of just like the background color of the screen or something like that? Or whoever made that emote? Oh, also, Lako, have a good sleep. Thank you for hanging out, dude. I appreciate it. Oh, it's Zoodle's emote. Okay, interesting. It looks really good. Just it's funny that they went with the red. Galaxy, have a good rest of your evening. Thank you for hanging out. Also, thank you for helping me with setting up the extra like resizing for the chat on caster and all that. For a marathon hills, you would default to BHS. Yeah, okay, so for Bloodhound Step, I'm still curious about that. Is that like a standard thing? Because I remember that was the meta originally for Hitless, and I didn't use it ever, so I'm probably going to skip around that if that's the case. I'm not a big fan of Bloodhound Step. Unless there's like certain things you can't do, like unless it's impossible, but if I can avoid that, that'd be amazing. Okay, so jump attack on first phase. No thanks. I'm gonna stop doing them. It sucks. I really want to. They work really well, but like it's so specific that it's not. Even if you hit him, it doesn't mean it happens. So no more jump attacks unless we absolutely need to jump. For now, we're just gonna try that. I think that might be the win. Trying for no hit. So basically no damage on this one, yeah. That is the goal. Got a little bit less attack power because we can't use red feather, but it's pretty damn good though. Like I'm actually surprised about the damage. It's way better than I thought it was gonna be. But this guy's harder than I thought he was, so it evens out. Definitely works. Of course, that one extra misses. Miyazaki had to do it on that one. He had to. Ah, crazy. Still dead even with rolling. Nice. Can't peel into the forward direction, period, if you're going right. Maybe even going left too at that distance. Probably both ways, but have to be perfectly straight or even go backwards at the same time. Actually, even backwards probably be dangerous. Unless you're clearing a certain breakpoint. Took you 2 days when the DLC dropped, but then again, you're pretty bad. 2 days isn't too bad to be stuck on a boss if you're like kind of like average at the game. That's pretty damn good for something like this. It depends on how many hours, obviously. Like if you put like 16 to 20 hours, maybe that's a little bit higher. But you know, if you put like a handful of hours in a day, that's not abnormal for this DLC, in my opinion. I take any previous hardest DLC that you've had and then multiply it by 2. Is like the outer expectation. That's how I've calculated it. And that's not even for like areas, just in terms of attempts on fights. Rushing for the stagger. Kept getting frustrated and quitting. Oh, that sucks, dude. Well, like, congratulations on actually doing it, though. Yeah, he's got a lot of status effects. I think that, I know quite a few people that have actually, like, quit the DLC. Like, they didn't finish it. So, or they have it and they just are at the beginning. Like, man, you gotta play it. We have that, I forgot. Before it becomes remotely competent. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess best way to describe it is like the progression arc on this with all the knowledge you possibly need to do everything perfect, at least in every iteration, has the same progression as Radahn does on a first playthrough. Or at least it did for me. Like it's like there's no accelerated jumps, it's very linear. Which is super weird for me. Like there's no linearity in mostly anything I do when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's always like there's just a giant spike. There's only a spike for information though, not for actual execution on this. So this is the first thing that I've seen like that for me. First piece of content or something. Millennia? Yeah, Millennia is like was way easier than all this other stuff in the DLC. I think that if we calculate like her versus Radahn even, like he was 2.4 to 2.5 times the amount of time, I think. About 2.5 times. So like that alone is pretty funny when you've already played the base game so you know what to expect, right? Obviously at first playthrough of the game, even by Millennia, you're still getting used to it a little bit, but when you've already had all that time, not that I have an insane amount of hours in the game, but like, you know, like we'll say about the same as like the average person that really likes it, or you know, maybe a little bit above that. So that's definitely crazy to think about. the amount of time people take on Millennia is pretty huge. It can be subjective to a degree, but like even just in raw mathematics, it's like the health pool, the frequency of attacking, like your actual positioning, like possibilities, like where you can stand is like much tighter on Radahn. He has more HP, he does more damage, he has more attacks in terms of variety, and also can attack more times per second. So like in every like calculation you could make, he is just objectively worse on paper, but I could see someone still having a harder time on Millennia just based on like what you get into more. I think like your enjoyment level definitely can apply. Like if I didn't like Radahn, he would have taken probably another 3 hours longer, 4 hours longer. What's going on, Smoke? Welcome back, dude. Even for the first attempt, Millennia was more forgiving. Had a lot of downtime. Her phase 1 is idle. Like even just that alone, the fact she can idle and that she does a lot, immediately, first of all, like that's one of the things, that's one of the reasons I can't even rank Millennia high in terms of enjoyment, is just because they programmed it like that. But then that alone already sets it apart from Radahn phase 1 immediately. Is like you actually have time to do stuff and you can run away and like do something once in a while. Like to execute any type of buff even is almost impossible unless you're like, you actually have to use a window that's maybe not even visibly like, or it's not even obvious in some cases. I think some of the windows I found were like, they seemed like I was still pushing like the limits of like the time frame. Like it was really, really close. And that was simple castings that take like 2 seconds, you know? The immediate nice. When it can be conditionally hard versus consistently hard, yeah. I used a mage that's primarily a caster against Radahn. It was a pain in the deal. That's a new one. Not kind of casters. I wonder what that would be like. I was thinking of like how you would use magic on the DLC, and I was like laughing to myself, being like, it probably sucks. Like in all honesty, it probably isn't even that good. And they have a trend now where like, again, anything that like has a pretty high requirement as a spell in the DLC also isn't really that strong either. Like they've balanced it out to be pretty much like, it's like take your pick, but everything sucks. It's the vibe they seem to be going for. It's like choose the style, but be here for a while. Right? That, oh, super tight hitbox on that, nice. actually programmed it decent. Sekiro quality hitboxes right here. That was a really weird assortment for the AoE, or the arrangement of it. Placement was like all in one ball this time. So that can change based on tracking too. I didn't think it could actually change that much though. Oh yeah, again, he's going into the... Okay, so basically any point phase 2, after he does the first lightning cycle and his HP's lower than about 45%, maybe 50, like I can't actually rebuff at that point on any transition other than just specifically... Well, actually, no, it doesn't even matter because anytime he can do that at that point, I can't buff anymore. No rebuffs past 50% in general. Because I forgot he can technically start that combo at any point. So it's got to be looking out for lightning at that point. Favorite DLC boss Oblivion? Mine is Radon, personally. What about you? Midra's on top. Yeah, Midra just wasn't that strong. That's the only issue. I mean, like, he's really cool, but it's pretty weak. Even with low blessings. Or, like, what I would call not optimal gameplay and low blessings at my point of being there. They'll get a little bit of vengeance in this run, though, at least, right? I feel like I bullied Midra a little bit. Mesmer's your favorite as well? Bale wins overall? Really? That's cool there's so many different choices, because I feel like with Ring City, it was always like, it's Gale. It's Gale. Gale's the best. Like, that's it. Obviously, Half-Light's not a contender. You can't pick him. Midir is just like, you could pick Midir. No one's picking Demon Princes often times. Like, I'm probably one of the few people picking that. Okay, I think I've learned the side of his head is the only reliable double hit at this point, which kind of sucks, but maybe we'll get staggered. Get it while you can. Perfect. Demon Prince is truly an unsung hero. That game, I love Demon Prince. It's such a good design overall. Very good use of double or clone fight, the way the mechanic works. First part. Cartwheel this time, we still got it. Nice. I don't know exactly how that got there. That was good timing. I wonder if he trapped me because like his head pushes you and then it like changes the positioning a little bit. Because I swear to God that was perfect. He might have closed the gap a little bit differently, and I was assuming it was going to be like a certain distance. But he can like some attacks they don't actually have distance dependence. They're just like they cover any distance over a certain amount of time. So maybe I read it as it was going to go shorter and it didn't. But I swear to God, like the timing on that seemed like it was okay. Gonna have to try to like peel off diagonally or like sideways just in case, like wherever like the spread is a little bit less, because his head being in the middle of it definitely fucked me over there.
Let strength be granted, so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
Texas barbecue and Squilla. It's been a few years since this combo.
Purple, thank you so much for the 56 months. Welcome back. Let's go, man. Ready for some lion? Ooh, here we go. It's not your regular safari. This is it's a whole new thing. I feel like he stayed in that phase for a long time. Okay, so basically going through him to reverse him for space control there is not possible on that. Interesting. How's the level 1 run going? It's going pretty good. I'd say some things have gone a lot better than I thought they would, and then others, I guess I just didn't really understand what the details were. Like this fight in particular, the thing that I thought would be the hardest part is not hard, and then the thing that I didn't even think of too much is the reason that it is difficult. So it's kind of like I had, you know, some ideas, but they weren't exact. Like, so there's good news and bad news. But it's going good though. I mean, it's going however it goes. There's not really like a time frame. I'd prefer to have this guy dead though. Like I said, I'm not going to eat until he's dead, so. Let's go. Oh, that was not good. Did I kill the knight, Slark? Who's the knight? So, Cumberson, what's up? Oh, Cucumberson. Oh, Putrescent Knight? Can we even go there yet? I think in that situation, again, that's impossible because like you can do something ahead of time, but if he makes the camera redirect 180 when you don't want to, and you're trying to still keep the same direction, it forces you in the AoE, even if he would miss the next attack anyways. Like I don't think you can actually, can you iframe the proc in the middle of the circle? Is that even possible? So I feel like that right there, you would have had to have not ran into that situation. You couldn't do much at that point. When you approach Shadowkeep and it says a Great Rune's been destroyed, that's when Putrescent Knight is available. Ah, I see, I see. Did a lot of unlocking during Lightning Phase to run away personally. Yeah, I'm wondering, like, the thing is, like, there's still there's another additional problem, though, if you do that, because then you can't see cues of melee. That you'd have off-screen attacks beginning, so you'd have to kind of, like, know that your spacing's good to space every single initializer that's possible first before you even look, and then if you turn and he's still continuing the attack because you might have been in a combo, that's the only issue I have. But like maybe you just get so good that you can kind of like peek really quickly at the same time. I don't know. Still going for hitless smoke, so the whole run has to be like all the fights are damageless for the boss fights. We don't move on until they're damageless, but the rest of the game doesn't matter when it comes to that stuff. So we're never not going to be doing that. That is like the way the run's going. The final cut of the run is just a damageless boss fight montage for the level 1. And then the big cut is just obviously us doing the whole playthrough. And the bonus factors are mainly just contributing to the next things we're doing. So we're already kind of setting up the practice right now. This is like a harder version of the practice I'll have to do later anyways. So it's like it's going to get me really good. Kind of trying to do 3 birds, 1 stone kind of thing. That's the goal. But there will still be some other stuff, again, on top of this if you guys want to see some variety. I was thinking of doing a randomizer or just the DLC, see how that goes. And quite a few other things. That'll at least be done at the same time as this, I think, unless we start to accelerate on it super quick. But I doubt that's going to happen drastically. It was a good attempt. It was, yeah. We're getting a bit more consistent. Just, it's unfortunate. The consistency on this works in a way that's mysterious. Because, like, again, there's still, like, further developments of things that I already understand a certain way that are, it's like adding more dimension to stuff that I already understand. And then I'm understanding that what I thought was okay, but it's just not really good enough. We really want to be good. So that's why I don't think I'll be satisfied with this fight by beating it, unfortunately. But it's not a bad thing. I mean, I like it a lot more now. Just gonna have to figure out some more guaranteed things with just pure inputs, not so much items and builds. Interesting. What's for dinner, Purple? For me, I have no idea. I have quite a few things I gotta make. Dinner for me is more so eat the food that I need to eat before it goes bad, so I don't have food left over. So it's probably gonna be a variety of stuff. But I'll let you know. I'll let you know next time. What talismans am I running? I got the Sword Seal, Ritual Sword, Axe Talisman, and Blue Dancer Charm at the moment. At the most extreme, you did quick lock, unlocking, depending on the situation. Worked for you, but it's not sure if it's something you'd recommend doing. Okay. Do you think double redom would even be possible? Like with straight up gameplay, I don't know. I'm not sure actually. It's a good question. Like you'd have to have every single thing in your advantage, in my opinion. I don't even know. Like max blessings, max level, and also like if we're not allowing spirit summons, we just say like you could use magic. Again, I don't know how good magic is in the DLC. I feel like it's not good compared to like what you'd think it would be. But then again, I've heard there's pretty good things you can get as spells in the DLC, so it's hard to say. Just, you know, like some of the stuff that has the highest requirement does not deliver on how much of an investment it is when it comes to stats. Happy Elden Ring made incantations way more viable than DS3 did. That is something I've noticed, yeah. There's like a wider variety of also application of magic and just like different things that they didn't really do, like the melee magic and all that. Even some of the things we have to hold a stance for a while. There's a lot of really cool things. DS3 greater than Elden Ring, thoughts from the expert? I like this game the most. Like this is my favorite game in general. So I think for what they're trying to achieve, this is their, it's like kind of the beginning of the next chapter of quality, but it's like the final presentation of what they were trying to do the whole time they were making other games. Like this is like their actual final version of all the other concepts. It's not quite the standard for like the next thing to Sekiro, but I think the next thing they make will be a one-up to Sekiro with all the things that have variety that they didn't include in Sekiro. But it'll be less of an RPG than Bloodborne. That's my guess for that. But yeah, for me, I was aware that they were trying to do this for like a long time, so the fact they pulled it off, it's cool. And also, I'm not a big fan of open world games. I don't like them usually, and this one I do. So this is like one of the only ones I can actually think of that I like. And at this point, DS3 kind of fits inside the game multiple times over, so it's like just purely on quantity, even the quality quantity, like it definitely eclipses it quite a bit. But that's just me though. Like again, some people might like certain things or be more nostalgic towards certain things for sure. Greater than Bloodborne, Bloodborne greater than DS3. Ooh, think the map for Elden Ring's a little too big. They shrunk it down 15%. So that is a factor, but it's like when the excess is only 15%, but then it's still more than double, triple the amount of stuff for the quality things, and it's like, then why does it even matter if there's things that aren't that good? Like that's, if like majority of the percent that made it up the entirety of it wasn't good, it was just filler. And then like what was remaining was still smaller or the same as the other game, then maybe we'd get to like territory where it would matter more. But if there's more actual content that's higher quality than not, and it's like still multiple times the size of other games they've made, that's just a mathematical equation there. It's pretty easy. It's like, well, there's more quality, there's more things that are good. So that at that point, it's mainly subjective to like what you enjoy, like how they design certain things, the nostalgia for it that you have already, the atmosphere they built, how you interpret it. You gonna tell me some of the dungeons aren't filler? Well, no, the dungeons are definitely filler. Like, let's say I take away every single thing that is filler in this game, like in general, DLC included. It's still it's multiple times over the size of a whole game they've made. It's not quite multiple times the size of DS2 in its entirety, but DS2 is also filler as well, right? So it's multiple times the size of the quality stuff from DS2, and it's multiple times the size of any other game, and also probably bigger than 2 games combined of any sort you could reference with just the quality stuff. So then it's like, what is, you know, just subjectively more enjoyable. And usually it's going to relate to some other things, I think. It seems like no matter what, if you're not far away, you're screwed on that. Like, which also has the best music. I'm actually going to be making a video about that. 2 videos particularly. So the one's already written. The second one I have to expand on for the DLC. So it's technically like, second one's half done, but the first one's done. So you'll see the one for this game come out first, and the one for the other games come out later. keep that a secret until we're finished that. And also, I don't think I would be able to rank the stuff from this yet. Again, I got to give it like a little bit more of a close listen. Less could be more in this game is what you're hearing. Well, you're right about if you took filler away from anything, it's going to make the presentation look better regardless. But if we're just looking at comparing one-to-one, and the capacity of what the game fits within it is part of that, especially when quality is considered. Like, no matter how much filler's in this, like they just, the stuff that is good still is massive in comparison. Like every legacy dungeon that's enjoyable, for example, by itself alone, even environmentally, is just like just way more nuts than anything else. I think the gameplay is going to affect how you interpret that, though. Obviously, some people might not enjoy like playing this as much. Style might not be as good. Nice jump there. That was a little late, to be honest. I think in my mind, at least, it was. Apparently not in the game. Oh, yeah, he did it immediately. Oh. And then the last part's the frost ones. That's still something a little newer for us. Basically, that means that anywhere he casts that lightning from, in general, I need like almost the full stretch of the arena to space it, or I have to reverse him one time before the frost part, or I'm guaranteed to get hit regardless. So I need a lot of room. Like that wouldn't have been enough unless I started turning immediately. And also recognize it, so buffing there would have been bad, for sure. We'll do one buff with phase transition immediately, and then I'm going to stop doing that, like altogether, regardless of the health, no matter what it's at. Maniacally name, I think that's how you say it. Did somebody tell you to pronounce it differently, or are you just wondering? Your homie got mad when you told him to tune out the boss music when fighting. Focus for fighting on my life, not the soundtrack. There you go. That's funny. The soundtrack's so good though, it kind of like tempts you to listen to it a little bit. You're like, ah, and then you get killed, and you're like, at least I'm happy that I get to hear the soundtrack. You know, I can't even speak anymore, dude. I need to pay attention to this. It's really hard to actually focus on this fight and speak as well. Who would have thought the lion would be a challenger? Definitely whoever played NG+7, like they definitely thought it was going to be a challenge. They knew. They knew the worst of the worst. Oh, Purple, thank you for gifting a sub to Snarachi. I appreciate that. Snarachi, enjoy your emotes. You get this no hit equals sub. It's not much, but you hope it can be encouraging. I appreciate it. That's nice. Apparently you already got gifted one though, so joke's on you. Haha. One shot, Kevin. Yeah, the thing is that we're trying to do a damage list, so it doesn't matter even if I do survive. Like we do have to die on purpose at that point. I want to get it done the way that I'm intending to. Trying to think of like what, so I guess, yeah, again, that attack it just feels weird. Like the feel of it is bad. It's very bad feel, and then like visual is okay, but it's just kind of strange though. It doesn't really like have a correlation between the feel and the look of it as much as let's say. Because I swear to God, like when he winds up, it's just there's no transition from the wind up. It's like boom. Because the hitbox starts, I think, before he even moves in some cases. Like it can start inside the character on the frame one of whenever he's done the intro of it. Intro looks like it's still going usually though. Your friend swears to you that he beat Radon his first time in an hour and he was on New Game 7. You don't believe him, Flamingos? Well, if he used like a cheese, if he like looked up something and then used like the poison thing, or again, maybe like even with copying somebody's methods to kill him, I don't think that would be possible. That's just my take. So if he cheesed him, I see it. If like even no matter what he did outside of that, I don't believe that. Because Peeve took 108 hours on New Game 7, and he's played this is his job. Like he's played this stuff full time for longer than I have. So, guarantee you, if Peeve takes 108 hours, then the average person would take at least half that, if anything. Because I know Peeve's not like incredibly amazing at PvE compared to he's more of a PvP player, but he's still good. He's definitely not bad by any means. Like he knows his stuff. But I mean, if your friend told you that and like they're just like, yeah, I mean, like no worries if you don't believe me. You could definitely leave it, but if they're like pushing it though, I mean, they really got to have something to show for that. I think because that's if that's the case, they should be able to do something similar to beat him in around 10 hours then on New Game 7. Like if you could challenge him to do it in like 10 times the time, and he can't do that, then I don't know. But I'd say even 10 hours New Game 7, after having beat him previously, is still pretty impressive. I shouldn't have done blue there. That's okay though. Yeah, I want to get some practice on this one again as well. Line moving his head without walking is the tell for half of his moves. Moving his head without walking is the tell. Interesting. Yeah, as it seems to translate really easily when there's a a quarter of a second of startup on the head movement, but otherwise, yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's also, I feel like there's more cues with the rest of his body I can't see. Like I'd rather see like the actual legs, but I can't though. Because like the one attack where he jumps at you, I'm pretty sure the lower body like preps before he even finishes whatever the animation is with his head, and that's why it kind of looks weird, because it's the actual hurt box from it's underneath him. It's not actually even his face, in my opinion. Or at least like a lot of the time it seems to be that, because he goes over my head. Thought that was like the quick follow-up. No? You almost beat Gale on your first attempt. Greed got you killed because he was literally one shot. Oh, you had like one little hit left. That sucks. I think that sucks if you're not used to that. Like you have to experience a certain amount of that in like moments that literally hinge on like a world record or something like that to really be desensitized to the one hit. But like, yeah, like I don't think that ever will escape you unless you've lost something that like is really rare from something like that at the very, very last second. Or like pretty much the last few minutes or so. Like I kind of like those situations now. They're a little addicting to like get like that level of failure. Is like that's the best failure you can have next to winning. So for me, it's like I look forward to that. But it does suck if it's like it didn't have to happen. If it's a silly reason, like greed would be a little disheartening for that. Bard, that's hilarious, man. What? Oh man, I didn't expect to read that. That's funny. See, I don't know why I didn't get the follow-up double there, but that would have been crazy if every single one translated to that. And even that one got robbed too. It's okay though. Pretty good start. Might actually activate the lantern for this fight. It's hard to see him in this part. There's this one in the jungle. Where's number 3? There's 3 of the lions in this, really? Mesmer cut off all 3 heads and spiked them in the trailer. 1 for each attribute. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I thought there was only 2 actually physically in the DLC. Was there one that's missing from it somehow, or? Because I've literally only heard there's 2. That's from pretty reputable sources that probably wouldn't discount one of them. They probably know, but I don't know. That's crazy if there is 3. Third one might be lost to history at this point. Quaylake 3.0. 2.0 was Nika. Oh boy, out of all three of them, we know which one's winning though. We know who's gonna win. Although technically isn't Romina weak to fire, maybe Quaylake would win. From status effect. I feel like HP and damage alone, easily this game. He did the dig one when I was point blank. That's funny. Okay. Maybe because he just thought I was farther away. That's interesting. How's your Solaire cosplay coming? I've really been trying to just get into the character by just staring straight into the sun as close as I possibly can get to it with no eye protection. It's not working though. I need more tips. I put a bucket on my head with a feather on it too. It just didn't work. I feel like I might just have to eat like a gallon of sunscreen maybe. I don't know, maybe that would help. We tried praising the sun. Maybe that's the one thing I need to do. Apparently he's already missing me. He's a little bit weird on this one. And he's going for the smoke right away. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot you can't. You cannot even stop for a second on that. Follow-up happens when you're close in front of them. Yeah, pretty much every single thing seems to happen from being in front. The head digging out of the ground, though. I need to be a little bit more cautious of that on part 2. Because on part 2, I'm so worried about just trying to punish something in general on some of those that, like, that's a good one, only if it doesn't follow up. As far as things go now, but I guess I could get better at it if it does. Just, I don't know if punishing the follow-up even has a window that's big enough, but we could at least anticipate it. Couldn't move there, unfortunately, and then by the time I could move, too late. Had to pay attention before that. Wouldn't have stopped to think about it. Sarcasm chat, what's going on? Easy no-hit run? Why do people say no-hit? This is 0 damage. 0 damage. Actually, I guess like that's kind of the irony of it. Like 0 damage will never actually catch on like well enough because even if like it was understood the same rules, people would still assume that it's the same thing. So that's give me some ideas here. This is a no damage hit marathon trial. There we go. Cool. I was gonna dig after that one too. Apparently not. But we weren't close though, so I guess I gotta pay attention to it from that perspective. That was really crazy to escape that. Like, just because the cartwheel angle at that right time. Wow. Just floating for a second. Okay, so you can reverse that a little bit. That was a really weird, that was a super sketchy watch there. Wow. Super strange. The bite, no follow up. What the hell's that? No idea what the movement was there. Can't see. Yeah, and that was a little lucky on the dodge out from the last part of that. Apparently it's similar to the stomp. Speaking of which. Ooh. This one's safer. Should be able to. Surely we can. Yeah, but of course that attack. Love it. Love it. This level 1's gonna be so different because you used to do so much more damage in the base game. Feels like Dark Souls level 1 where you have to know the bosses. It's actually funny, I'm doing more damage with this character than I did with the first playthrough character, I think. I'll be 100%, I'm pretty sure, because I have more blessings on this guy right now. So I wasn't even, like, damage ideal was never the thing I was worried about on this. It was more so just, like, how much information farming is needed with my current level of knowledge of the game, because, like, the time sink for these things is just information farming. You have to generate a lot of like consistency to learn one detail, but then also like, will you execute that detail when you learn it? So there's the information stage, execution, and then there's you know, the farming of information phase 2 for like the really hard stuff on the lengthy fights is the worst part of the whole process. Everything else is fine. And with this guy, like, we're way past information. This is just pure execution now, but information could improve. It could get a little better, but I think that everything's sorted out decently. Yeah, he doesn't really like the staircase, dude. Look at the freaking dude. What? Where is he placed right there? Why was he float? It's incredible. What's going on? Pretty good RNG on this, actually. I'm a fan. Forgot that one just ends, though. He rarely does that attack, I guess. Good luck as well. Wow, good RNG again. 2 wins back to back, and the last one was pretty long too. So jumping on that one, it's gonna be a little later if I want to do it properly. Like, I was getting it by luck last time, but yeah, that one's gonna be a bit more delayed. Ooh. Excuse me. Coding's pretty excellent, not gonna lie. They really know how to program the AI to make the game fun. I think that, yeah, like the way that they quality check everything is decent, is very decent. Much better than a lot of games like this. I think that's why, again, when you see them even nerf anything, it's like, whoa, they actually, like, is it just because people complain? Like, you have to wonder, did they even second guess themselves? Because I don't think that anything they've done with updates for a lot of stuff is anything completely fatal or game breaking. Usually it's a lot of the time just like multiplayer balances and like item revisions, all that. Oh yeah, I forgot that one. That tail whip is not the same. Did I get gifted the Silent Hill 2 remake, Purple? No, the company, like the studio that makes it, gave it to me. Like either their publisher or the actual studio, one of the two. I was just trying to get it on PC, but I have it on PS5. I just have to download it and everything and set it all up. And again, that is something we will be playing in the course of this run too. I just don't know if it's going to be that we get it done first because I think I'll only get into Silent Hill 2 if it drags on a lot, since we're gonna get that one randomizer then as well. Ooh. Had no idea what was going on there. Never played a Silent Hill game, so if you play or watch, it'll be played. It's your first time playing it too. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, for me, I've never even seen much of the original game. I know it looks a little scary. Like it's a lot of. I feel like there's a lot of brown in the game. Like everything's rusted, kind of like the effect that appears in the movie when the bell rings. Everything's like bloody and rusty, from what I've seen of the game. One class of weapons almost useless due to poor scaling. Do you mean like Radahn's swords being kind of bad from the Remembrance? Or are we talking about a different weapon? Like split damage type problems? What? That was nice. There we go. Again, it just sucks when he does that lunge and he literally traps you under his chin, and then you can't move backwards, even though you're already moving, for like 1 second, and then because he keeps you in place for that moment, that's it. No way to space the second thing. AoE's already started, so you can't go backwards through it again because the timing on it's bad. So you're trapped on that. You'd have to just not get caught, I guess. Gotta pick a better placement for it, or just even handle that completely differently every time. Which we could try. I'm thinking of like maybe just literally trying to stop him from comboing in general, but then it's so much worse because there's not as many opportunities, right? I can see a lot more problems with it, but it might be necessary on that one because that one keeps kind of like scooping me into it when I'm not actually at a bad distance by default. Silent Hill's definitely a winning Game of the Year award. You don't know which one though. You think it's gonna win? How often does a horror game even win Game of the Year? I feel like that's not as common with all the choices there are, like all the AAAs and all those studios paying that money to the Game Awards and all that, you know, all those collusions happening. I think Final Fantasy Rebirth will win. Is Rebirth the newest one in the main series? Or is that like a remake of an old one? Oh, it's the Final Fantasy VII remake. Okay, that came out this year. I thought that came out 2 years ago, or maybe between 1 and 2 years ago. I guess it is the end of the year though, so like yeah, it would feel like that. It just this year went by fast, so makes sense. Sub-Zero, it's going pretty decent. How are you doing, dude? Trying to kill the lion right now. I'm so close. Just gotta drive it home, dude. How was your day? Video game industry's lucky it's not dead. I don't think it can be dead. Like, consumerism is basically the root of like pretty much any single industry at this point. So I mean, when you get people that are like complaining about things and still consuming the things they complain about, you already know that you've been convinced beyond reason. So it's like, it doesn't matter. You could have bad advertising, bad products, after a while, bad everything, and people will still do them if the brand is like had a good track record or things are okay. Doesn't have to make sense at all. But with game devs though, it's like the biggest problem right now is that they have too big of budgets to be not using their customer base's preferences and the best original material as possible as like a guideline. I think that they have too many particular things they have to achieve that are actually not really meaningful to most people anymore. Like Concord was a good example of that. Concord is embarrassing when it comes to like art direction. Story's like more or less like it's like lukewarm, and then also doesn't matter what the gameplay is like because they already ruined it by trying to do something that was already done better, plus putting $400 million into it's not that smart at that rate. Like, you could have done so much better, so many better things, but I think it was intentional. Like, there was someone that changed a lot of the things with it for sure. There's some executive overriding on that project that had to be, because like some of the stuff doesn't follow like basic fundamentals of art school education when you make designs of things. And if that's the case, then, you know, what's the standard to be able to enter the field then, you know? What do you think is the reason that we don't have Bloodborne 60 FPS PC? It's mainly just the rights, right? So it's the IP. IP is owned by Sony. They don't want to obviously sell it unless it's worth it to them. To be able to actually put it third party, they'd have to remake the IP on other platforms. They can't port it. So basically, there's too much money that needs to be put into that project. And Sony's not obviously going to want to let go of something that's... it's basically a monopoly for them in a way, right? Like, it sold consoles specifically when they originally did that. So, the fact they have stake in the company, they have an IP that's still probably selling some consoles even retroactively. It's like, why would you ever let go of that unless it's the right price? And it's like, who's going to be able to afford to produce the game third party again just to have it, you know, on a different platform and still pay Sony enough money for them to let go of the rights? It's like, all in all, they need to have a third party studio outsource the work, kind of like Bluepoint did. Something like Bluepoint involved, and then have some sort of agreement with Sony where it works, and then maybe they'll bring it to PS5, but I don't see them bringing it to PC right away. I see there being like an exclusivity contract where a year later it kicks in and then they get PC, like a lot of exclusives used to do, because then like Sony could get a better deal out of it if they're even gonna budge. But that's my take on it. I shouldn't have even tried to go for that one. Don't need Bluepoint touching Bloodborne. Demon Souls Remake was terrible. Yeah, there's a couple things with that are kind of up to FromSoft too, though. Unfortunately, like, they were only given so much instruction. Like, they weren't told to actually remake the gameplay elements. They were just told to remake the vision of it, right? Or certain aspects of how it's portrayed in the modern time, but like gameplay elements were not included, and I think that was for time frame's sake and potentially just preserving what originally is there, right? So there's things they never preserved by you know, changing certain artistic details that actually I think some people don't really understand or care about, but like people that are really aware of like why they did certain things with architecture and there were certain stylistic choices, it actually throws off the time period. Even in a fictional sense, it kind of is incongruent with its own fiction in the remake. I didn't even notice that until I looked into it further, but like There's a lot of incongruency with that, and also there's things that aren't preserved that are important from the original, and then the gameplay's not changed. But I still loved it. I still think it's way better. If they could change the gameplay, even better. But then they'd have to make the game much harder, and then at that point you're making a new game. So why would you put all that money into just making a new game, right? So even if we saw Bloodborne remade, I don't think you're getting different mechanics. You're probably not getting quality of life features that are so big it changes the gameplay fundamentally, other than jumping on an independent button. That's probably it. Shad PS4 has memory leak issues on the latest patch. The remaster was really successful. If it was, you imagine Bloodborne's next. It was pretty decent, but again, it was during the chip shortage, so like PS5s weren't selling. Like they weren't getting distributed that quickly, so technically it could have done much better, in my opinion, but I think that the console limitations were, like with supply, was the biggest factor for any game releasing around that time. I even remember too, like I remember buying one and literally, like I refreshed Amazon 7 times, and like even when I was in the cart, it was still saying I didn't actually have it anymore. Like it was so glitchy, dude. The website was going nuts, and that's a pretty big website to be broken or something like that, right? And then I think it said even when I actually bought it, it said it might not even ship the day it's supposed to. It's like it could ship like way later, so they can't guarantee any time frame at all for it. And I got lucky that it came when it was supposed to. But it was very hard to acquire the console, I remember. Most people, I think, were buying like multiples so they could sell them to family and friends, right? Then there's the scalpers that were left with the bag as well. the wrong part of the bag. Pokemon needs an NG Plus where the gym leaders are better and have learning mechanic where they adapt to your current battle strategy. I'm pretty sure they have like most of what you'd want in the Kaizo versions, right? If you like do the ROM hacks. I don't know if they would be like adapting in real time, but you definitely get like a lot of challenge out of that stuff. I've seen people cry over that, and it's like, it's Pokemon, plus like Pokemon's already pretty straightforward if you understand it. So it's like, how could it be that much worse? And it seems like it is. Gonna get Cynthia with 5 Garchomps and a Spirit Tomb. See, okay, that's the generation that I don't understand. So I don't know who any of the names are that you mentioned, but we got some like 3rd gen and previous enjoyers. Then I can probably talk about it a little bit. See the crazy Nintendo leaks, Flamingos? For what? I think it was 5th gen. What would the color be for that? Like the title, is that the Sword and Shield one, or is that like X something, X, Y, Z? The letter one? Yeah, this might be the best setup we've had for damage here. Pretty insane. I don't even know how. Oh, we didn't get the 2nd tag, but okay. Imagine we did. Pretty good RNG right here. Nice. Again, that takeoff, dude. He's like, dude, he glitches off the stairs even when I'm dead. That's crazy. He's like flying in airspace that's not even legal after we're already dead, just to flex. Bloodborne emulator 60 FPS is already out. I think it's been out for a little bit, but they're just trying to work through the problems with it already. And then I believe 120 FPS is out for PS5 if you have a jailbreak on it. So I want to figure that one out. That it looked really good when Dis was testing the 120 FPS on his stream. And I'm wondering, like, is there any... There's probably collision and, like, physics issues and stuff like that at some point, or some sort of problem from it. But if they can ever get it to a point where it's, like, better than how DS Fix was, I would definitely do runs on it. Pokemon is just suspicious now? Pokemon... Wait, sorry. Nintendo got leaked a few days ago for having crazy, weird, made-up stories about Pokemon. Like, really weird. Stuff they made and just had in a vault. Oh, interesting. Mr. Mime is definitely on a watch list. What? Also, by the way, guys, I'm so sorry. I just realized. Yeah, this chat tool, it's cool, but like, I don't know if you guys just saw on the actual screen. Like, I literally just received, like, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably about 20 plus lines of chat, like, all at once in one page. So it definitely was delayed by a little bit. If anybody's experiencing any crazy delay, I'm gonna go and test some other options or just see exactly what I can do to help catch that up. It might just be one of the platforms that are lagging. I have to enable the badges again to see, but trying to avoid the global admins being like, you can't merge chats together. Will I help you take down Game Freak? I don't know if I would want to even be involved in that, I'll be honest. Like, Game Freak is it's a big entity. I don't know if we have enough resources to take him down. It's one of those ones where you might have to just accept the way it goes, unfortunately. I hate to say it. Pokemon is about as straightforward as quantum physics. A basic understanding of how battles work, sure. Basic understanding of EV, breeding perfect stats for meta mons, minimax centric and tedious. Most people don't even realize they have stats behind the levels. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, if you play it casually, like, I only played it casually, so I don't really understand most of what you just said, but I am aware there is a very, like, niche, there's different niches within it that are pretty hardcore. Some obviously competitive, like tournaments and stuff like that. Some of it just like more casual, like getting like the shinies and breeding them and whatever. But it's, yeah, it's definitely like at that point where if you do those things, like, it just shows how big of a deal it is, right? Like they were able to make not only a series that was that popular, but some of these generations obviously are decades old, so it's like, it's pretty crazy. Definitely held up, I guess. That's why I'll usually say, like, I don't like turn-based, but I did play Pokemon, and like that's one that still has a spot for being valid as a turn-based game to me. Even though I'd like to get into the other ones, just could never do it. And you come to realize it is one of the more complicated ones when you actually play it. You have superpowers, you just need one guy to hold the door open. I don't know if I believe that someone that has superpowers needs a door holder. Because if you think about it, you just break the door, teleport, mind control them, I don't know, construct a different building and make an illusion to make them think they're in a building they're not in. Solve world issues and never have a conflict in the first place so the villain was never born. Time travel for the same reason. Blow up half of the universe, and then no one realizes because you didn't tell us. Or play Black Myth? No, I didn't check out Black Myth yet. It looks pretty cool though. One of the people I was helping with one of their projects behind the scenes for YouTube, they were doing a run for that, and it like the visuals in it look pretty cool. I like the art style. Oh god. What, do we have no stamina there? What was that? Your powers require someone to hold the door? I'm sorry. That sounds like a pretty bad superpower though. Like if you walked in a door without even doing anything but opening it and you were a superhero, you shouldn't even worry what's in the door. Like it should just be like a regular door opening. Like if they get you first, you shouldn't die because you're super. Also, Demolition, what's up? How's it going, by the way? And Monch, how's it going? Moobly, if I didn't say hi to you. Anybody that popped in during that random update on the chat. Gabibi, thank you, dude. I appreciate it. How are you doing? What if you have super speed? It's just the door is super heavy and you don't want to run into it? Well, if the door was really heavy, even if it took like a day to open, super speed would imply that you'd be able to like live multiple lifetimes in time. So you should be able to open the door without them even noticing that they're breathing, right? In one breath, the door should be open and everything should be dismantled. Unless we're talking about some like pretty mediocre super speed. If we're talking about like Sonic the Hedgehog, like, or even slower than him, like in the game, not even in the cartoon, then maybe you're in trouble. I don't know. If it's like Flash, then yeah, I doubt the door matters. That's kind of funny. I wonder how many times we can do that. Is the lighting deceiving, or are you slightly ginger? I have 4 different hair colors. So I have black hairs, blonde, red, and brown. All 4 of them. Most of the red is here and then on my cheeks. And then there's still a little bit, like the tiniest bit of like the auburn in my actual hair. And then most of my actual hair is darker brown, but there is some black and then there is some blonde as well. And I think I have the most blonde on my face in my mustache. My mustache is mostly blonde, actually. Done a keyboard playthrough of Souls. I think you said in an old video you only want to do it with another challenge. I wouldn't do a keyboard playthrough as like a focus. I think I'd add that as a modifier to a run that has a bunch of stuff. Like the viewer adds difficulty run type stuff we were doing would be a perfect addition for that, again with the DLC even. So maybe I'll do a marathon of that. And you guys can activate any type of controller method that's available, plus extra types of playstyles and other random incentives. Because that was really fun. But yeah, just straight keyboard though, it's not challenging enough for me to really like want to focus on that. I feel like a lot of people would be like, well, you could just get good at it with a keyboard, and you're just someone that plays with a keyboard versus a controller, which is a percentage of the community already, even casually, right? So I don't know if it's a hard enough control method. Now, if you said Nintendo Entertainment System controller with no triggers, you know, like a D-pad, 2 buttons, then yeah, that's a little harder. So then I have to actually cut out certain controls or double map certain things, whatever. Or one-handed on a controller that is, or one-handed on the keyboard would be pretty wild. So I have to do keyboard and mouse one-handed. Or a mouse that has hotkeys to the buttons that kind of serve as the keyboard. That still might be pretty easy though. I don't know. Depends. We just need 4-way direction, lock, attack, and roll. That's it. It's gonna be rough, but yeah, it's all you really need. What's your hair color? Yes, exactly. Well, most of it, you could just say it kind of culminates to be brown, but it's not really, when you get down to it, I don't know what the percentages are, but yeah, there's a lot of different stuff. Is keyboard and mouse even hard? I would say it's not. It's mainly just, it's the ergonomics of your ability to play it, right? Like, are you adjusted to it? Is it comfortable? Once you've played with it enough, you should be pretty good on it, like within a playthrough, I would say. I mean, like even for me, like I did not play keyboard mouse. I never played like PC games really, right? And then I had to get a PC for streaming eventually that could play games, even though the first one was like very bad at doing that. But one I did though, like I did try it to get good at keyboard and mouse on actual games that, you know, are competitive with that. So I played some shooters, some other things briefly with it just to kind of dial it. And like it doesn't take that long, to be honest. It doesn't really. And like I'm like literally just, I hate keyboard and mouse, so best person to try that. Did they take the best of every gene and make you in the lab? No, it's just that's funny. Not the best of every gene. No, my great grandmother had red hair, I believe, and then so she gave me that genetic. I'm pretty sure. I don't think everyone else in my family has it. Some people do, but like not many, from what I can remember. But yeah, she had red hair, so I think that's where that comes from. My mom had blonde, so I got the blonde from her, and it was a lot more blonde on my actual head when I was younger. These spots right here, temples, were like mostly blonde and like light brown, and then. Yeah, that's pretty much it, so it's pretty straightforward for that. That's pretty common though, like a lot of people I know have orange or red on their facial hair at the very least. Like that's not that uncommon, but just the amount of it is varying. Yeah, on the head it's a little bit more rare for sure if you don't have like the actual full color or whatever. Only the ones that are destined to become Scarlet Rock God can carry the red gene. Well, she was a pretty miserable lady, so I mean, all due respect, she definitely did not stray far from the Scarlet Rot meme right there. I think that's a fitting. That's why I keep saying you should sell it, Ralph. Okay, but you only just said that yesterday, though, right? Pretty sure. Your hair got brown with age, but then your beard still stayed ginger. So you had orange hair previously and it changed, right? Yeah, I think so. My one uncle had like literally platinum hair, and then it's like dark brown to almost black now, looks like, or at least before he went like a little bit more gray. So yeah, the hair colors do change. My part Swedish? No. You can have people that have those hair colors that aren't from Sweden. Although I will say there is actually a disturbing amount of people I've seen before that have blonde hair from Sweden. I will be honest. Like a lot of the people I know, definitely. Wait, did it stagger and then rob me? What? Yeah, I'm definitely not Swedish though. That's funny. There's actually someone that thought I was Swedish by default, like fully native speaker. They're like, your accent sounds like it's from Sweden. I was like, that's hilarious. Like, I guess it's the interpretation of just like catching like a single take of something on an odd timing where I say it a certain way, and then they actually just gathered that, and I'm like, that's a really interesting reference there. I've never heard that other than one time. Could have been fake, but like, again, there's other people saying like they're making guesses, and I'm like, how are these guesses that like so far off? Damn it. Do you know you can stagger Millennia out of Scarlet Bomb? The flower? I don't think I've ever done that, but I swear someone told me that though pretty early on. And wasn't there a glitch or something like that originally where you could skip the second part completely? I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but yeah, I don't think I've ever staggered it out of it though. I'm pretty sure. Have I? I don't remember staggering out of it. So. I thought you were American until you said a boot. Yeah, I think that there is quite a few people I know that, like, them versus American, depending on what state, there's not a lot of difference. And then there's some people where you can tell the difference a lot. I think some of my pronunciations and the go-tos do have certain vowel sounds that are American, but not enough for it to be, like, full on. 98% of Swedes have blue eyes and blonde hair. Insane. Insane, man. It's that midsummer, whatever they're drinking in the midsummer. Use throwing knives? Oh, to keep the stagger going? That's a good idea, actually. Forgot that that works in this as well. Could try. I feel like throwing anything in this fight is very sketchy because I need to be moving constantly. Like stopping movement in general, unless I'm about to attack, or I have to, you know, like wait for him to land. That's kind of the only moments I'm not moving, I think. So I wonder if it would be easier or just a lot more tedious with the movement. Still have the Inotria wish list. Yeah, that's because like we're still doing a sponsorship for them, so I keep forgetting that that command needs to be silenced for now. It was supposed to be resolved 2 months ago. They changed the date 6 times, I think, now or something like that. So now it's going to be March next year. It's going to resolve. So this will be the longest term I've ever done for a sponsorship ever. I think it's going to be 1.5 years long, or even more. the beginning date, but or maybe about like. Well, it's over a year now, I think. We're approaching a year, so yeah, it'll be 1.25 years, 1.5 years. But in March, we'll be going back to that again. That's also, again, another attack we don't see that often, but it's so easy, though. Why can't we get that one? I want that one instead of the other ones. That was a really wild angle. Okay. What's going on, Banshee? How are you doing, dude? Is it really that surprising considering they're a pretty small country, so those genetics are probably pretty well expressed? Oh yeah, no, I'm not actually surprised. I thought it was funny though, because like I'm a huge fan of Midsummer, so like I just always think of that movie when I think of Sweden, and I just think of like wild things that they do in the movie. All I'm aware of with Sweden is that you guys have pretty good candy apparently, and everyone seems to be pretty damn nice, and polite that I've ever talked to from there. And yeah, that's about it. Don't know much of anything else. Gotta study up. I thought he was supposed to roll around like a bowling ball for a second. I'm like, are they inventing new moves in this attack? Or in this fight? Are there new attacks? Midsummer and Hereditary are the creepiest horror films. They're pretty hardcore, yeah. It's hard to pick which one's worse for me. Like, I think that both are just like, whoa, it's uncomfortable. Best way to put it. It's not even like scary, just uncomfortable. Lies of P DLC is going to be crazy, hopefully. They seem to be taking their time. I wonder if they're working on another project too, but yeah, it has been a while. I wonder if they're taking notes on how big this DLC is and they're making like a separate game's worth of content. Have I played Mortal Frame? You mean Mortal Shell, Banshee? Hereditary was definably strange rather than scary. Still good regardless. Yeah, I think I've seen that one like 4 times now. I feel like it's like a semi, like, or sorry, we'll say every couple years you could watch it. Although Hereditary I haven't really wanted to watch again. I think I watched it twice or 3 times. I'm like, I'm good for now. Until someone needs to see it and I need to see their reaction to it. Fatal Frame? Yeah, I was gonna say, we got Fatal Frame, we got Mortal Shell, got Warframe. I'm assuming Mortal Shell, though, that sounds like the right one. I was gonna say, I really enjoyed the design on the dude's back here. Like the little, those like antlers or horns or something. Does he have like the demigod horns? Oh boy. Old PS2 game? Yeah, the horror game Fatal Frame. That's one of the ones that I think is pretty rare if you can find it on disc. It's like in a similar caliber to some of the Silent Hills. I'm having a hard time getting into Lies of P. You made it to King Puppet, but you can't get over the fact that you can't be a poise boy. You definitely have to play it. It's kind of like it's Sekiro, but with more variety, where it's like it makes you get good for sure. If you made it to the King Puppet, though, I feel like you did pretty good. Because that's like the same breakpoint. It's like the equivalent of Ornstein and Smo, right? You played DS1. Like, at that point, if you haven't sold the game or, like, stopped playing it, you're probably likely to finish it. So I wish you the best of luck getting past him. He's really fun to beat, though. The King of Puppets is one of the best ones. Best ones, I can't speak. And also Romeo. Romeo specifically, his moveset is wild. So if you can beat that, then you're good. Lies of P DLC is confirmed, apparently. It's really exciting. Didn't they tease it, though? They put, like, Dorothy in the end, right? You got, like, the little clip of the shoes, and then it was just over. Hardest boss for no hit, you believe? What, really? What would be the second hardest to this one, then, in your opinion? I thought that was the back of him, but I forget. Dude, this guy's like a stretch limo of a lion. Holy shit. Again, that just locks you in because of the camera readjustment, so it's unfortunate. Definitely need unlock on that if we're gonna survive. It could be for a sequel because you would do DLC before the end cutscene. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point because they could always update it where that's removed after, like that cutscene doesn't exist. It's one or the other. I think it's going to be a sequel or it's DLC. But again, maybe they go the DLC route and it's just a big DLC. I'd rather a sequel personally. I think that like they have such a creative way of making stuff, especially with like the storytelling elements and how they transform the base story. So I would love to see them take a crack at another one. Like what they would do differently with it. Yeah, I think that's a win-win. I have a hard time believing they'd make something bad at this point. With that as your opener, it's pretty damn good. As long as the same people are on board. It's an interestingly long lightning phase. It's really starting to, oh, fucking terrible timing. Yeah, I had like, there was like no fiber in my being that believed he could stay in that phase for that long. I've never seen that before. It's crazy. I think he was like overdue by like 1.5 cycles there almost, or like about a full cycle. He should be on the next one after this. Based on like what I would assume the average is from what we played. So yeah, that's a first. I don't think I've ever died in the buff after knowing about the initial lightning thing. Asmongold got banned for 2 weeks. Purple, was it about the Diddy stuff? Because I saw him making Diddy videos. Or was it for something else? Because I know that like Amazon, obviously they own this platform. They didn't want the distribution of the book that talks about his ex's life and stuff like that. So they said that they don't support information in there. So I wonder if it has something to do with Palestine. Oh yeah, like, yeah. I could see Amazon getting political for sure, or whoever, even TOS over here. Even if we're talking about like them not even knowing, Amazon not being the what's it called, the enforcer of that immediately. But he said something off color about Palestine. Yeah, that's fair. You can't say anything that is original in those situations. You have to follow what was told to you, right? But him being banned for 2 weeks though, for them is like whatever, because it's Asmongold. Asmongold being banned, I would like, the thing is like that would actually be something that I would try to get. I would try to be banned on purpose. I'd probably like make a game out of it and see how many times we could get banned in a month and a year, because like, are they really gonna permanently ban him? He's like obviously making the platform like the most revenue out of anybody other than like a couple people or something like that, right? So like if they banned him, then they're really hurting, right? Like there's something going on. But yeah, I don't think he's much of a PR risk in general. From like just his what he says most of the time is not that bad, right? So I mean, good for him for actually like just talking about stuff that he wants to, at least. But I mean, that is a funny thing to ban him from this platform. It's just like, it doesn't really matter. It's like the damage has been done. It's too late. Damn it. He said their culture was inferior to his. Oh, okay. He made an apology. He said they were genocidal and didn't feel bad they were being genocidal because of it. What he said was kind of extreme, even for him, though, is really out of line, and even he agrees. I wonder if he actually agrees, or if it was like maybe he just said it because someone told him he should. I'm wondering. Maybe he actually thought it was a wild take or something. His opinions are pretty solid usually. Yeah, he does have like pretty level-headed points of view from the things I've heard of before. But yeah, that's interesting. Wonder who's gonna be like the Asmon waiting room during his ban. Well, he just still streams on the other platforms. Oh man. And I'm pretty sure on like here, I think he tried to opt out. I don't know if it is that he opted out of revenue for this platform, but I'm pretty sure he like actually tries to make this platform like not like he doesn't want to make a single dollar from Twitch specifically. That's the whole point. So if anything, like I feel like they're losing a little bit, but who knows? Because obviously they're still benefiting from his presence, but I don't think he really wants to do that. I was told that by a friend that knows a lot more about him, but yeah, they were saying like he doesn't accept certain things on the spot. I think he's not partnered. That's what it was. He doesn't even have a partner contract or something like that. I think he got rid of it or didn't want it. Ooh. He does not use his Asmongold channel, and the channel he uses to stream is actively anti-monetization. Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Seem to be very cool, calm, and collected. A little bit. I definitely thirsty, though. I should get some water. He uses a dead rat as an alarm clock? That's funny. But then, like, you gotta pay the person that has it on a string to dangle it on your face to wake you up, right? Like, I like the alive rat alarm clock a little bit better. Including the bucket method, too. But you do need, obviously, help with that. Oh yeah, sorry, again, the ice one's the one that specifically does that only in the case scenario that it's not the triple part that combines all the attacks. That's another detail there. So the properties of his frost, like the twirly things, change only when he does the combo with all three combined. Where it doesn't have delayed AoE procs and all that, so I was thinking for that one, unfortunately. Do you ever play Zelda or anything? I'm not a fan of Zelda, no. I've tried pretty much all of them, and I just couldn't do it. It's not my thing, really. It's kind of like Final Fantasy. I really tried to get into it, but there's certain games that are cool in theory, but they just don't work in gameplay for me. And Zelda's a huge one, where it's like... I mean, like, at best, maybe Ocarina was fun for, like, the first hour or something like that. And then, yeah, like, in terms of the 2D ones, I don't think any of the 2D ones were really that fun for me. You were better than I. You would have slammed your controller at this point in the fight, Militia. That's all right. That's all right, dude. I mean, if you're like standard is like you want to go in there, you want to play for a certain amount of time, and that's what you want to invest, and your expectation is a certain way, and you know, the work you put in is a certain thing, and it's gonna be different for everybody. For me, like I'm well under the level of tolerance when it comes to like anger and stuff like that. Like I wouldn't be able to get mad at this if I tried it unless we were on it for like weeks, maybe. But like this also isn't the easiest thing that we have to do, so it's good that we're starting off with something harder than the easiest. Like there's a lot of easier ones. It's a good warm-up. I like the idea of maybe starting off up there a little bit, you know, then having some breaks, having some valleys, then going into like the peak of Verdun as well. And then Mesmer also, again, I really enjoy Mesmer, so I'm super excited about that. But like so far, if anything, I've only enjoyed this boss more because I've realized how crazy it is. Gotta give some respect for the lion, right? Oh, I couldn't get the actual crit on that. Oh, that would have been beautiful, dude. That was like the full double hit for everything, I think. Got a slump. All right, delayed. Have a good sleep. Thank you so much. You're gonna piss off Ocarina of Time fans? Well, I mean, I have quite a few people I know that like they play Zelda for sure. Like they either have done runs on it, whether speed runs, whether challenges, all different types of them. Even casually played them, enjoyed them. So like nothing against. Like it's cool. It's cool as a story and stuff like that. It's a cool idea. But the gameplay, it's kind of like The Witcher for me. Like The Witcher is not a good game for gameplay, in my opinion. It's good for like talking to people
so
and like maybe for like reality escaping and stuff like that, or like just like fictional
Hey man,
immersion.
I'm
But when
glad
it comes to
you're
like
back.
mechanics
I
and like
noticed you were gone for a
performance,
while.
it's really rough.
Hope everything is
Because
good.
they had to prioritize the character interactions and all that. You know, build the character story, make it a believable place. It doesn't call for really good mechanics, unfortunately. Or like a super high level of refinement in that department. Very weird start right here. It's like, I know the stagger's coming up. I know it. Razorback, thank you so much for the reset. Welcome back, dude. Thank you for using your Prime as well. Thank you for the 2 months. So we're not redirecting the movement on the one attack this time. Fighting? Nope. Way earlier on that than I should have. Has final boss patience for sure. Eisen level? What is Eisen? You're the first you've ever seen for these games. Never got comfortable seeing anyone else. You're number one in your books, Miguel. I appreciate that, dude. Favorite soul streamer. Sorry, man, you haven't been around to watch. Appreciate being able to see live. Yeah, I thank you for being here, dude. There is, I would say, don't sleep on other people that that do some content with this too. There's some really good people out there when it comes to things that, like, obviously I don't even have interest in doing really, but they do. So, as much as I appeal to you in that way, like you're saying, I recommend actually checking out some more stuff. Also, what was the last thing I was doing when you were here, Miguel? I'm curious. Like, when was that? You in your angriest state would probably sound friendly. Me in the angriest state doesn't sound like anything. It comes down to actions at that point. It's like, where are we going with the situation, right? I don't really have sound at the anger level. When I get annoyed, or like, you know, mildly pissed off, yeah, I'll speak still, but
Happy birthday.
there's not many people that have ever, like, witnessed me actually mad, and the people that did aren't people that I, like, hold closely to me or, like, hold dearly. So yeah, it's pretty rare. It is pretty rare. And also, this isn't really like a big deal. This is an elective goal I'm imposing on myself for a reason, and we're doing our best we can to get it. It's not really a bigger situation than that. I have, you know, like I said, a long bandwidth when it comes to where this can go. Like, realistically, just being able to see the way it works. So it's like, if this took like 2 weeks, maybe I'd start to get pretty pissed. But at that point, then I'm probably doing something wrong, right? If it takes that long. Plan on building an unreasonable computer those 4 years. What is an unreasonable computer to you? Also, I wish you the best of luck with your studies too. That sounds awesome. It's a great thing to go into if you can apply it to a lot of stuff, because it's very popular now. Depending on how you use coding and all that, definitely can be good. How did I get a stagger that quickly? That's weird. That felt like it was one hit sooner. Maybe we just got really good RNG there. That was weird because I jumped the what's it called, the ice, but then like the controller vibrated as if I got staggered, but there was no HP taken from what I saw there. That was weird. So I must have hit some sort of like weird timing on it, because that's happened before with something else. I remember like it registered as if there was a stagger. There was no animation for a stagger, and then nothing happened, but it sent the controller the vibration for it. That's so weird. Must have just been like frames early and it bugged out or something. I mean, obviously that wasn't really the important part of the failure there, but like that was kind of a weird detail. Definitely a bad location to be there. I don't know what that attack was. I couldn't see that. Like, I'm pretty sure it didn't even hit me either. It was just the ice, but could not see what that one was. And obviously can't back up. There's no room, so. Okay, you know what? Actually, there is like another thing we can do. It's unfortunate, but like I'm gonna have to actually like forego attacking opportunities and like use them for pivots if I think that maybe something could happen in the future that would cause that, because that's the only thing I haven't really like capitalized on too much in terms of repositioning. So that's the only way we can get really ahead, because we did have a chance to run away. Maybe again, maybe there wasn't enough time, and I'm just thinking that because the attack was pretty quick, but yeah, I wonder. That's a quick one, damn. If we're alive to see it, yeah. Beating someone up softly, then buying them dinner and apologizing would be a very Canadian thing to do. That's funny. Character also went, ooh, when the ice hit you. Oh yeah, that's interesting that it did that. That's so weird. It must have been, I don't know, I don't think it was the location. I think it was just the time that I jumped. It must have been like the perfect frame for it. Almost kind of like, again, like a partial parry we were talking about is harder than actually doing it perfectly or screwing it up. But it's kind of weird that, I guess because again, that's a special type of effect. It's not really like a regular attack. So I bet you the part that actually has the crystal after the damage window is gone still has something to it that makes that happen. Because on Crystal Sage originally, I remember the things that popped up in the arena had some weird effects to them too. Yeah. Not that that's exactly the same crystal, but yeah. Just realize you're level 1, Banshee? Yeah, I am. If this wasn't level 1, I'd feel pretty bad for you guys watching this, but I don't think... How long did he take on the first playthrough? I think he was like... I want to say 3 hours, maybe? 2 to 3? Maybe less. I don't know. It was pretty quick. It wasn't too bad. Definitely not one of the notable ones. But again, like I said, I didn't really like need to know how to do it to beat it. It's good enough to kind of just get a bit lucky. I don't know why I rolled there early. You're getting it early because your computer is going to be so strong it gives it to you. Wait, what? I thought you were going to say they're not alive to tell the tale. No, it's definitely not one of those, but like, I think that there's definitely better uses of like actual rage, like and stuff like that is, it's not the play usually. Like, I don't think you can rage productively in general. But you could definitely use like anger as an emotion in a way that's constructive for sure. And then when it comes down to breaking the controller, like why am I spending that much on controllers? Let's keep it a little bit more cost effective by not breaking them, right? That's the way I think about it. Although, again, I think it would probably do better for the entertainment value for me to break them, but at the same time, maybe not at this point, how we've established everything, but if I continued to do that from the beginning, it could have been a better idea. But that's not, like, genuinely what I actually do. I'd kind of be pretending then. I thought he was gonna do something else after that. I'm like, how many more attacks you got, dude? I decided to try that for fun. I was like, oh, let's get super spicy on this and buff in front of him phase 1. Let's go. There's endless philosophy on why rage should be concealed. Concealed, yeah. I guess they knew the good information pretty early on, but some people didn't hear the message though. They're like, let's break the controllers. And then someone else was like, every single time someone committed like a minor crime somewhere, I'd be like, hang him. Before they, like, when they had the guillotine and like the executioners and shit, it's like just like that. They went wild with the with some of that stuff, you know. They're just like, should have concealed that too. Nice angle there. Sometimes aggression benefits you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, aggression and anger can be channeled to be really productive for sure. And I think that it's like important to use them in right situations and stuff, but definitely can be, it can be very problematic, obviously, if you're gonna channel that through like something that's like an elective activity. That's a little bit harder to justify. Because I'm already, like, this is definitely a challenge against yourself, so I definitely don't want to make myself a bigger enemy. That'd be even harder. And, like, if the game was even harder, you know? Game's not even really a factor at that point. It's more of just, like, you know, once that gets adjusted to, then it's just you. There's that damage. Oh, why'd I jump immediately? It's bad for the tracking, I keep forgetting that. Is there a boss you've killed so many times you don't remember how to fight it? You only know the speedrun strat? No, I don't think so. Like, basically, the only thing I wouldn't know how to fight that's not with a particular method is something I never actually practiced significantly without a method. So, like, regular Radon, low damage, would be probably the worst fight on this game for me. I think everything else with an extended fight with like the really low damage, I'd be fine on everything but the regular Radon. Because I can kill him very well with level 1 and leveled character, particularly with like a certain combo, but yeah, it would be bad otherwise. So it just depends on how much time I actually put into the fight either way, right? I don't think you could be so into like if you were really good at it freestyling and then you had a method and the method was really good, the method would never like overwrite your ability to just play the game really. You already played it. That's why the tournaments are so cool, because you got a lot of people that are like newer that are playing the method, then you have people playing the actual game, and it's like when there's the really tense moments, like some of the equalizers are really just like that, being able to have the game sense, right? Beyond the strategies, or beyond the particular strategies that you might want to use. I forgot that's gonna sweep back over. That I had like the full distance on that, so I rolled more than normal when I failed it before, but apparently it still tracks you even after it ends. Like the lingering part of it when it's still in like the air itself. It's not being projected, still technically tracks. What do you think about dex builds? I don't really have an opinion on any particular build in general. It's more so like whatever you enjoy playing with. For me, I like the weapons that are very heavy. So hammers, like really big swords, hammers, and halberds, polearms specifically, are always my favorite. And that's been the case for PvP since DS2. I like the dex weapons a lot in the game, but just, yeah, definitely I lean more towards the heavier ones, so. And then I guess anything that has a really cool ability on it is nice, like Blasphemous Blade's pretty sick for that. Well, it's not like a super big weapon. Oh, that sucks. 7 hours and counting. I mean, for the stream so far, we're about 7 hours, yeah. 6:57 at the moment. Gonna have to get this soon, dude. Okay, I'm gonna go get a really quick bathroom break in. I'll be right back. All right. Oh man, Snarashi, I like the neck reacher emote usage. Definitely brings good luck. You don't remember how to fight Bloodstarved Beast, you only know the speedrun strat. Did you ever know how to fight him or her really well though? Like, did you practice it enough to say that you've done, I don't know, like level 1 low damage, no pellets or something like that, no buffs? Like, because I particularly ran that fight with fists, I think. I think I did with my bare fists, so it would be like impossible to forget it, right? At that point. Like, I think the biggest factor is just how, like, putting the minimum required amount of time to bake in, like, whatever method you're doing. Even if that is just straight up playing and improvising every single thing you possibly can with the least amount of advantages. Revenge is a fool's game, Arthur Morgan. There we go. There we go. Excuse me. We can't show the lion that I yawned because he's gonna speed up just when I'm starting to slow down a little bit. We don't want that. He asks, I'm literally on 200 5-hour energies concentrated into one single drop. It was injected directly into my bloodstream, so good. Could probably no glitch speedrun Sekiro. You platinum twice. Platinum twice, nice. That's pretty hard to do. I'm pretty sure the platinum is a run in itself, right? Also, D News, thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. And Razorback again. I think I did say, yeah, I did say thank you for that one. Thank you for the 14 months, D News. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to the ground. That ain't a lion. That's a cell phone. This is it, the meta's bathroom break. I didn't even have to go that badly. I just wanted to do it for the sake of it. Is this full-blown level 1 with Shadow Tree Fragments? No, it's not without Shadow Tree Fragments. Definitely not. It's actually interesting to... Like, I wonder how much the damage difference is, because I was going to say the damage on this is not bad at all. So I wonder what I'd be looking at. Like, half the amount, a quarter? Also, Kerchak, how have you been, dude? Ooh. Ah, see that fadeaway jump again. It's the one time that we weren't even like we didn't need to move to him to even do that, and took away some of the extra damage there. Again, unfortunate because redirection without the lock on, at the short distance on it, the rebound, and then the trap. Grinding for the upgrade materials and the experience for the skills is the most annoying thing for Sekiro Platinum. Like, so how long is the total run that you did for it then? Like, I'm assuming you did that after already beating it, right? Or was it part of the first playthrough? You have time to get off Craigblade instead of Flame for more stance breaks? Yeah, I probably do, to be honest. I just wonder if it would even matter because I'm not hitting frequent attacks, plus the Physic Flask would already be worn off. So maybe the play would be like pushing Physic Flask later. I could also do that. I just don't know because, like, again, sometimes I don't hit him for a while, meaning there wouldn't be a way to do it in phase 2. But if I got good RNG, I could definitely do it. 100%. Ooh. Where are you? Been a while since you've been here. It has been a while, yeah. Without them, it would be very rough. Who's gonna wish you luck? Although you probably wouldn't need it. I'll take the luck for this one. But like I said, if I win this on any type of luck, it's gonna be a little bit less rewarding, I think. It's already looking like the win is not gonna be as nice as I want it to be. Because again, the difficulty curve of this is not my usual. It's not like big peak. It's like just very, very linear, which is it's too slow. I need to like actually get more consistency on it, but it's difficult though. Gonna have to spend some more time on this one after we do it. But I think we have a good like start to actually be able to practice though. Like I'm not gonna have to waste time loading save files. Like most of those times I load in are gonna actually help at least. But I want to get to the point where it's like we don't have to really think about, you know, like 8 times out of 10 at least this is perfect. That should be where it's at very soon. But again, maybe I'm just dreaming big for how hard it is. Maybe it is actually a trap. Yeah, a tricky one. I can't speak. That's just it though. You didn't grind. You no death NG plus for XP. That's there you go. You NG plus for XP and you got the platinum at the same time. Nice. Fun fact, I have no platinum or all achievements on any of these games, but I do have platinums and all achievements on certain things. The ones I do have them on are weird though. Very, very strange. Well, I probably have done the equivalent of getting all the requirements for the achievements on some of them, just not on one file, so it doesn't count technically. Trap there, can't do anything. It's already bad when he started approaching. Should have actually no, I don't know what you could do if he approaches during that, because again, like you'd have to be outside where the circle appears right on the second it's appearing, and that means he's like lunging at that moment, so you'd have to be like point blank at the beginning of it, I think, to reverse that. So I would have had to have just assumed that like that was gonna happen, just run to him randomly when we'd want to be backpedaling everything else. So it's kind of a toss up there. And that's also tricky for like prioritization based on the other phases not actually being kind to that. So like that's the only one where you'd want to do a reversal there. Ice wouldn't be possible, and then technically the wind one wouldn't even matter either way. It'd be the same thing as normal, so, or pretty close at least, and it wouldn't have a follow-up. So I guess that's the debate for the lightning one. Pretty wild Craig Blade there. Okay. It's really interesting. I love how it spared us on that one, particularly, out of all of them. going on, Nuke? Platinumed every Fable game. I kind of liked Fable, and then I don't know what it was. I think I liked Fable for one playthrough. That was pretty much it. But I feel also part of it was just like trying to catch up on the fact that it was already kind of like popular way before I played it, and like I just wanted to see what the hype was about at the time. So it was like probably one of the cooler games I actually had, but that was like well past the prime of it as far as I can remember. Feat reveal Banshee. Got lots of feet on the screen right now. We got how many can we count? That's actually probably what we should be doing, is playing like Where's Waldo with the feet on the lion and my character. So I'm gonna give you guys a head start. You got 2 for my guy, obviously. Unless he identifies as a 3-foot person in 2024, maybe that's a possibility. But anyways, we at least have 2, and then we have the lion, which is like 20. Kind of just trapped there if he does that. So then I guess the idea would be that you don't run to the stairs, like you don't hang out. Basically you reverse the arena to the back half all the time if you can. That's what it seems like, because you can't get stuck in the same position. If we mirrored it and I was in the same square footage over here, you can't get stuck on that. You can actually escape it still. Well, you can get stuck obviously if you're like kind of shitty, but like if you're good, like you can't get stuck. So it sucks though, because like he glitches out so much on the stairs. Do you intend to use a rune arc every time? Pretty much. Like for this guy, yeah. Definitely to kick it off. It's kind of funny. I guess we can count attempts then too, right? Because I think I've only used them for this fight, not outside of it. Oh, I forgot. Close range, so you can't do that, or he can do that even if you're behind him. Show him who's boss. Exactly. Fox, I need to eat, so like this is like the best time to do this. Like I gotta like basically hunt him so I can eat the food. Gotta pretend that we're actually killing him. Love the Elden Ring community. You died 5 times in a co-op fight to Fire Giant because of stuff you did. And the 2 people came back every time to help you. That sounds like the typical situation. I'm doing good, dude. How are you? Boom. Boom. Sound effects added for extra luck. Boom. Wee. Woo. Wow. Ah. Ah. Wee. Good chunk. Yup. Okay, I called that one. Sound effects definitely saved me there. Nope, nope, definitely not there. Never mind. It seemed like it did. You can get the rune arc from PvP, really? Yeah, how many do we have left? Let's see. 400. Yeah, so we're in the 100 and... Well, actually, I think we're in the 200s for the attempts for sure at this point, easily. Okay, I'm going to save the Physic Flask for phase 2. See if that helps as well. Not running any Crake Blade on this yet either. Which probably isn't the smartest thing, but hey, you know what? I'm trying it. Oh, I forgot he goes into that if you're far range too. Can't fathom your perseverance and inability to get frustrated. I don't have an inability to get frustrated, but games aren't serious enough for me to like put that much energy into in that way, like negative energy. Because it's something I want to do, right? If I really want to do this, it's a good thing. Like I'm looking forward to it. And then you just have to understand the logistics of what is possible. It's like, what's the worst case scenario, best case scenario, the likelihood of the average, and then if you have enough experience, it's kind of like imagine you had like you were selling like a product, for example, and you only sold the product for a month. You wouldn't have like projections for like the sales because you don't have enough information, right? You'd have to have like a year's worth of data to really make like really good projections or predictions. So I have a lot of projections I can make on this based on just experience of doing similar stuff, and we're well within the range of realism here for me. But I know some people, they don't really want to do these kind of things, so if you put yourself in a situation where you don't want to do it, then of course you're going to get mad. I don't have to do it, but it's very much so looking forward to it. So frustration would be kind of me letting myself down, obviously, then I'm obviously not doing something right. But yeah, if it got to that point, it's possible. It's not like impossible, but then I'm really being negligent. I did what you're doing right now with dinner, but with a different challenge and a different game. If it goes the same way, you'll kill this at the 9-hour mark. Okay, Hex. we'll see. Yeah, I can't stream that late, unfortunately. That's another thing too. We have to definitely end soon too. So it's the only catch. Oh man. All right, Physic Flask later, still doing Craig Blade early. See if that's enough to get a stagger with all the heavy attacks. No jump attacks at all. We'll see if that's good. Nice miss right off the bat. Oh, perfect intro. Love it. He was on fire there. That was a really good play by the Lion. I'm impressed by that one. I'm genuinely impressed. Mango, thank you for the 53 months, dude.
So the world might
Welcome
be
back. How are you?
mended. So the world might be mended.
Sending good vibes. You got this, Squilla lesson 3.
Thank you very much, Mango. I appreciate it. I think that there's a really high chance now because you said that. Nice. I think I'm gonna plant a like a little note in the arena saying your mom thinks you're ugly to the Lion. I think that's the only thing we can do now to get inside his head before we beat him. We could beat him without that, but it's a good tactic. It's there's no harm in it either. It's like just a note, right? There's tons of notes in the DLC already, so we might as well. Oh, I thought he was going phase 2. I'm so used to him doing it early now. Your willingness over the years to just get over an obstacle in the game is quite inspiring. You're sure that carries over in real life too, Sub-Zero? I mean, it depends. Like, if I have interest in something, like, it's not based on just things in general. I'm very much so dependent on, like, if I see value in it. And it doesn't matter if there's, like, actually, like, objective value or there's, like, a sense of objectivity. It's more of, like, it's a subjective kind of obsession kind of thing, so... Yeah, like, for me, I'm not going to sleep properly if this isn't done a certain way. Like I said, even if I beat it, it's not going to be satisfying to the way that I want it to be, because it's already past the point where that's relevant. I'm going to have to go and do a lot of work outside of this to get it where I planned for it to be, so we can actually do, like, the bigger things, right? I was hoping to get a little bit of a better progression towards that right away, but this one just doesn't work that way, obviously, and there's things I probably could have done sooner that we already are doing now, and just didn't catch on soon enough for that, so it's a good challenge. But that's kind of how I'm looking at it here. Interesting, okay. Nice hitbox. Very nice. I think that technically the angle of that makes it harder for me to perceive it, because, like, anytime he's facing away from the camera and I'm blocked, like the character's not visible, it's so easy to see how to get around it. Or I guess, like, even the direction I'm holding by default is the right way to be in the pocket where the frames don't actually kick in right away. Like, the lingering frames aren't there. The startup's a little safer, it seems. Because, like, I was doing the very similar timing on inputs, but just, like, had different angles with him starting that is perfect. Or, like, not even, like, angles with the character even, just, like, the camera angle even. So I could influence the direction a bit better. But yeah, it's a lot to have to switch to, I think, on the fly, I'm pretty sure. It's still safer doing it this way. I'm trying to, like, toggle switch this dude. On that particular occasion. Can't see. Oh my god, that was lucky. The wall. Apparently this is a co-op fight. But he has the summon of the wall, and I don't. pretty fair. Sub-Zero, just exclamation point music in chat. Loving the focus. I'm trying. I think I'm more focused while I'm talking during this fight. It's easier to do like play-by-plays or kind of just refer to the stuff that's important. Because I think that certain details happen in the same fight and they repeat themselves. And if I don't pay attention to like the weirdness of it, it's like I'm not ready for that version of that instance of that thing or whatever. Because again, placement on this is like it changes the situation. There's so much more dimension to it than normal. Usually it would be like, okay, you're here, you're there. It's like in this one, it's like all of the factors change based on where you're standing and how you move and like how you even like prioritize him as a target, like locked on versus locked off per attack. And then again, how long of a window you decide to take for the punish. If you want the best one, you have to wait. So it's like toss up. You could try early punish the whole time with like really low damage and see if that's better. But I feel like in phase 2, it doesn't make a difference. It's just for this part, it would be different. Interesting. Thoughts on Soundgarden, Audioslave? Big Soundgarden fan. Audioslave is pretty good too. Wasn't as big of a fan of them particularly, but both good. Might do some Soundgarden at some point. I'm not a big fan of their instrumentation though, I'll be honest. Like mainly just Chris Cornell, but the instrumentation aspects of it aren't really like, it's nice to listen to, but I don't know if I'd want to play their music as much. Unless I could like maybe feature more people, if people want to do like a collaboration, or if I did like multiple parts for a song. Ooh. NBA starts next week. Does it actually? Who's gonna win? What is the winning team right now? Tell me. And if you're right, I'm gonna gift you a tier 3 sub if they win. But this is only for you though, Kameen. That's it. Dead? Oh, not really though. Apparently not really. Pretty cool. What? Okay. Dude, that attack off rip, like from a walking animation is so weird, dude. Like walk up into that attack is the strangest situation I think that's occurred in playing this game. There's no other thing that I know of that's worse. The feel of it is terrible. Oh my god. Celtics are gonna win, but fuck Boston? Oh no. Alright, well, so I guess you're being honest though. Maybe it's not your favorite team, but they're gonna win though. Okay, who's the next most likely to win? that was a scary attack. Okay. Wow. Okay, I did Craig Blade anyways here. We'll see if it actually matters. It does boost the damage a little bit though, so maybe it would give me a better edge, damage and stagger wise, regardless if I'm getting the frequent attacks. It is possible. I always thought that Audioslave was lacking in the instrumentals, but was carried by Chris. So like you thought the same thing I thought about Soundgarden for Audioslave. I guess it's pretty similar that way. Like there's nothing wrong with it. It's not that like the instrumentation's bad to listen to. It's more so like when I'm talking about music from the standpoint of playing it as well, if that's included. Never been inspired to like really, you know, learn all their stuff, but I did learn a bit of their music originally. I remember that's some of the earlier guitar stuff. I think it's just the vocals though for me. Ooh. Ooh. Where are we going now? Oh boy, there's nowhere to go. You took up the entire arena. Nice. Unreasonable amounts of damage there. Nice. Love it. Let's get... Oh, went for flame by accident. It's okay though. Oh, good attack to actually go right into here. Single punch, but it's okay. That's a good follow-up too. Nice. It was a pretty lucky start with lightning, I'll be honest. Doesn't matter too much because we didn't really get a lot out of it, but good for surviving, you know? Doesn't hurt. It's something you gotta do sometimes. I can't see. I couldn't see. Nice. Found a podcast called Disgrace Land, which talks about a lot of good artists of all genres. I think I'd like it. Yeah, definitely send it to me if you can. Find it interesting how the music you like to listen to often differs from what you like to play. Guitar primarily. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, like even for instruments, like guitar's not even an instrument I like to hear the most. It would be piano. If we're taking one instrument and it's playing a song, it's always going to be piano for me. But like for playing songs though, there's definitely like certain types of music that it's like more inspiring for that. But then even listening to that music's not as enjoyable as listening to something else that you don't want to play. Because the whole package has different details then. It's like maybe one instrument as a point of interest or just the instruments could be appealing to play, but then it's like, oh, the whole song as a package is not as catchy or, you know, musically enjoyable for a band. Kind of like Meshuggah in a way. Like Meshuggah is like a great band, obviously, but I would never listen to Meshuggah as much as I would want to play them. Like I could play their music for like hours, but couldn't listen to them for hours these days. But I think that's mainly just their discography is very similar. They don't have a lot of difference in their music, right? So they're very much locked into that style. couldn't see. Damn it. Still live, Flamingos? Yeah, I'm not satisfied, dude. It's the problem. It's like my time frame for me is more so like determined by that more than it is by like how much time do we have. That's the only issue, is like I don't like to follow the rules of how much time I have. It's hard. It sucks. But again, more incentive to do this really quickly, so it's definitely almost there. I'm just wondering exactly, there's some angles like I'm ending up on where I'm doing things that help me get into a position to survive, like the previous situation, and then the next situation doesn't, I can't read it because of how I had to like manage the camera from the previous one, so now we're in that situation. Like things are being done pretty well for one attack, and then like the next one's like not really readable for me. Oh, Dis, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, dude? How was your stream today? Anyone coming from Dis stream? We're just going nuts on level 1. I was supposed to end the stream a long time ago, but I'm really not satisfied with this fight, so I want to get it. You guys might be able to see it. There's a good chance. One of the rules I have too is I'm trying to do a damage list, so I won't beat the boss unless it's done perfectly. And then obviously no red feather talisman as well. I'm also running on less than 4 hours of sleep, so just bear with me for that aspect too. I'm doing pretty good, but definitely very minimal sleep and food right now. But we're focused though. It might actually be an advantage. I could just be imagining that it's a disadvantage. Oh man, I couldn't see it. Again. This is my first DLC playthrough? No, I've beaten the DLC one time recently, and then we're just doing our first run of level 1 through right now. A true gamer, you got this, but I'm trying. We'll see. For anyone that was in my stream already that doesn't know Dis, definitely follow him. He does insane speedruns of pretty much any game you can think of. Some of my favorite speedruns he's done actually aren't even Souls related, but he does really good Souls speedruns too. And he's done challenge runs as far as I know, and definitely like modded playthroughs, a bunch of other stuff. Check him out if you haven't, and if you haven't been here before, you can expect somewhat similar things, more so challenges than speedruns. Probably not as many world records, but quite a bit of this kind of stuff. Just being a stubborn person. You could just say that. But hey, when I can kill the lion with my eyes closed with one hand in the future, you're gonna remember. Ross, what's up, dude? How are you doing? Ooh, okay. How many more tries do we have? We should give ourselves a limit. I'm gonna say... Let's say 20 more minutes. 20 more minutes is fair. Because I think attempts would not be enough. We would need to measure it in time. That was 2,000 for a body shot with a charge R2, really? It's kind of weird. Of course the lightning that goes behind him when I'm trying to get out of there. So that extra second I took to be careful, I think that was about it. I need to go the other direction or something like that. Put some metal in the background to feel more empowered. You do that sometimes. I would Slark, but we're streaming on YouTube as well, and there's copyright, so I don't have the thing to route the audio separately from the desktop audio for the output. There is things you can get to do that. I haven't looked into it yet because I haven't played music on stream for a while. But definitely will be getting that set up as soon as I can.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Also, Hyperversity, thank you for gifting Chili and Garay a sub. I appreciate that. Welcome back, dude. How are things at Hyperversity? Man, I really want to just go for the jump attacks and actually land them, but it just almost never happens, though. It's like so hard to get them perfect for me. And then, of course, one works right there. Like, they're actually better at staggering, technically. Because we did 2 of them, and they staggered before. Oh, that was bad. So anyways, if I could put on music, I would probably try metal. Metal would be one of them, and then we would do... we'd have to try some, like, hardstyle or something like that, some sort of, like, electronic crazy music with a drop, and then we'd need smooth jazz as well, just to see what the lion is feeling like. Hyper, thank you for gifting Abyss a sub. I appreciate it, man. I like how you're mysteriously doing it one at a time. Like, it's like, I'm gonna give 3 subs, but I'm gonna do it per person. Are you picking the people, or are you doing random? I wanted the double on that one too, but that's still better than what we were getting for phase 1. Yo, that's so fast when it's point blank, dude. Oh my god. That scared the shit out of me. I actually jumped a little bit. Oh my god, dude. That I keep forgetting again, like, it has to take some time to travel. That's like immediate if you're in front of them. And I guess again, like, you wouldn't typically get that, but the game thought I was farther away, or I was, and then I got close really quickly, so. Dude, that was brutal. And like, also it was obscured by all the other things going on. You can't even see. That was nuts. Some spicy stuff. Jeez. Didn't see that one coming. No, like, it's not even... It doesn't matter if you have time to even see it. It's like, whatever. You'd have to be far away on that one for sure, or hear the sound, and the sound would be pretty quick to react to as well. Wild. Okay, going back to not getting the Physic Flask chugged until phase 2. Maybe having a chance on staggering. Just maybe. I feel like even if I got a stagger in phase 2 at this point, I probably wouldn't even react to it in time to get the critical. Like, I genuinely don't know if I'd be able to even... Like, I'd probably get an extra attack at least, but I don't know beyond that. Again, if he does that close, I don't think I'm escaping it because the grab puts you into the ice at this point, or the hand. It's not even timing like the iframes. I don't think it's really just he pushes you into like a spot, or blocks you from where you're going. Oh boy. Yeah, we need to be very far away on that just in case. Or I might even have to start doing something really strange, like trying to like pivot around him and lock off at the same time, but then like I won't be able to see anything right away. It'd be difficult to track where he is. Yeah, saving the physic flask there didn't even help us. We didn't even get to utilize it. Ooh, nice. Nope. Can't see on that one. Man, oh man. I'm trying to think of like what to even consider for the end now. It's like mainly it kind of changes. It's not even like one thing. We don't even have one particular redundancy. It's anything in particular that's weird. Like a weird version of something, you know? Okay, can't see. I was working with it until the last part. I guess you have to pick. Like sometimes you can't have it. It's not going to be able to be centered for you to survive the attack, but then like the next one's not going to be visible. Because like I guess I could kind of figure out what the count is on that, like the timing, and then just try to guess where to end up. But I swear, like there's some angles where it's hard to even tell where to escape. Like I don't know. I feel like I couldn't tell if he was like on my left or behind me on that one. He just stopped. Nice. Interesting that could actually reach, okay. So you have to be moving. Again, once you go backwards to dodge the first one, thinking you had the space, it was already too late because then, again, the magic was already there. There must be a really interesting method for this for hitless. I can't wait to see what it is. I feel like it's super cheesy though, because I was gonna say some of the things in terms of movement, unless you were to like melt him like incredibly quickly, they don't work like once you've already made a certain decision that leads you to a thing that kind of works, like, and then you get to a dead end pretty quickly. It kind of makes you think it works. I remember I was saying something similar about Radon, and then you guys told me there really isn't actually a way to do anything on the one attack that's not seemingly ridiculous. Like, it actually is a pretty ridiculous strat you have to do. And I saw a clip of, I think it was, I don't know if it was Ongball or someone else doing one. It was like one of the particular attacks I figured out how to do in a similar way, but it wasn't, what was it? Yeah, it looked like it was a pretty tight timing on it. Like, the basic nature of what I'm saying is it was pretty wild. So I'm very curious of what people have figured out on this. I almost want to watch that right when I'm done too. Like, only if we do it, obviously, but very curious. Nice. Oh my god. Also, I'm gonna double check. I'm pretty sure the thing that I'm using. Give me 1 second. I think my one chat window's broken. It's been having some issues. And now nothing is showing up. Nice. Okay, never mind. I can't fix it. It's off the screen. I'll wait till I'm done. Mimic time? Oh man, if I ever summon Mimic, I might as well sell the game, to be honest. Other than trying it to see what it was, but like, yeah, that's rough. Oh, stupid jump on that, man. Like, every opportunity I've ever had to get like the maximum damage possible, I always jump in a way where it like kind of like boosts me in the wrong direction. I'm not even holding that direction. Oh, yo, that was such good RNG. I was paying too much attention to his attack. Oh, no. That probably would have been that could have been a stagger right there off of lightning by itself. It's pretty good. Just wasn't moving fast enough. Was thinking too much about trying to dodge the attack, but need to backpedal ASAP. That mix-up of that one, like with the one-head attack, it's rough, man. I read that as like the same attack as the quickest. I think there's 2 quick attacks he does. One I haven't even seen for a while, but out of the quickest things he can do point blank, I always read that one as the follow-up that's going to be quicker, and then it's his tail. And then a lot of the time when he does the tail, we're already far away, so we don't even get hit by it, so I don't have to dodge it. and therefore my timing on it is not relevant because I never am in the area to get hit by it when it goes right. On your level 1 Zero Blessing, this is one of the hardest. That's what a lot of people were saying, like this is pretty hard for level 1. I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones, but I was definitely wrong about that. And I'm not upset about it, like I'm definitely glad because I like the fight a lot more like this versus the first playthrough. And I'm sure some of them will not be the case, like I might not have that feeling for everything. But this one definitely got better after learning it more, for sure. I think it definitely deserves the effort for it, because it's pretty rewarding to play, but it's like there's just some things again I have the suspicion that like there's something I'm missing about it still, like there's gotta be, otherwise again like the skill curve on it's different than what I expected, and I'm surprised. Can't see anything. I'm jumping, but I'm dead. The visibility. Give me visual. Am I leveling Shadow Tree? Yeah, I'm at like 9 for Shadow Trees. It's every time that like there's a good situation, I'm like, okay, I totally understand what's going on. We're literally heading into a direction that at the last second, like, oh, there's a wall. Oh, he turns around. Oh, there's that. I think that part of the issue is like your brain has to separate what's happening in terms of like the visual space and all that, and like it has to repackage it. Like you have to imagine it's not actually in, like you're not in the corner or whatever, and then still work with that amount of space, like regardless. But yeah, I can't seem to do that way, or whatever the hell it is. I don't even know. Again, I'm not even articulating specifically what I'm trying to say properly, but whatever that aspect is that's missing, I can't understand how you would be able to like read the situation in that many different nuances of it based on placement like that quickly if there's other things overlapping at the same time, and you already did try to run the fight into the middle of the arena instead of the outside or whatever. Like you already did control it before that. So obviously I'm not controlling the space as well as I can. There's something that can be done to redirect it, but like maybe again that's just like the hitless level of it, where it's like you literally sacrifice attack opportunities and like you can see like 3 or 4 moves ahead maybe, or there's something you need to wait later and I'm not really seeing what I need farther on. The strategy's not as complete. I don't know. Something's definitely I think there's something simple that's off for sure. Probably be the best example, but if not, then I'm shocked. Like, so that lightning popping up right there, that was not in that was not in a circle. That was definitely off scent. Like that was pretty far away, in my opinion, and pretty early. There's a rhythm to it, but it's difficult. It's not even rhythm related. It's not even timing. It's more so it's all placement. Every single thing's location related. Like for example, like the fact that I escape the attack at the time you need to be able to be like pretty accurate on it doesn't matter, because like the thing popped up based on him being placed there for that starting of that attack, and the fact I wasn't perfectly leaving on a straight angle. I'm pinched by a thing that's going to pop up later that I can't see yet, but I have to go a direction, dodge the attack, and I can't go forward or I'm dead. So it's like there was no space that was correct to move there, other than like not being exactly where that pillar procced, I guess. And I don't know exactly how that would work, because doesn't seem like there's like a method with pillars popping up in places that makes sense. It's always just like wherever in a general perimeter, right? But maybe I'm not getting that aspect of it properly. Maybe like the actual middle of it, when it explodes, you could somehow iframe, but then you'd be overlapping an attack most likely, because you can't just stand there. Like you can't really like wait for anything for that long. So I think that that's not true either, because yeah, you'd be dead by the regular attack. You wouldn't be able to prioritize one or the other. You have to prioritize both simultaneously. It's your camera direction. Unlocking is best. Interesting. Yeah, now unlocking might be kind of tricky, because I have to, every time I did unlocking before while we're trying this too, like I always end up in a situation where I can't turn around to see what's happening quick enough. And I can't claw grip the whole thing, because there's things I have to do that require, I guess, priority of what you'd need to do for that. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's possible. Yeah, the fight's doable. It's just like not doable the way I want it to be right now. Lightning's only really dodgeable as a rhythm game. The positions are RNG. Ah, I see. But the lightning, you're saying that you can iframe it from the middle of it if you time that aspect? Because they all activate at the same time, right? Or are they delayed? Because I've dodged the lightning from the outside, but not the inside out. Usually, again, because you can't really be in a situation where you survive that anyways. But, yeah. Cool. Nice. Sort of a time delay for the lightning pop to pop that you can blindly get, but it's hard. Did this fight all locked on? You can't figure out the rhythm of the fight at all unlocked? Yeah, unlocked is just a lot more, like you have to put, it's like more inputs you have to do overall, so it'd be more intensive just in terms of playing. For the advantage of like only knowing that you can go perfectly straight sometimes, but then like you can't see what's happening right after that if you already to choose that direction without turning around at the same time. So it's like the claw grip aspect of it would be wild. I don't know how you would be able to manage that. Like I'd like to see it though, like fully unlocked on this. I'd love to see with you know, relatively normal damage and low survivability. And like also I'm usually more pro unlocked for most fights. Like I don't like locking onto fights if it's not a advantage really. Like it's mostly the human ones that are more popular for that too. So like I would love to do it opposite, but I tried and it's like just like what? Yeah, I don't like where I'm placed already at the beginning of this. We're gonna run left. And it's already over. I think the difference with him and then Radon with the same situation of like the magic stuff on phase 2 is that his actual character model blocks you from moving like in the direction you would have moved even regardless of how good your timing is. Whereas Radahn can't block you physically because he's too small to like you don't have to also go underneath him either. So it's kind of like it's weird in that aspect. Oh yeah, that was early. Early, don't go backwards on that one, just go forward. Even if you're close. You would have lived. The things you're missing are too esoteric to articulate through Twitch chat. Interesting. I didn't know it was this sophisticated of a DLC, damn. We're getting on a different level here. I'm gonna be shocked if this actually is the hardest fight of the whole run. Like that's gonna blow my mind, dude, because I literally thought this was gonna be like simple. The other stuff must be so easy. Like, it's actually making me curious. I'm not gonna go and skip to it, but like I'm genuinely curious how easy the other stuff is now, other than Radahn and Vale. Like maybe Mesmer, but even that I can see it being a lot better. The line took you longer than Mesmer. Wow. Got this. Keep learning. Yeah. Like the learning aspect is stopped for me though. I haven't learned anything for the last like while. It's mainly just noticing things that already I did successfully that are good that sometimes don't work for reasons that are really weird. It's not really like any single situation's a mystery in how to do it. It's more like how can we get it to work in a way that is straight up, that just makes sense, you know? How do I get him in, like, how do I manipulate the arena, essentially, to make him in a position that's good all the time? That's as simple as that. Easier said than done, for sure. But I think that alone would be perfect right now. Just pushed me across, what the fuck? Okay, that's the first time that's happened. He pushed me with the tail. I think he, like, lifted the character or something like that. Wait, did I run out of stamina? I was pushing the button there. That's funny. Oh my god. Also, wait, Hyper, thank you for gifting Wampe a sub. I don't think I said thank you for that. I appreciate it. Rolan is also one of the painful ones, really. Other bosses won't be super free and everything. They're still decently challenging. I expect them to be pretty challenging, but for me, if something takes like a few hours, like that's easy. That's super easy. If it takes like, if I can do it within the same stream, that's pretty nice. But again, this stream's pretty long, so it's not my normal length. He's like glitching out. What the hell is going on there? What is happening? Oh man, again, can't think too much. Can't be going through thoughts. No thoughts, just actions in phase 2. Very precise positioning or a longer range weapon like Bloodhound Fang. Interesting, because I didn't feel like the weapon's distance it matters too much with like trying to survive things that have nothing to do with attacks, right? Because attacking is not where I die. It's typically like literally in situations where there's not even an attack opportunity for a while, right? Just regular straight up stuff. And even the recovery of getting out of an attack is pretty good in phase 2. So that's the thing that sucks. It's like I don't think like the weapon's actually a deficit here as much. But again, maybe I'm wrong. It's my take. Because I know people said that about a lot of other stuff, and like it never actually was the case for me particularly. But I can see how it's like a good suggestion depending on what you prefer or like how you go for the opportunities. Weapon damage is good. Yeah, it's pretty decent. If you can get her to not one-shot you with her super fast moves, it might not be bad. The thing is, like, I have to do it without getting attacked, right? So this has to be done damageless. That's why we could have already beaten this, like, if it was just trying to beat it, right? But this has to be done perfectly. So for Rolana, it doesn't matter. Any boss in general, doesn't matter how much damage they hit for any attack. It just would be nicer if, like, you know, it's more lenient, so I can practice and stuff like that before we actually do it. But that's like, I guess, a good and bad thing at the same time. Oh, damn, a little bit early on the bite there. Is it? No, it's not. That's what I'm saying. Like, the thing is, I would know. I would be like pretty confident and know. There's no certainty for anything, even on the last tick of stamina on this one, last tick of HP. Doesn't matter. It's not good enough. It's not consistent. That's the problem. The consistency, the gap between consistency and where I am right now is bigger than the actual gap between knowing zero knowledge and being this good, which is crazy. That's what it feels like, at least. So unless it's like something super minor that's so simple, which you guys are saying it's not, like the actual gap to get consistent might be bigger than to to kill the guy level 1 like that. It actually could be bigger than that. You might actually just have to be like extremely good at doing it hitless to even be good at the fight, like at this point, which usually is not the case. But anyways, that was a pretty good one. It wasn't too bad. There's a couple of things that were all there. It was not as questionable, I would say. Although we did get good RNG too, so that helps. It's nice. I love how that one missed. It's okay though, whatever. Just continue. It's not the greatest, but okay. We can deal with it. We can rock with that. I could not see. Okay. Nothing happened there. That's weird. Interesting. Which element's the best RNG? Best RNG is kind of hard to say because, like, so it's between lightning and it's between the air. The air doesn't have follow-ups that we could get more opportunities from in conjunction with more varieties of attacks. So like you could continuously combo to get a stagger probably quicker sometimes in lightning because it actually has more accessibility to certain follow-ups, whatever. But then it's like a little bit more dangerous for the placement. And then like I wouldn't say placements is bad on the air, but like then the timing has to be really good because there's the effect around the other side, right? So lingering damage in front is, yeah, it's weird. I mean, I would love to see the difference in frames that you require, like how sloppy you can get on melee attacks that don't have any effects on them versus like, for example, on the wind attack and all that, or on the ice. Obviously the ice is like the most lingering, but I'm wondering like if it actually makes a huge difference in terms of real timing. Because if it's like really small amount of frames, then it wouldn't matter, but it does feel different though. And then the one harder part is that like, again, even if like let's say that attack right there that I just had before I got hit, if that one happens and it has an effect backed by it, he'll literally scoop you into like the middle of him so that you have to be sitting where it is. Whereas normally, even if you ended up there, you got pushed somewhere, it doesn't matter. There's no lingering damage, so it doesn't do anything. So you have to literally clear, you have to know that you're going to clear the space of where the thing's going to pop up after, and also be in a good direction as well. Jax, yeah, I think we're going on 8.5 at this point in time. How many jump attacks can you hit it with instead of taking the crit? That's a good question, actually. I don't know. I guess we could try and see. I think for stamina management purposes, like because I'm typically out of it by the time I do the final attack that gets the stagger, getting the critical for me is literally a way to regain stamina. Like that's the point of it. So it's not even really like I want to, it's just, it makes more sense. It's a little bit easier. So yeah, that's a thing. Yeah, they're very different actually. It's incredible how they've literally packaged something similar into something that makes it so different that it kind of reminds me of On Radon, how like I just have so much appreciation for how they actually pulled it off, because it's like it's hard to make something like quality difficult, you know. The quantity difficult and like artificial difficult is easy, but it's like it's not even that just the base moves are carrying the phase 2. Like there's a lot of particular nuances that are cool. But obviously right now also problematic too. Why did I jump that way? I didn't try to do that. I guess it was queued before he was done or something like that. That's not good. Snorachi, have a good rest of your evening. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. Also enjoy your new sub too that you were gifted. Cork, how have you been, dude? No, the 20 more minutes is a lie. I'm lying to myself. Like I said, I'm not satisfied. That's the thing. So that overrides any time in general, usually. And I'll have to pay the price for it. But I'm going to sleep better, though. It's the good thing. Not satisfied at all. And I'm going to come back tomorrow probably the exact same right off the bat, even when this guy's dead. Just because it's not good enough, man. I want it to be better. I think that the other fights are going to have to be more consistent. There's no way they're not. Maybe not Radon. But everything else has got to be more consistent. I could imagine it being possible. Like, Bale's the only one I can think of where his body's going to push me into spots that I don't want to be in as well, and I'm not going to hit him, like, 20% of the time I try to attack him, probably. But other than that, like, the waiting game in Phase 2 for that part is probably the next biggest thing that kind of sucks, but this doesn't really suck, though, so hopefully that one goes smoothly. Yeah, so I think that I want to get the riposte. Don't have enough stamina for the jumps at that point. If I did, why did I not use it before that, right? Pretty wild. Okay. I just went with it. I'm like, okay, we're gonna have to just get backed up in the corner. Let's die in the corner, and it didn't work. He didn't succeed there. The lion memed itself. Oh man, trapped on the staircase there. Unfortunate. Good play, but just not possible with the stairs. Damn. Bill doesn't have the issue of being a physical obstacle in the same way this guy does. That's true. It's a good point. Doing all bosses level 1? I'm doing the all remembrances level 1. Also, Spot, how are you doing, dude? Oh, I thought it was a different attack. I thought he was biting. Or doing the grab. On that one. I'm thinking a little bit too much on this one, too. I need to stop thinking so much on it. It gets a lot better when I don't think. I'm doing pretty good, Spot. Thank you for asking. Just trying to bully this lion so no one has to worry anymore. Keeping the area safe. There we go. That's some good damage there. Beep. Not happy about that one really, but kind of happy about it. 50-50. 50-50. You guys saw it. We did it. Thank you for the GGs. It was an experience. It was an experience. I'm genuinely shocked by that. That's wild, dude. Whoever made that is like extremely smart in how they made it, or it was just like such an accident that it worked out perfectly. I don't know if they intended to make it like that, but that was wild though. You're jealous? You put your run on hold because of that guy? Ingenious? Oh, well, maybe this is the sign to do it again. I guess at the very least, if you wanted to make it easier, you could always get like 12 to 20 blessings, whatever. I only literally have 9. So that's not bad. Like 9 is pretty damn good, but it's not the highest you can get.
Let strength be granted,
Jeez, man.
so the world might be mended.
I'm satisfied enough
So the
for
world might be
today.
mended.
Morning.
El Nombre, thank you for the 49 months. Welcome back, dude. Good morning. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. Anyone that stayed from the raid, anybody that was just already watching, everyone that resubbed, gifted a sub, brand new sub, prime subbed, told somebody that I was nuts, and put up with it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We will be back again tomorrow. I'm just not exactly sure what time, so I'll keep you guys updated with the Twitter for that. There is all the links. If you're in the Twitch chat, at least you can see them. Obviously, if you're watching on YouTube, it'll be hard to click them, but there is the Discord, the TikTok, all the YouTube channels, including the music one and the long version of the main YouTube channel that you might be watching on. If you want to see the same links, just go to a pinned comment on one of the videos, and you can find them in most videos.